Man with quite a long run-up. He's going to hit it right-footed.
Some players don't know where they go, but I knew that I'm going to my left, and then just hope it goes in.
Then he slows down, and he slips it into the net past Dita's right hand, and Liverpool are in front.
Top penalty. Absolute top penalty.
Dietmar scored despite having a broken bone in his foot. After two more successful spot kicks from both sides, Milan needed to score. Up steps Andrei Shevchenko.
The problem for Liverpool is that the greatest striker in Europe at the moment, Andrei Shevchenko, the European Footballer of the Year, he wants to get on with it, but of course if he misses here, Liverpool, against all the odds, have won the Champions League. Shevchenko, Dida saves for Liverpool! The team who were 3-0 down at half-time, walk on with hope in your heart. A night they will never forget. Liverpool are champions of Europe. Walk on.
Once you say that it's just ecstasy, it's pure elation, it's very hard to put it into words.
If you love country music, you'll love ABC Country.
You get a fast car.
It's Australia's home of country music. The music you grew up with.
You'll be the captain.
All the latest country hits.
I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown.
And emerging artists.
Because, baby, we've been up
24 hours commercial free. ABC Country. It's on your DAB Plus digital radio and the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The Anzac spirit was born through conflict overseas, and we continue today to celebrate some of the very best aspects of that spirit in our culture and in our national game. Aussie rules football. Courage, commitment, fairness, loyalty, and mateship. The first modern Anzac Day match was created by then Essendon coach Kevin Sheedy in the mid-90s. Having served 2 years in the Army in 1969, Sheedy wanted to pay tribute to Australians who had served their country. The match, played at the MCG, was so eagerly anticipated that a crowd of some 20,000 people were turned away.
Yeah, I think Buckley, by not shooting for goal, probably half made the game.
Scores are level. Collingwood 17-9. Essendon 16-15. 29 minutes up on the clock. There's the ball up. Here's a chance for Buckley. Attacking side of the centre. He sets it up. The man of the moment, Rocker, is there. Punched away from him.
I didn't think the game was going to be as big as what it is. You know, there's no way knowing you'd think 110,000 people would turn up for the first game.
Is that the siren? Yes, it is. It's all over. And it is a draw.
The thousands who couldn't fit into the MCG on the day ended up at Fitzroy Gardens, listening to the game on the radio.
3 running bounces over halfway, sweeps a hand pass. He took on one too many. Ball comes out of the tackle, pokes it through. They've got it there at the end, the Bombers.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Anzac Day round. Essendon versus Collingwood.
Campbell back to Lipinski to go. He says, leave it for me. He steamrolls in, comes back to Schultz, who knows where the goals are. Welcome to the Black and White Army, Lockie Schultz.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Here it comes, here it comes.
He's got it on the logo. Broadcast side, turns, kicks inside 50, Cummins collects, stabs, he's got it.
Through the centre of the ground. He wheels around. He's a man on a mission. He's unbeatable.
Spills down Caldwell's way, shoots a hand pass to Manzi, gives it to Mick Martin. Essendon up the first 3.
The 2024 AFL season.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
It's a date never to be forgotten in our country. April 25, 109 years on. It provides an opportunity for Australia to do what they've done so often since that awful day. Come together. And the largest gathering is again here at the MCG, as it has been for the last 30 years. It is Anzac Day football between Essendon and Collingwood on the most solemn day in our country. April 25, 2024. Corbin Middlemass with you from the ABC broadcast box. We have overcast skies, a top of 16 degrees. There is no late change for the Bombers and the Magpies. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse to join us shortly, and Tim Hodges with a very special guest standing by on the boundary. Kelly Underwood's here to call the footy with me. G'day, Kel.
G'day, Corbin. What a privilege to be here to say that you're off to work, and for both of you and I to drive to the MCG, park in Yarra Park. It sort of feels like grand final day, heading in, and then you get to the concourse and there's the red and black and the black and white, the scarves, the beanies, the Guernseys, and as you said, quite cloudy above. The lights just coming on at the MCG. April 25, it's just got that feel, that vibe about it. And my grandfather Malcolm served in World War II in Papua New Guinea, funnily enough, in radio operations. So he was lucky enough to return, and he passed away at the age of 90. And I just think we all, in one way or another, are touched by Anzac Day. So it's super special, and I feel completely honoured to be here in this commentary box, particularly with the icon in Mick Malthouse set to join us.
At the time, Australia's last major military conflict ended in 1972. Over 31% of all VFL footballers served in the Defence Force, which is a phenomenal number. So to think virtually 1 in 3 footballers up until that point in our country's history were serving the Australian Defence Force. Cameron Ling is here, the 3-time Premiership Cat. He's also a Premiership captain and is a voter today on the Anzac Medal. G'day, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal. And it'd be great to spend this day with Mick and Hodgie when they head up a little bit later on. I echo your sentiments, both of you. You said it so well. I'd never been to Anzac Day clash when I was a kid, when I was a player. It was something you watched on TV. But when I finally got the chance to come here to work in the media and my media commitments, I saw just how special it was. It was more than just the game of footy, and it's provided an opportunity for me and for a lot of people to have conversations with their kids about what Anzac Day really means. And it's certainly not a game of footy, and it's certainly not great jumpers and things like that. As special as they are, it is so much more than that. So that chance to have those conversations and just now, and wonderful things for us, things I could never do. So we're very thankful for them, but I also love the opportunity that this footy game brings people together to continue those conversations along.
One man who's about to write a little bit more history is downstairs with our own Tim Hodges and Mick Malthouse. Hodgie.
Corbin, what a treat to be down here on the MCG on this day, but with Collingwood's longest-serving player, the longest-serving coach in the game's history. Mick Malthouse is here with me. Scott Pendlebury, just on 10,000 first, 4 possessions today to get. I know you're a big basketball man, you're big on stats. What does that mean to you to hit that unbelievable mark?
Yeah, it's probably one, like, obviously you never set out to do something like this, and yeah, look, I've just been a guy who's tried to prepare really well, like prepare with humility but play with confidence, and prepare every week like I've got something to really prove and get better at throughout the week, and then come and play. And that's been my mentality for a long time, and it's held me in good stead. And you know, it'll be nice to get the 10,000s hopefully out of the way nice and early, then we can worry about the match.
We were just joking before, I'm going to get anxiety for you when you've got 3 possessions. You want to make that 4th possession number 10,000 sort of count. You don't want a clanger. You want a nice goal would be really good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a goal, or I might have to steal a kick in from Nick Dacos, so it's something notable. I don't want a little handball out of a clearance or something, so see how we go.
I hope it's brilliant. What about this bloke? The fact he's down here to do an interview with you, it must be pretty special to bring Mick down to the boundaries.
Yeah, it is. Well, we were just talking before. My first game was out here. Mick gave it to me 2006 against the Lions in round 9, and yeah, I'm forever indebted to Mick for giving me my start. I'm not sure if he remembers, but he took me off the wing out at Werribee in the VFL and told me I was too slow and I'd never make it if I didn't learn how to play in the middle. So I think I've gone okay.
Certainly have. Over to you, Mick.
Well, they're little testers, you know, to play. Scotty, we were just talking about before our first pre-season together was way back, and we went down the lawn, and you learned a few lessons in regard to swimming out, going out in a little canoe, looking for glasses, and understanding fellow teammates.
Yeah, that's right. Well, our first ever, my introduction was Mick. We went down to lawn and did a camp, and we went out the back in these little canoes, and Mick got smashed by a wave and then lost his brand new glasses, and then Daisy jumped in to try and find them, and I remember I just sat in my boat and just thought, I'm not going in there. There's sharks everywhere, probably. Sorry, Mick, your glasses are going to be 12 foot under.
Well, I just think I can't believe that I actually waited 9 rounds to play here. So let's go back to your first Anzac Day game. Memories and how'd you feel and where were we on the ladder at the time?
I think the biggest one that ever stood out to me was the first one that I didn't actually play in.
Yeah.
Sitting up in the stands. And that was probably the first one, that really strong feeling of like, I want to be part of this so bad. Like, look at this game. And I remember obviously Daisy playing really well. And then my first one, just getting the opportunity to go in and play, and all the learning you do throughout the week. And obviously you were fantastic in educating us young boys who pretty self-consumed at the time about your own life and what you're doing. And then I just remember always, and Mick, you drove this as hard as anyone, that it never mattered where sides were on the ladder on this day. It's like a final, and it's an absolute privilege to play in it.
And the other thing is too, I always, as you know, I always judge people on the big stage. Anzac Day is a big stage. You've won how many Anzac medals? Now,
3.
Yeah. So I mean, they're pretty special to think. You know, over your career, it doesn't matter. You know, I know it's how many years you play, but to win 3 of those against sides that, as you say, like, it doesn't matter about the ladder. It's about the equipment that you go out with and how you play, and just remembering, of course, the Anzac. So those special days, those 3 that you won, can you give us a bit more of an insight into those?
Yeah, well, I think it's just every game that I've been able to play in out here. It's funny, I've always found that the bigger the occasion as a player, the more basic you need to keep it. Yeah. Don't fumble, just be clean, give the first gives, don't overdo it. All the little things that, yourself and guys like Alan Richardson, my development coach at the time, always drilled into me. And I always just try, and this day, you never give more than 100%, but you try to on a day like today, and mateship and just being a really good teammate, things like that. And as I said earlier, I'm just extremely grateful to be able to play in it.
I know you said your first one was sitting in the grandstand. If you had one moment that was either your moment or the club's moment or an individual's moment, maybe an Essendon player, is there something that stands out?
I love Jared Blair's moment, Anzac Day, down this end. I think we're 4 points down. He crumbed it and got his little leg to it and just dribbled in. And as I said, it's really special, and just the way the crowd is on a day like today, like, just amazing.
And the family all coming along?
Yeah, the family here. My son's in year 1, so he's given me the history of Anzacs. He's learned about it all week at school, which is amazing.
Well, that's fantastic. That is happening.
It's actually really cool, and he's so pumped to come, and my daughter as well, and so they're all here today.
Right, okay.
Do you still get nervous? Is that a stupid question? But big game, 100,000 people here. It's the biggest rating game on television for the year. Is it a silly question? Like, do you still get nervous or a bit edgy before such a big game?
I get edgy, like that anxiety. I don't tell myself I get nervous. I get anxiety, just anxious. I want the game to start. I want the warm-ups to start. And then when you're into it, you feel comfortable. I just slot into trying to do my bit for the team, and see how we go.
And Mick, I don't want to embarrass you, but I don't want to ask you about your favourite player, but your best player you've ever coached. Is this guy just about the gold medalist?
Right up there. Look, I try to avoid that over, I coached for 30 years and played for 12, so there's a lot of great players, but I don't know whether Scotty realises, but I'm so proud of him because, he's a young player that probably in many respects was a little bit torn between basketball and football. And, we realise his talent, so Derek Hine has a lot to play with this to bring him down and draft him so early. But the fact that, I did say that because Scotty's a loper, but you don't catch him. We didn't know that at the time. We thought, look, he's got to start to pick up his speed or just keep winning the football. We did both. His speed of mind and his football ability is outstanding. I'm so proud of him. I know Nanette is too. She's listening at the moment. So, Scotty, I just wish you all the best, mate. And the 10,000 possession is okay. That's one little part of it. It's what you've given the game. It's what you've given Collingwood. I think it's just outstanding. I'm just so pleased for you and your family, and your family back home. Your mum and your dad.
They're here today.
Oh,
so,
right.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually feel like I sound like Mick more and more as I've got older, because all the life lessons he's given me and the words of wisdom along the way, I'm trying to pass down now to guys like Nick and those young guys. So, yeah, I'm forever indebted to Mick and this football club for giving me my start.
It's awesome. Great to spend a few moments with both of you. All the best for today, and we thank you for joining us so close to the bounce.
Cheers. Thanks, mate. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
There you go, from Mick and Hodgie down on the boundary. Back to you, Corbin.
Good on you, Hodgie. Appreciate that. That is a beautiful chat to have the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, right there with the game's record holder at Collingwood. Scott Pendlebury just 4 disposals away from becoming the first man to 10,000. It is Anzac Day at the MCG. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood and Cameron Ling in the broadcast box. Mick Malthouse to join us shortly, and Tim Hodges, as you heard, on the boundary throughout the afternoon. There is no late change. Nick Hind is going to start as the sub for the Bombers, so it'll be the land of the Giants up front for Essendon, while for Collingwood, Harvey Harrison, who's their only change from the team that completely tore apart Port Adelaide last Saturday afternoon, he will start as the tactical sub. Barbara Cullen, who is the author of Harder Than Football, one book that is very close by my side this time of year. She was also the Woman in Football back in 2006 and a life member at the Essendon Football Club. I'm very pleased to say she joins us in the broadcast box here on the ABC on Anzac Day. Barbara, really appreciate your time.
Absolute pleasure to be here on this really special day.
Frame it up for us. When Anzac Day rolls around every year on the calendar, what does it mean to you?
Well, the phone starts ringing for a start. Every club's in touch with me. No, I really look forward to it because I help organise the Anzac Day lunch over at Crown, so that's the first function I go to. But I've already been to a couple. I'm involved also with the Rats at Trabook. So they had their service a couple of weeks ago, and on Tuesday I had the privilege to talk to the new Bomber players and the new staff at the Shrine.
And so when you talk to them, what is your message? What are you talking to them about?
I started off with stats because they can relate to stats. There's 2,500 players who served. 100 served at Gallipoli. 4 were killed on the first day and 17 were killed at Gallipoli. I spoke to them about that and I related a couple of stories. The book's called Harder Than Football, and that came about through a letter that I found in a St Kilda player's file, and he'd written home from Gallipoli to his mum, and the last line on the letter was, "Mum, it's harder than football here." And I researched his 5 brothers who all served. One was killed at Gallipoli and he couldn't find his body and never did. Another one was killed at the Western Front and they never found his body. Stan came home after 7 games with St Kilda and died 2 years later from lung problems, basically.
So it took you 6 years to research this book. I mean, Corbin and my occupation is based on research, but 6 years of research into a book to find and tell the stories of the 2,500 VFL players who served from 1897 to the end of national service in 1972.
Mm-hmm.
Have you come across more since?
Yes, I have. I found, initially when the book was printed, which was 10 years ago now, there were 156 players who died on active service, and I found another 4 and also another 75 players who served. And I missed them, like one of the Richmond players enlisted under his mother's maiden name and took 13 years off his age. So, of course, I didn't track him down. But hopefully we can go to reprint and I can add all those amendments in because I'd like to honour every one of them who served.
What was the reaction you got from the young Essendon players that you spoke to this week?
I was so impressed with their respect and their beautiful manners. They took it all in. We did a tour of the Shrine and then I spoke to them around the Perpetual Flame. And I was just so impressed with them. Lovely, lovely young men. And a couple said, my bucket list is to go to Gallipoli.
Wow. And so you're a storyteller at heart and a football lover. What sort of reaction when you printed this book and then you said you want to go into reprint, what sort of reaction have you had from football family, the friends, or just the general public?
I think they're grateful that someone recognises their service. I have to say, beautiful Harold Lambert from Essendon had a go at me because I didn't list every place he'd been in and every unit he'd been in. But I think clubs are grateful because no one had ever done a definitive list. So, and it fits in beautifully with Anzac Day, I think.
Barbara, you should be commended for all the work that you've done and being able to help tell some of these stories. Harder Than Football is the book written by Barbara Cullen. It's a fascinating read and one which I have particularly close by at this time of the year. Really appreciate your time and have a wonderful day here.
Thank you very much, Corbin. Thank you for asking me over.
Barbara Cullen with us in the box here at the MCG. Thanks to Barbara for dropping by. A life member at the Essendon Football Club, and it is a tremendous read, as is The Fallen, by the way, The Ultimate Heroes, which was written about 15 years earlier by Jim Mayne and David Allen, which document a similar thing. 20 Essendon players were killed in active service, 10 from the Collingwood Football Club, and their names are etched on the joint banner, which is being displayed to the MCC members on the broadcast wing at the moment, and the two teams will run through that when they make their way out on the ground shortly. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the action. Cameron Ling, the three-time premiership cat, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse with me in the box. Mick, you just caught the back end of that, of what Barbara Cullen had to say on your way back upstairs. Beautiful chat with Scott Pendlebury. Firstly, this day, you've spoken to many teams before they've run out on Anzac Day. What do you tell them?
Well, Corby, thanks, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure that you will be listening, because it is the greatest day in Australia. It's ahead of Australia Day, It's below a grand final, because there's only two clubs that play these games on this day, albeit the fact I did coach Carlton against St Kilda in Wellington on Anzac Day,
yes,
many years ago. What do I tell the players? It's not... We do. It's probably the prep. So we start off with, and when I first arrived at Collingwood, I've got to say, disappointed that many of the players didn't know why they were playing. Anzac Day was Anzac Day. So I quickly was able to get hold of the people at the shrine and say, can we have a mock-up Anzac Day? Because we're not going to have the players go on Anzac Day to do the dawn service. So we had an actual service, if you like, at the shrine with all the players. And we showed where the sun shines at 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, and where it comes in, and the flags of the different divisions, the medals and everything, and had someone actually go through why Anzac Day is so precious in the Australian history. So I started to open up Pandora's box in many respects, as players then become very curious. So we got more and more people. In fact, I was going to tell you off air that we were able to get, you've all heard of Tom, Dick and Harry, the underground escape, the tunnels in Germany. Now, I know this is the Second World War, but I had a person who come out here who was one of the escapees, or tried to, he actually helped dig the tunnel, and he was a Melbourne supporter, and we were playing Melbourne, so this wasn't Anzac Day necessarily, it was before we played Melbourne, and he said, I'm only doing this for you, Mick. I would never do this for the Collingwood Football Club in preference to my Melbourne Football Club. But he was only joking. We gave him a Collingwood jersey, which he stood all over. He said, I'm not taking it home. My wife will kick me out of the house. But so to get back to it, it was more the work done beforehand. And then on the day itself, you've got the book there, Fallen.
Yep.
And what I would do for young players coming through, I would, at random, take a page, photocopy it, hand it to the player and say, all I want you to do is read this. You're not going to be tested on it. I just want you to read this. And almost to the player, they'd say, we started to read about the player, but then we realised he wasn't coming home. And I said, well, that's what we call about life and death. So let's not confuse Australian rules with life and death, but we owe it to those people that have served, are serving, and future serve, that we cannot afford you cannot afford for them to judge you on lack of courage. You don't have to say much more. Because from there on in, I know that, I've virtually done 13 that I know of, and you have to vary it because you've got so many players that are probably repeat. So, but it was more about just the energy required, and the game this is not a game of football. This is an occasion, and we're never to forget the occasion that we are here principally for the Anzacs.
Darcy Moore spoke so beautifully after Collingwood won last year. They had to come from 28 down at three-quarter time, which has really been their trademark under Craig McRae, the games that they've been able to reel in, and they did so on the back of Nick Dacos and a few others last year. He's about to turn and make his way up the race. and lead Collingwood out onto the MCG in front of almost 100,000. It is such a special day. Big smile on his face. No late change for the Pies or the Bombers. Harvey Harrison is the sub for Collingwood. Nick Hind for Essendon. Let's have a listen as Darcy Moore leads his team onto the G.
Welcome onto the field, the Collingwood Football Club, led out by captain Darcy Moore.
No banner to run through. There is a joint banner that is set up at the moment on the broadcast wing, which the two teams will go through in unison in a few moments' time. Collingwood had 10 players killed in active service, 8 in the First World War, 2 in the Second World War, including Norm LeBrun, who played for 4 clubs. He's one of just 25 players in AFL VFL history to have done so. He's the first known Indigenous player to represent the Magpies. He was the 10th and the last Collingwood footballer to be killed as a result of war. He was the second rover to Harry Collier, who played 17 games in 1934 for Collingwood. He enlisted in 1942, a week after the bombing of Darwin. He later served with Harry Collier away at war. He went to Papua New Guinea. He was reportedly shot by a trooper, and as a result, his body was buried a few hundred metres away from where he fell and never brought back. He was one of 10 Collingwood players, as mentioned, to be killed in active service for the Magpies. The Pies, the first team out on the ground, predominantly in white, a white-based jumper with the black stripes today. That jumper, by the way, features a design of the maps of the sites of significance from the World War I battles. It has 2 sprigs of the iconic rosemary in the middle and the Ode of Remembrance on it, intertwined into the black stripes on the white base. Now, the maps include both the Gallipoli Peninsula in Turkey and the German Heidelberg line in northern France. So both of those featuring on the base of the Collingwood jumper. Lingy, if they play anything like they did last week in that 45-minute burst against Port Adelaide, they're going to be a tough team to stop.
Oh, they were sensational, weren't they? That was how they won their premiership last year. They rediscovered it. They played great footy. They had their trademark smiles as they walked out onto the MCG. The big occasions they love and enjoy. They've played in some big finals. They're playing against a team that hasn't quite had the final success, but led by Zach Merritt, knows what this day is all about, and they haven't quite got the same smiles on their face, but they have game faces on, the Bombers, and they're going to get a big roar when they run out here.
Zach Merritt leading his team out on Anzac Day. He was suspended this time last year, and so as a result, it was the acting captain, Andy McGrath, who led the side. So for Zach Merritt, his 213th game, but the first time that he's captained Essendon on Anzac Day. The iconic red sash comprises of the red poppies, the commemorative flower of remembrance, one of the first plants to regrow across the battlefields in northern France and Belgium post the First World War. 233 Essendon players served their country in the Defence Force, 20 of them killed while on active service, including Charles Moore, who was part of the Boer War. His mother was Elizabeth Kazali, who of course was the aunt of the legendary Roy Kazali. He was the first VFL player killed in active service in May 1901 in South Africa. He was hit in the waist by a bullet passing through the body of his dead horse. Coming back from a reconnaissance patrol, he was placed on the back of his mate's horse and taken back to camp, where he later died. He was buried not far from there, but is remembered on a drinking fountain memorial in Albert Park, Sir Vincent Gardens, which still stands to this day. Charles Moore, one of 20 Essendon players killed while on active service. There are 6 players out there who are featuring in their first Anzac Day clash today. For the Bombers, they are the 4 recruits, Jade Gresham, Todd Goldstein, Xavier Dersma and Ben Mackay, while for Collingwood, Lockie Schultz and the sub Harvey Harrison here for the first time.
Mick, take us down into those rooms from those years ago when you would have your final words to the players. What is your message to them? I heard 2 players, former players of yours, talk this week. Simon Prestigiacomo spoke to the Collingwood team. He says you taught him and his teammates about the sacrifice and the horrors of war. And then I heard Mark McGough speak on the Channel 7 front bar program during the week, and he said he remembers his first one. He was in tears, and other players were in tears before they ran out.
Kel, I think that just to sum it right up, the thing that you don't want your players to do is be embarrassed about their performance. And that means just never giving in. And that's simplifying it, but wouldn't it be a horrible thing for that to be embarrassed about your performance on Anzac Day?
The Bombers and the Pies make their way through the joint banner Just a handshake between Zach Merritt and Darcy Moore. The two captains, and Collingwood burst through their side of it with the Anzac Appeal logo in the middle and the Bombers on the left-hand side. The Roulette's flying overhead. It is an overcast day, 16 degrees. There's no late change at the G.
Did you try and draw on their emotion? Did you want to make them emotional before you were before they ran down the race, or was there the concern that they could burn that energy and that emotion beforehand?
Well, you've got to then put your coach's hat on. So that's why I said to Corby is a lot of your work's done during the week, and it's just an awareness. So the heart rate you've got to lower to the point where there's something to give when the ball bounces. So it's a real balancing act. I don't mind how they feel internally, so long as they can understand the occasion, if there is an occasion, but also then turn that energy into a positive energy of trying to win the game. So it's you know, and I've got no idea what the record is, and I don't really want to know. It's just simply I was part of the occasion with these boys for 13 years that I'm aware of. I think there's a couple of West Coast that might have been on Anzac Day that we probably weren't celebrating as we should have, because it wasn't football-wise. It wasn't really thought that much of. I think we still thought of Anzac Day, but regardless, it's more about the effort, Kel.
More from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up. Kelly Underwood and myself, Corbin Middlemass, here to call the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. We're all standing by the Anzac observance ceremony and the full preview from Mick and Lingy coming up next, live from the G on ABC Sport.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field.
The way the rules are now, you're not allowed to brace yourself and hit someone in the head in a marking contest.
Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Anzac Day round.
Something big is coming, I know.
April 25, it's a date as Australians that we all carry with us, and everyone seems to have some sort of connection to this particular day. And for the last 30 years, so have Essendon and Collingwood at our Cathedral to Football here at the MCG. It is the 29th traditional Anzac Day blockbuster between Essendon and Collingwood. There is no late change. The Anzac observance ceremony to come. The two subs, Nick Hine for Essendon and Harvey Harrison for Collingwood. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage. Corbin Middlemass to call the footy alongside Kelly Underwood and our ABC Sport analyst, the three-time Premiership captain Cameron Ling, who's voting today on the Anzac medal, and Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon, is with us in the box. Tim Hodges to join us on the boundary. Scott Pendlebury 4 disposals away from becoming the first man in history to break through the 10,000 disposal barrier. It's all set up beautifully. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse before the ceremony. Set it up for us. What are we in for today?
Well, it feels like finally we've got Collingwood are the reigning premiers, so we know they're good. We've got an Essendon team that there is genuine excitement about. I still have a couple of nagging little doubts, Corbs, but they are playing some good footy and they've had some good wins, and you can just see by the Essendon crowd here, they're hopeful of knocking off the Pies and pushing themselves even further up the ladder. There's quality in that Essendon lineup, but Collingwood have rediscovered their form with the great win they had against Port Adelaide last week. The midfield battle will be good. There'll be intriguing matchups everywhere. We're going to get, I think, genuinely a great game of football. Sometimes it's close because of the occasion, Mick, and regardless of where they are on the ladder, you still end up with a close game, not necessarily a great game. I think today we have the potential of a really high-quality game of footy.
Yeah, I hope you're right, Lingy, because it was a close game till half-time last night. In fairness, I reckon a lot of people went to bed very, very early. It was the most disgraceful game, and that was close.
Yeah, so that wasn't quality.
No. So, yes, we are after a close game, but we are after a quality game.
Yep.
I'm going to be intrigued. We know how Collingwood play. I'm going to be intrigued by the 4 players that Essendon have brought into the football club to see how they handle this situation. This is a grand final crowd. It's going to be 75% broken up by half by Essendon and Collingwood. The other 25% will be probably people who just want to come to Anzac Day. And I'm going to throw in a couple more. I'm going to throw in Stringer. Stringer is on to me, he's got to be examined today on how he plays. It's wait for the crowd. He's a crowd pleaser. It's how consistent he can be, because if he is switched on, he's going to be really dangerous. Because I don't know whether Collingwood have got a player on that back line that when String is hot can really stop, because he's got aerially, they know he can cover it. On the ground, but it's two different players, so he's one.
I loved your chat with Scotty Pendlebury, where Pendle said the bigger the game, the bigger the occasion, you concentrate more on the little things, the simple parts of your game. That, for me, should be Jake Stringer today.
Absolutely.
You don't need to kick the amazing goal from the boundary, but if he does all his little fundamentals really well, he could have the game of his life.
If you missed that Pendlebury chat, by the way, it's available on the ABC Sport website and through the Best of ABC Sport folder in the podcast store.
I love that interview. He's just he's such an easy bloke to, because he just knows he knows his stuff.
So you mentioned the four guys for Essendon. So Mackay, Gresham, Dersma and Goldstein all playing their first Anzac Day clash. They are all senior players, obviously made their way to Bomberland over the summer. Todd Goldstein, Mick, plays his 322nd game today. This is only the fourth match that he would have played in front of more than 70,000. And there's going to be 90 plus here.
Yeah, and he's one of the players that will be instrumental in how he goes, because the Collingwood rucks are underestimated. Cox is not. We all know that you could probably...
You think he's perfectly rated?
I think he's absolutely perfectly rated. But Cameron is a very, very important player because he's a ball-getting ruckman.
So what do you make of their lineup? So the Bombers have gone big. So Peter Wright comes back from suspension. Plus they've got Harry Jones, Stringer, who's a bit of a tweener, and then they've got the two genuine bigs in Draper and Goldstein.
Yeah, well, they can only play one of those forward. So I don't think it's unbalanced if Stringer decides he wants to tackle and chase. So that's not unbalanced. So it only becomes unbalanced if they start to feel sorry for themselves and don't do the hard work. Because Collingwood run the ball out. All with the fact Collingwood aren't running... They haven't got as many runners in the back line as what we think. I reckon it's the back line. I think the midfield get back and help to run it out. Mitchell's not quick. Scotty Pendlebury's not quick. Cyborn's no longer quick. So a lot will depend on Quainar, Noble to be able to run that football out. If Essendon put pressure on, the ball will stay in the front half. If they don't, Collingwood will score, because it's as simple as that, because they don't defend through the middle, Essendon. So testing will be those four players, but also in Collingwood's point of view is, how Mitchell plays, how that midfield goes up against Essendon midfield.
No late change. Nick Hind is the sub for the Bombers, and for Collingwood it is Harvey Harrison. The two teams are lined up. We've got the Anzac observance ceremony that is about to happen. Near 100,000 people in at the MCG. The two teams lined up looking at one another. Time for the Anzac observance.
All those who followed them in service of Australia.
Catapult party! By the right! Slow! Catapult party outwards. Done. Catapult party rest on. Out.
The Australian Football League, Essendon and Collingwood football clubs and the MCC invite you to join the coaches, players and umpires in honouring the memory of Australia's servicemen and women who gave their lives for the nation. Please welcome Uncle Colin Hunter Jr. to welcome us to country.
like to start by acknowledging that this afternoon we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations. But I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here today, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal. But I want to make a special acknowledgement for Anzac Day. I want to acknowledge the Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal men and women that fought for this country. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Balik, Yima Kondi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to land today. Wurundjeri no Budumbo War, Kondi Nagnak Dubunum Big Bullet Bor Chiligan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Bor Bor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Warrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. Our thoughts too are with those currently deployed. If you are able, would you please rise and remove your hats for the Anzac observance? We welcome today the President of the Victorian Returned and Services League, Dr. Robert Webster, OAM.
In memory of the fallen, they shall grow not old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Catapult party, a turn! John! Catapult party, present! Arms! Catapult party, a turn! John!
Lest we forget.
Please remain standing for the New Zealand National Anthem to be performed today by Private Hetty Adams from the New Zealand Army Band.
Catapult Party, General Salute. Present on.
Please remain standing for the Australian National Anthem to be performed today by able seaman Laura Kendall from the Royal Australian Navy Band.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Catapult Party! Hey, turn! Done! Catapult Party, inwards! Turn! Catapult Party, by the right! Greek, arch!
Thank you. Enjoy the game.
It's such a special noise when 100,000 people roar, and yet probably nothing as moving then when almost 100,000 people fall silent as it does on Anzac Day. Such a special day. It's great to have you with us. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport here at the MCG. And just to try and put all of this into some kind of context, Australia lost over 100,000 soldiers, and in World War I and World War II alone. And and there wouldn't be a seat for all of them here at the MCG. Such was the atrocity of those global wars. This is ABC Sports coverage of Anzac Day, Essendon and Collingwood. There's no late change. Our focus shifts to on-field. Nick Hind is the sub for the Bombers, and for Collingwood it is Harvey Harrison. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. It's always a special day, isn't it, in the Anzac observance, and I think you'd have to be made of steel not to be moved by all of that.
I've been out there, Lingy, and I know you've been out there for grand finals and the national anthem is sung. How beautiful were both ladies who sung the national anthem. The New Zealand national anthem can't be forgotten. It was a great reminder for me when I was coaching Carlton and the game was in Wellington, that it's when you what does Anzac stand for? You know, there's New Zealand proportion, and sometimes we get a bit caught up in it's just Australia. But no, this is a brother to brother. Really, it was fantastic. And being out there, honestly, this is. I go right back to the start of these, and there's always a yobbo in the stand who would yell out because he wanted to be heard. It's self-regulated. There was no instruction of the AFL, nothing from the police. The people around him just didn't tolerate it. And you listen now, what you said, Corby, a pin could drop and you'd hear it because these people are showing so much respect for the day.
Zach Merritt and Darcy Moore are shaking hands in the middle. Tim Hodges is standing by on the boundary. Hodgie, we've already heard from you with Scott Pendlebury a little earlier on alongside yourself and Mick Malthouse for that chat. He's 4 disposals away from becoming the first player to break through that 10,000 disposal barrier. How are things out there, and how was the Anzac observance ceremony from ground level?
Just amazing, Corbin. A win for Zach Merritt. The Bombers will kick to the City end. That's the right of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. Just an amazing, an unbelievable atmosphere. It just feels like grand final day, to be honest. So special, a phenomenal occasion, and the crowd is just chockers. The AFL expecting between 94 and 96,000 people for this game. They figure that's how many tickets have been sold, so you're turning up if you've got them. The MCC itself is bursting. We're squashed in like sardines down here on the boundary. The perfect conditions. It's a little chilly, it's a little breezy, it's swirling at ground level as you'd imagine, but an ideal 16 degrees. The lights are on but not really required at the moment. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for the Bombers, it's Nick Hind. For the Magpies, it's Harvey Harrison. It's just a really special day to be at the footy. It's a privilege to be here, and let's hope the game lives up to the hype.
You heard the roar as the roulettes flew overhead. The two teams, both their respective benches, take a seat. It'll take a little while for the goosebumps to go down, I'm sure, for all involved. And Sam Durham starts in the middle of the ground. He'll be lined up alongside Nick Dacos. The countdown is on. It is footy's annual tribute to the troops. Essendon versus Collingwood. For almost 3 decades, here at the MCG on ABC Sport, you're with Kelly Underwood.
And the 29th edition of this special day about to get underway. Stringer is in the centre alongside De Goey. It's Draper and it's Cameron. Draper takes it straight out of the centre. Kicks it forward, diving. Quaynor couldn't hold it in. Sam Draper kicked the first goal of the afternoon last year. And he's involved at the centre. It's an early stoppage here. Tossed up in the air. Cameron slips through his fingers. Schultz was fighting in there. His Stringer started in the middle. Merritt, the captain, gives it off. Quick little handball. Involved is Martin. Gets it off to Harry Jones and passes it. Short, low, Langford on the end.
Terrific composure by the Bombers because Collingwood were bringing the heat around the congestion. Just some good, sharp handballs. And then Harry Jones, I thought for a second he was just going to blaze away long, but instead saw Langford on the lead and hit him with a perfect kick. And it had to be perfect too because Jeremy Howe was closing quickly.
That's a good matchup there because I reckon Howe might get him in the air, but not on the ground.
Kyle Langford to open proceedings. The crowd will tell the story. It's about 70% red and black. And he buries it, and he grabs his jumper with both hands. He clenches his fist, he tugs at his red and black sash. And he's nailed it at the City end with the opening goal, 1 straight 6, just like last year when Draper put the first one through.
Lingy, I just noticed the Collingwood forward line, on that bounce, all their forwards come right up to about the 50-metre line, whereas Essendon kept in front. They kept a big 4, in a box formation around about 20 metres out from goal. So we're seeing contrast in the forward line structure. I think Collingwood are thinking we can get him out the back with their speed. Essendon are virtually saying we'll get him in the air.
Yeah, you're right, and they want that. And I think with a couple of smaller players around that Essendon forward line to buzz around, there's going to be marking opportunities, but crumbing opportunities too.
Gresham's had a big say on this, not today so much, well, he started, but for the year.
Restart back in the middle. First goal to Langford and the Bombers. The ball spills to De Goey. He's wrapped up by his opposite number, Draper.
You love that. Draper just nailed the tackle. Follow-up was superb.
Bombers with the opening goal. No late change. One down in front of Gresham. He left it behind. Trapped in by Crisp. Got a hand pass out. And in the end, Schultz throws his boot at it. Sockers it about 40 metres downfield, deep into the forward pocket. And in the end, it rolls out of play. Cole Langford, his great-grandfather, Ernie Farrer, actually served in Papua New Guinea during the Second World War. He spoke about it during the week. He was part of the 2nd 8th Battalion, was a Lance Corporal, contracted malaria, but did make it home after receiving shrapnel wounds from a bomb blast.
Boundary throw in at the punt road end. And they wrap him up in the tackle down there, Redmond. A couple of pies got him either side. So right forward pocket, Draper into space, running onto it is Heppel. He's got time to squeeze a kick out of the defensive 50. Over the head of right it went. It beat a couple. Clean bowl was Quaynor. Nick Dacos, the Anzac medalist from last year. High ball, sitting under it, and paid the mark is Cox. So this is Nick Cox for the Bombers. Goes short to Merritt.
Collingwood got one back.
In the defensive 50, kicks sideways to Mackay, who gives it off to the halfback, the running halfback in McGrath. He hits up Jones, Harrison Jones, right in front of the Collingwood bench. Decides to go short, give it to Martin at half forward. He spots a lead by Stringer long down the line and he goes in that direction. So Stringer, who started in the midfield, has taken a mark right where the 50-metre line meets the boundary in the right forward pocket at the city end. And straight away, Mick, he's taken his mouth guard out and said, yep, I'm going to have a ping.
Well, it's interesting how they're keeping the ball moving near the forward line as opposed to banging it in the air.
Stringer loves nothing more than a big crowd. Can he nurse this one through? Oh, Jake Stringer serving his audience. He's a big occasion player. And doesn't he love 100,000 at the MCG?
Well, that's an amazing goal. That is an amazing goal. How that come back, I can't see it. I don't think I've seen a goal come back on a right footer so much. That was calculated. Talk about
a guy unafraid of the moment.
Oh, yeah.
Takes the mark against the boundary line, 55 out, and says, no, I'm having a ping.
I'm having a ping.
Yeah, and I'll kick it. Come back, does.
Brilliant.
You've got to explain it, Lingy, to the people who haven't seen this.
Yeah, if you're a left footer from there, you understand your left foot. Nice draw comes around to that. He's the right footer, kicking hard up on the boundary, and he's put it just in the perfect spot for it to just drift into the goal.
I love the celebration, Lingy. Just on the right hand, the point finger, licks the tongue, turns up to the crowd to say, yep.
And back into the centre bounce. I like that too.
Two straight 12, Essendon.
The Bombers with the opening couple of goals. Back in the middle, Draper knocks it down. Pack forms at his feet, umpire circles and says he's in trouble. Josh Dacos, I think on the bottom of all of that.
Jeez, how they work.
In fact, it was Nick Dacos, his brother, didn't release it. And the Adelaide fans can't see the humour in all of that as an early holding the ball call goes Essendon's way. So Zach Merritt, the skipper, leading the team for the first time on Anzac Day, goes wide to Nick Cox.
There's another example of Essendon trying to keep the ball away from Darcy Moore and these blokes in the air.
Hot start for the Bombers, lays it up deep forward. Draper in the pack, hits the deck, spills to Harry Jones. Essendon have the first three. What a way to jumpstart their day. The Dons playing from in front. 6 minutes in, Essendon 3 straight. Collingwood yet to score, caught flat-footed. 6 minutes in, Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Mick's picked this early. The way Essendon are trying to use the ball, just keep it away from Darcy Moore and those intercept players. But the mobility of that forward line is working at the moment. They've got the big tall targets. Peter Wright's really deep, but the other players around him are quite mobile. Yeah. Jake String is starting in every centre bounce, Mick, and then just going straight forward. Their Collingwood defenders are a little confused on who's going to take him. Is it Crisp? Is it Maynard? and because of that confusion, other players are getting off the chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Even there, Draper went down into the goal line so he can actually contest the ball in the air. And that's the reason why the ball hit the deck.
Goldstein's on straight into the ruck at his centre bounce. He tussles with Darcy. Here goes Stringer. Stringer bursting out of the centre. The tackle affected the kick. Nick Cox in a one-on-one with Nick Dacos. Quaynor comes in, sockers it off the ground. Is that deliberate, umpire? He socketed it straight over, about 10 metres it rolled, and the umpire says, yep, it'll be a free kick.
It's accepted by players now.
So the free kick by Caldwell. He goes into the left forward pocket. Goldstein's down there. Straight to Merritt. His snap was smothered by Crisp. Comes out the back. Gresham. Quick hands. Darcy Parish goes towards goal. Oh, it's a snap and a goal. Parish buries it 25 metres out directly in front. It's the most explosive start you wish to see on Anzac Day. 4 straight 24 Essendon. Collingwood yet to score after 16 minutes of play.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen an Anzac Day. Well, I haven't. You have to go back right through record books. 4 goals in 4 minutes of actual play. It's always set up by what's happened up front of the ground where the ball has come in. It's been heavily contested by Essendon, outnumbering in many respects the Collingwood side. Yeah, 9-2 contested possession Essendon's way, so they're dominating that, and then they're controlling it. 7 marks to 0 to start the quarter. Total control.
We did praise Collingwood last week for their efforts. They did concede 6 of the first 7 goals, so it was Port Adelaide 6 goals to 1, but
Essendon were up, kicked the first 3 last year, up by 28 at three-quarter time and went down as well. So you never know what might happen, Corby.
The Bombers playing from in front today, though, and this is an explosive start. They're getting a free kick in the middle. It's coming to Todd Goldstein. One of 4 Bombers in his first Anzac Day clash. 17 disposals to 3. Essendon have kicked 4 goals. Collingwood have had 3 disposals. Kick goes inside the forward 50. Right hands to it, no mark. Falls down to Tom Mitchell. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, who says, let's trot. Goes off half-back. Hand pass away to Schultz. He gives it to Noble on that southern wing. Kicks down to half-forward. Myercheck takes the mark. He's 70 metres out. The son of a Bomber as he kicks a high bomb inside the forward 50. Fist on it from Dersma. Essendon want the safety. The boundary line, it won't get there. Laverty keeps it in. In fact, he's out. He was just shoved out by Lipinski, and we'll have a boundary throw in deep forward for Collingwood. What a start. If you've missed the first 9 minutes, Essendon have 4 goals already. 4 straight. Collingwood yet to score. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
There was a beauty of Collingwood. They will fight back.
Yeah, that run off half-back, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Deep inside 50 here for the Pies. Goldstein palms it down. No one can take it cleanly. Merritt put his body on the line. Weaving is Nick Dacos, rather Josh Dacos. And up and under the tackle. He went for the snap and he misses everything. Out of bounds on the full, right in front of the Bombers cheer squad. Oh, the kick was offline. It was messy. It's a calamity here for the Bombers. An absolute calamity because Myercheck's got on the end of it and snapped the goal. Their first for the afternoon. 1 straight 6. After conceding the first 4 to Essendon, 4 straight 24. I think it was the kick from Martin.
Yeah.
That was a little wayward. It was only about a 15-20 metre kick, Mick, but it just hung in the air for an anxious moment and allowed the Pies to come and pounce.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad kick if the Collingwood player wasn't within 1.5 metres of it. It's one of those ones where you sometimes question the player's ability to peripherally look at around if he's going to intend to take it 15-20 metres away, then you've got to understand what's around you. He clearly did.
In.
But one of the things about Collingwood is that if you make errors in their front half, they'll punish you. And sides that have beaten Collingwood get the ball out of their back 50 and the errors can be made up the ground, but not certainly in their front half.
Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. An 18-point lead for Essendon early. They kicked the first 4 goals. Myercheck on the board now. Back in the middle, Caldwell, hand pass to Hobbs. He's taken high. And the 20-year-old will get the free kick in the middle of the G, which is heaving again today on Anzac Day. Kicks to the hot spot. Harry Jones leaps out at it. Knocked away by Howe. Howe follows up on ground level for Collingwood. Hands it to Cameron, to Moore. Now to Noble. Hand pass releases Pendlebury. Dishes off the hand pass to Mitchell. He swings a sweeping hand pass out wide to Bobby Hill. Ready to thrill again today. Sends a left footer down the wing. Turns it over. And Jake Kelly takes the intercept mark. The son of a Collingwood CEO for Essendon.
Goes back to McGrath. Cuts the angle inboard. Wants to use Gresham. Handball's back to McGrath, fakes one way, takes the bounce through the corridor and then delivers on the bounce. There's no one there for Essendon. It's more to Noble, to Cameron, to Howe. Oh, his high handball was smothered though. Bombers defenders closing. Noble picks it up, kicks it wide. Goldstein almost spoiled it over the boundary line. It stays in. Nick Cox comes in. He's tackled to the turf by Crisp. Still a loose ball. On the southern wing they go. Hemmed in against the boundary. Heppel goes back to Redmond. Redmond now a high up and an under. Darcy Cameron sets himself, comes over the top, can't take it cleanly. Big tackle applied by Caldwell. Umpire blows his whistle. Says it goes against Caldwell. He dived into the back of Pendlebury. And Pendlebury with his second possession. He needs 2 more to become the first AFL-VFL player to reach 10,000 disposals.
Possession 9,998 is sent up to the wing for Collingwood. Ball hits the deck. There's another free kick for a hold, and Myercheck as he's jumped the tugs by Benny Mackay. He'll get the free for Collingwood. So Essendon, the first 4 goals inside the opening 8 minutes, left us all without jaws on the floor, but Collingwood have kicked the last, trying to settle back in the game. Hand pass to Nick Dacos, to Noble, flares it out wide to Josh Dacos, kicks inside 50. Hoskin Elliott flies, no mark, spills down to McCreary, jams it on the boot, bounces on the behind line. Bobby Hill tackled through from behind. Nick Martin makes sure he won't be too dangerous in that scenario. 13 minutes in, Essendon by 17. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. 4 straight Essendon, Collingwood 1-1.
Collingwood,
you're right, Lingy, go.
Got aggressively forward then. They had both Hill and side bottom goal side of their opponent. So that's what you were talking about earlier, Mick. They're trying to get him out the back.
So he gave it to Durham, who went down the line. It slipped through the fingers of Cox. Now the turnover. Nick Dacos inside 50. Jamie Elliott launch. Waiting was McCreary. He dropped it. He fumbles it. And Essendon comes in, and the defenders surround him. Durham with the kick out of the danger zone. Almost marked miraculously by Dacos. Off to Elliott. Elliott snaps towards goal.
Wow.
It's all happening. The Fast and the Furious. It was a miss, a behind, and now Essendon can reset again from the defensive goal square at the punt road end, right in front of the red and black army.
I'll tell you what, umpires are umpiring this like a grand final too.
Yeah.
They're not, no tiki-touch ones there.
Yeah, good. It's
McGrath kicks along to the wing, and here's Peter Wright.
lucky no one was coming the other way. He would have got 4 weeks.
Just takes the mark. He's missed the last 4, of course, through suspension. Back for the biggest home and away game of the ball. Hand pass to Hobbs. He's caught by Pendlebury, holding the ball. And isn't there an age gap there? And Scott Pendlebury had 36 years of age on the 20-year-old in Ben Hobbs, getting ready for disposal. Number 9,999.
We don't have that much time on the field on Anzac Day. Ben Hobbs, he was just wandering around.
He's got one to get for 10,000. The Bombers by 16 points. Pendlebury to a pack, and Mason Cox stands tallest of them all. Who, of course, made his debut on this day. Kicked a goal with his first kick in the big time. Now the only American to have won a premiership. He kicks to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions. Spills down to Myercheck. He snaps goalward but misses.
They're on top, Collingwood.
Pendlebury on 9,999, trying to become the first man to 10,000 disposals. Essendon by 15 points after 15 minutes. The Bombers 4 straight. Collingwood 1-3. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Redmond short to Laverty in the back pocket. He goes down the line. Sidebottom's in front, launching over the top. Lovely mark up on the back of Sidebottom was Caldwell.
I think Sidebottom's a little bit sore too.
I think he got kneed in the back of the head on that one.
Caldwell, the risky kick. He goes inboard. Draper's there. The double grabber beats Frampton. Mark's paid. He's got it just inside the centre square. He can see Langford down there. Oh, that's wonderfully brave by Howe. Going back in a one-on-one against Langford. He stole it out of the air, but his kick's gone straight to Durham.
Sammy Durham, fast becoming a fan favourite. He chips it short to Heppel.
Oh, forward pocket.
In his 12th Anzac Day clash, looks into the pocket now, trying to get it to Gresham. It's broken up by Moore. And Moore is going to be paid the mark here in the back pocket after colliding with Gresham. Pendlebury's on the bench. Hodgie, you're going to have to keep us up to date when he's ready to come back on.
Will do. He's on the phone upstairs to the coach's box. He's had a long conversation with Craig McRae. So McRae has spoken about how he was an on-field coach, and he's just told him everything that he's seen in the opening 16 minutes of this match.
Bombers by 15, halfway through the opening term, and here's Durham again with the intercept mark. Leaps up, marks the Darcy Moore kick and sends Essendon deep inside 50. 2 metre Peter running out after it, he's got it. Velcro for hands, he rips it down, the contested grab. And he'll shoot from about 15 out, just left of centre.
That was a good kick in, that one, Mick.
Beautiful kick.
Because it wasn't long and high and didn't allow Darcy Moore to help Frampton there on Peter Wright. It was a long kick, but it got there quickly.
Yeah, Frampton did nothing wrong. As a defender, he'd come out and played the exact way you'd expect him to play, but because it went like a bullet. Yeah, it went like a bullet.
Let's see how the kick goes. Rested or rusty. He's ready. Through the middle. And Essendon aggressively build an early lead. 17 and a half minutes in. The Bombers are 5 straight. Collingwood are 1-3. Pendlebury on the precipice of 10,000 career disposals. The Bombers by 21 after 17 minutes. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
I'm just interested in the marks. Inside 50, it's 11-6, but the marking, am I reading that right? 19-4.
Yeah.
And I reckon there have been a lot on the back half. I know that, but there's been a considerable number taken in the middle of the ground going forward, where they are lowering their eyes to find the target, and as you just said before, not allowing Moore to be the influencer in the air.
And I think Collingwood, their style of play is more chaotic and surge and run and handball. We're seeing Essendon just pick them apart a little bit.
6 goals to 1 in the opening 18 minutes. 5 to Essendon. There's a hold in the ruck. Play on advantage. It goes Collingwood's way. Mitchell grubbers the kick to centre half forward. Martin and McCreery tussle. Martin tackles McCreery to the turf. Umpire blows his whistle and crosses his hands. It'll be a ball up at centre half forward here for the Pies. Mason, Cox and Goldstein. Cox reaches up over the top. That white glove gets hold of the Sherrin, palms it down. They pile on top. The umpire's picked out a free. It's going to Essendon, to Nick Cox for over the shoulder against Degoe. So Nick Cox for the Bombers has got it at centre half back. He's going to go backwards and sideways to the former skipper in Heppel, who goes wider still. This is Durham. Rather Dersma. Dersma goes along down the line. Draper and Darcy Moore. This will be interesting. It bobbles over the boundary line in that one-on-one. So boundary throw-in right in front of the Shane Warne stand. The first couple of tiers are all black and red. Just black and white at the Ponsford stand. And right up high, there's a little bit of black and white. Otherwise, it's red and black everywhere you look, Corby.
It's like they're divided by blocks in which they sit in the supporter groups from both teams. From the boundary throw-in, Parrish, hand pass to Gresham, squeeze a little kick forward. Langford hitting up, but left it behind. Attacking edge of the centre square for Essendon, and a pack forms. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin just keeping an eye on Mason Redmond. Came off with a real corky. He's on the exercise bike at the moment. He was involved in that heavy clash with Josh Dacos, which didn't see a free kick awarded inside Collingwood's forward 50.
Essendon by 21 from the stoppage. The Merritt kick smothered. Ricochets to Dersma. Hand pass to Martin. Put his teammate Kelly under pressure. Hoskin Elliott running with him. Close to the boundary line, southern side. He paddles it back to Hobbs. Sweeps a hand pass forward. Merritt taps it to his own advantage. Along the boundary line, he's run out of room. And a boundary throwing on the southern wing. Pendlebury still on the bench, still on 9,999 career disposals, trying to become the first man to 10,000. Essendon by 21 points. They've kicked 5 of the first 6.
And Corby, just for you.
Yep.
Degoe, no possessions.
Spinning back into play. Parrish read it off the ruck. Spinning kick inside 50. Umpire says free kick to the Bombers. Peter Wright in the marking contest. Was that against Darcy Morlingy?
Yeah, for just the arm wrapped around the torso a little bit. I mean, I don't think there was much in that at all.
No, there's nothing in it, Lingy, but I'll tell you what, though, he's good for 55 metres, Peter Wright.
Yep. Yeah, the umpire do have a couple of cues, umpires. If they see a little pull of the jumper, what they call a sail, they'll pay it. If they see any arm wrapped around that body, they'll pay it. But, gee, that didn't look like it was much there at all.
The man on the mark is Josh Dacos. Right, let's rip from right on 50. He's got 2. Kevin Sheedy, the giant screen shows him. He gets the pen out of his pocket and he goes, my goodness, I've been doing so much writing. Goal number 6 for the Bombers. Kevin Sheedy would have a smile on his face. 6 straight 36 to Collingwood 139. the most frantic and furious 21 minutes to start a game you could ever wish to see, Cameron Lee.
It's been a brilliant start by the Bombers. They've hunted around the footy. Their pressure's been good. Their ball use excellent and they're capitalising. Now it turns over to Collingwood's experienced players, Mick.
Yep.
You mentioned Jordan De Goey hasn't touched the ball. De Goey, Sidebottom and Jack Crisp, between them, have had one disposal.
And throw Maynard in, who's generally a ball-getting player. Hoskin Elliott's a ball-getting player.
Scotty Pendlebury is back in the middle, though, so watch out for that 10,000th, Corp.
6 goals to 1. Pendlebury at the centre bounce. Draper wins the hit out. It bobbles, though, to Merritt. Hand pass away to Durham for the Bombers. Swings a hand pass to the members' wing. To Heppel. Links up with Hobbs. The youngster tumbles a kick to half forward. Punched away from Caldwell. Maynard does well on the spoil. Lipinski surely taken high. Says play on. Schultz. Handball to Crisp against the boundary line. Says keep going. And Maynard's mowed down. Holding the ball. Free kick for Caldwell in front of the Essendon bench, and they will roar their approval for all of that. The Bombers by 27. Same stage last week, Collingwood. First 24 minutes, 6 goals to 1 down, came back to win.
This pressure is elite at the moment.
The tackling is incredible. And the field kicking's not bad either, as Caldwell goes 40 metres straight down to Durham. Launches in the pocket. Right, came out the leaper in the pack, but it's off hands. And over the line for a boundary throw in, right forward pocket at the city end.
Kel, you mentioned about tackling. It's 9 to 8. It appears hectic, but there's not a lot. Hasn't been a lot of tackling. I think it's more just the intensity at the ball.
Cameron in front, but palming it down was Draper as far as Gresham. Standing start. High ball. Right at the top of the goal square. Under the pump here is Josh Dacos. Cool head. Quaynor. Back to Josh Dacos. He goes by hand to Pendlebury. Pendlebury with a handball hits the target. And the 36-year-old Scott Pendlebury, the first ever player to reach 10,000 disposals. He's in rare air. He's an NBA fan. He's just at his own LeBron James moment. But it doesn't matter, because he wouldn't care about this warm applause, even though there's a shot of him running across the ground on the giant screen. It's Essendon with possession, and Essendon with a 27-point lead. As Heppel goes looking for Stringer, who launched. Jake Stringer airborne, dropped it as he hit the turf, and Collingwood are away.
Through to Goey, got it from Pendlebury, sends it to Bobby Hill, who's Bobby downhill as he turns and kicks down to half forward, bouncing in front of Jamie Elliott, can't control the bounce, and Laverty sees it out of play. So the first one of the land of 10,000 disposals, the first to arrive, and the first VFL-AFL player in history breaking through that barrier, Scott Pendlebury. And he's got 5 for the day to put him 10,001. Essendon lead the footy game. They've kicked 6 of the first 7 on Anzac Day. We're only 24 minutes in. A ferocious start. As from the boundary throw in, Merritt hands it out to Laverty. Kicks Essendon in, down the wing, in fact. Draper the target. Spoil comes from Moore. Maynard whacks it out of play. And a little bump to Caldwell for good measure. A boundary throw in front of the benches. A bit of push and shove between Durham and Maynard. Caught in the middle. Mass Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Essendon by 27.
Flick back in. Cameron held. Free kick to him against Draper. Darcy Cameron wants to go on with an awkward little kick into the centre. Really reaching up high was De Goey. But he took the mark and then he flares it wide. Right in front of Quaynor. Had to take it on the bounce, draw the defender. Handball over to Josh Dacos. Poke the pass. Very awkward down there for Schultz. He had to turn around, wheel around and jump on his opponent and make sure they lock this ball in. Umpire says it'll be a ball up. 60 metres out, heading to the punt road end, which is where Collingwood's kicking this quarter. 139 they've booted. Essendon 6 straight 36.
The kick inside to De Goey was a good one, but then De Goey kept going wider. I would have loved him to have gone straight at the corridor. Collingwood free kick here, though, get the ball up.
Draper just lifted his knee up on Cameron, almost towards his quad, like he would cork him, and in the end the umpire said, you can't do that. There's a free kick right on the hip of Cameron.
He might have learned it from Mason Cox.
Well, I was going to say, they don't free kick that. It's more trying to get rid of him out of the contest, I think.
Bombers by 27. There's Darcy Cameron. He's about 60 metres out. Kick straight to Draper. And Sammy takes the intercept mark in front of the behind line.
Yeah, this will be interesting what he does with it. He's a ruckman.
He's had a mixed week, targeted online by Probably a few unhappy footy fans, particularly those out of South Australia, as he kicks down to half-back. Offhand spills to Pendlebury. Hand pass results into goal. He kicks outside of the right boot but misses. He's offline. So Collingwood 1-4. Essendon 6 straight. It's the second straight week Collingwood find themselves in this position, having conceded 6 of the first 7 goals. The Bombers by 26, approaching quarter time on Anzac Day.
Martin on the kick-in duties. Dashes away and then delivers out wide, looking for Stringer. The spoil up over was Darcy Cameron. Got knuckle on it. Otherwise, Stringer was away. What a hot start he's had. Essendon hot, Collingwood cold.
The fourth disposal, Cal, we didn't want a handball, did we?
We didn't. We got one.
We got one. We wanted sort of the slow, go back, take your kick.
And it went straight to Essendon.
Yeah.
Boundary throw in. DeGoey getting involved. Handballs to Mitchell. Mitchell, Chris P. Noble. Closes to 48. Could have gone for goal. Instead went to Hill. And Hill, with the spring up over the top of McGrath, worked his way into the front position. Couldn't really get separation on McGrath, but the leap was lethal, and he's taken a mark, and he'll go back and have a set shot 30 metres out, 45-degree angle to the punt road end of the packed MCG.
Very good kick by Noble. He's not recognised for his position, his kicking, but all equally a very good mark under pressure too. It's not easy to take when a ball comes to you like a bullet.
Well, rewind 6 months or so, and the number 23 was starring on this stage on grand final day. The Norm Smith medalist from last year hasn't got his kicking boots on. He misses to the left-hand side. Let's get down to Hodgie on the bench.
Cal, Mason Redmond back on the ground. He still hasn't run. He's just walking to this possession. He's trying to get in this chain here. He's been off the ground with a corky from that incident 12 minutes ago with Josh Dacos, so he's really struggling with that corky.
He wasn't running too freely there as he tried to get into some kind of jog, so good observation, Hodgie. This is Jake Kelly off the back flank for Essendon. The Bombers by 25, long down the wing, but Cameron takes the intercept mark.
Been impressive, Cameron.
Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Hot start. The Bombers kicked 4 goals in 8 minutes. They've kicked 6 of the first 7. They lead by 25 as we close in on quarter time. That is one with the lot from Cameron as it floats its way to centre half forward. Elliott almost marked it. Got it to DeGoey. Hand pass back out of the 50. Merritt was over the top of it. Dragged off it. The Bombers win it anyway. McGrath away towards Langford. Hand pass to Davey. Waited. Hand pass. Finds Parrish. Kicks inside 50 and Jones marks. And the transition from the Bombers from D50 to up front. And now, just left of centre, Harry Jones marks about 50 metres out.
I don't know about his... I'm not sure about his kicking depth. I know he kicks reasonably accurately, but 50 metres, he's going to have to go 53, 54 to get this over the line. He thinks he can, so I think you know him better.
Yeah, I reckon he's got it. Got the distance. It's probably just from here, but he's got a pretty big kick on him.
Jones looking for the extra distance. He's underneath it. The kick has the trip, but it's offline. This is to the near side. So 6-1 to 1-5. Half-hour mark opening term. Essendon by 26 points on ABC Sport.
And they're away quickly. McCreary's got it at half-back. He's driving to a one-on-one. It's Hill v. Heppel. Hill with the speed. Gets it on the bounce. Oh, the banana kick to the top of the goal square where Elliott strolls in. He'll never kick an easier goal than that, Jamie Elliott. Bobby Hill igniting the Magpie crowd. 2-5-17 Collingwood after a slow start. Essendon 6-1-37. A minute to go before quarter time.
Mick, you've seen a hell of a lot more footy than me, but I've seen a lot of footy. Sometimes I still just get blown away by the skill level of some of these players. That was superb by Bobby Hill.
And that had like a tracking device on it?
Oh,
that was unbelievable.
Jamie Elliott didn't have to break stride. He's at full speed running towards the boundary, and it was a banana. And he made it look like he was having a kick in the park.
Yeah. There's 2 things out of that. Essendon's lack of defence from the back end.
Yeah, from the set shot.
So once that, as we said before, if Collingwood are clearly trying to get in behind it, once Hill was in possession, Elliott was they're instructed clearly, just get towards goal because Essendon don't go with them. That kick was magnificent.
50-metre check side outside of the right boot with the player running into the goal square for the walk-in goal. What a moment from Bobby Hill. Collingwood out of the middle again. Nick Dacos unites and links up with Myercheck, who takes the mark out on the lead. And he's got it just left of centre. He'll kick from 50 out.
It's amazing the last 2 minutes will show a dominant quarter reduced to a good quarter.
Yeah, and you think assuming this makes the distance. 8 shots a goal in the quarter by Collingwood.
Yep.
They've done a lot right, but Essendon have kicked a lot straighter, of course.
Son of former Bomber Jack Myercheck. This is Brodie, the Collingwood premiership player. His drop punt is out to the left and behind. His old man played more than a dozen games for Essendon back in the 70s. Kicked 3 goals last week, Brodie Myercheck, and pretty good bang for buck, if you ask me, as a really unheralded key forward in the competition. The Bombers by 19 points, 32 goal in opening quarter.
McGrath on the kicking goes short to Laverty, and he goes long right in the contest. Darcy Moore with a little nudge that was legal. Takes the mark, seconds ticking down until quarter time. And the smother in that left forward pocket sees it over by McGrath on Bobby Hill. So that'll do us for the first stanza. Anzac Day football at the MCG. A crowd of more than 90,000 here. And it's just gone up on their giant screen. And the MC here at the MCG congratulating Scotty Pendlebury. He now has 10,003 disposals to his name, after Pendlebury led the Pies with 7 touches in that opening term. It's Essendon 6-1-37, Collingwood 2-6-18. At quarter time, it's a lead of 19 points to the Bombers.
Peter Wright's got a couple. Parrish, Langford, Jones and Stringer all with 1 each, while for Collingwood, Elliott and Myercheck have their 2 goals. Off the SMS, CJ's not happy with the lack of players singing the national anthem. Question for discussion: how come the players don't sing the national anthem with pride? They do their team songs. Never even enough to mouth the words from CJ. So not too happy with that. Did you sing the national anthem, Lingy?
I did, yeah. I didn't belt it out, but I always like to sing along with it.
Yeah. And the high-placed team heading into this game has won each of the last 10. So keep that in mind. The Bombers enter as the higher-ranked team today. So they're 7th, and Collingwood coming in 10th on the AFL table. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling coming up. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio,
Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Stringer loves nothing more than a big crowd. Can he nurse this one through? Oh, Jake Stringer serving his audience. He's a big occasion player, and doesn't he love 100,000 at the MCG?
Hot start for the Bombers, lays it up deep forward. Draper in the pack, hits the deck, spills to Harry Jones. Essendon have the first 3.
Gresham, quick hands. Darcy Parrish goes towards goal. Oh, it's a snap and a goal. Parrish buries it 25 metres out directly in front. It's the most explosive start you wish to see on Anzac Day. Back to Josh Dacos. He goes by hand to Pendlebury. Pendlebury with a handball hits the target. And the 36-year-old Scott Pendlebury, the first ever player to reach 10,000 disposals. Hill with the speed, gets it on the bounce. Oh, the banana kick to the top of the goal square where Elliott strolls in. He'll never kick an easier goal than that, Jamie Elliott. Bobby Hill igniting the Magpie crowd.
ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Anzac Day Round. Essendon versus Collingwood.
Sounds there from the opening term. Over 90,000 in the house. Essendon by 19 points at quarter time. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. The Bombers by 19.
Well, Mick, when we're going through it all, you can't help but be impressed by the Bombers. What a start. 4 goals they just banged them on, end up the quarter with 6 goals for that first quarter. It's strange, though, because sometimes maybe it's just as simple as accurate goal kicking and taking your chances. Collingwood have had 8 shots a goal to Essendon 7, and a couple more of those go through for the Pies, and we're probably a little bit more 50-50 after the first quarter. So while I felt Essendon was certainly the better team in the quarter, Collingwood had plenty of chances, and we know they're going to keep coming.
Oh, absolutely. And the inside 50s, 15 to 13, tells you a lot about it. I just think that Essendon, the way they've gone forward, though, has been really well thought out, well structured, and it's okay to have the ideas. You've still got to produce, and I reckon that they've been able to find... McRae will no doubt talk to his players about the ease of which Essendon bring that ball into the front half.
Yep.
But I still think Collingwood will get them out the back. I don't, let's weigh up each quarter differently, but certainly out the back, Collingwood will get them because they're just. I reckon Essendon's defence is a bit too aggressive. They're just allowing, like let's face it, that goal of Elliott, closest player to him was probably the emergency sitting on the bench down in front of us. So
Essendon are controlling, as you said, they're using the ball beautifully going forward at the moment through that first quarter. They've also taken 32 marks to 12, so they're controlling the footy going forward. If Collingwood can flip that a little bit and bring some more heat onto the ball carrier, the kicker, and those kicks start ending up a bit more shallow, a bit more dumpy, and Collingwood defenders can start intercepting, and they can send it back through Essendon. That's where that out-the-back play is really going to be on for the Pies,
absolutely.
Isn't it?
I think also, Lingy, taking into consideration contested football, I believe greatly that a contested football side, on the big occasion, the receives outside, they're all home and away matches. This is a different game altogether. Essendon are winning that. It's Collingwood's modus operandi, if you like, to be a contested side. We pointed out De Goey at one stage had nothing. He's now at 5, and that become the late part. This is where De Goey and the Dacos boys have got to get themselves really involved in this. And if they can, they might change things around.
Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, the Bombers have the lead, but they are a bit banged up. Xavier Dersma was in the hands of the doctors for a lot of that quarter-time break. His left knee has been heavily bandaged, really struggled at the end of that term. We've already mentioned Mason Redmond struggling with a high corky. He's struggling just to get into a trot, to be honest with you. So they've got their concerns. Just updating Steele Sidebottom. Lingy mentioned an incident on the members' wing when he was collected with a knee to the back of the head. I watched the Collingwood doctors. It was the back of his neck. So he's had a lot of physio on that neck during the quarter-time break, and at the end of the first term, he's got a decent headache, but no need for a HIA. He's back out there and okay.
Thanks, Hodgie. One of 4 Collingwood players without a disposal in that opening term. Steele Sidebottom. Essendon by 19. Second term underway. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Nick Dacos tackled in the middle, lost it. Stringer just kicks a torp inside the forward 50. Langford at the drop. Howe a critical touch. Knocked it away to Frampton. To Maynard by hand. 1-2 with Mitchell, and then Maynard swings it out to Noble. Another hand pass off the back flank. To Gully, run down by Stringer. Ball held in, umpire says holding the ball.
I'm not sure where the prior opportunity was.
And now a little shove from De Goey on Stringer, and he's going to pay for that. 50 metres. Just out of frustration, shoved Stringer down. And now Jake Stringer, who got the centre clearance, wins the free kick for the rundown holding the ball. And now he's having a look at the sticks inside 20 metres.
Oh, it was there too. I just saw the replay. He grabbed his ankle, tripped him over. That 50's there. I don't think the free kick was there because of no prior opportunity, but 50 was definitely undisciplined. Well, what a start this would be for the second term for the Bombers after such a great first quarter.
Jake Stringer in a contract year. He's got one already. He's now got 1-1. He misses wildly out to the left. You mentioned the free kick wasn't there. Perhaps the footy gods taking care of that. That was a dramatic miss from 20 out dead in front, out to the left. Essendon by 20 points, 90 seconds into the second term.
And he's kicked the best goal you would ever hope to see, a set shot from the boundary in the first quarter. And from directly in front, he's had an absolute howler and missed.
No wonder footy fans get stressed.
That just sums up Jake Stringer.
It's the Houdini line where the freaks don't walk, they strut, and 9 out of 10 times they drive you nuts, and that was one of those times.
Well, the Pies brought it back into play, Darcy Moore, and then right in front of the interchange gates that went over the boundary line. So toss back in, Goldstein in front, taken by Parrish. Merritt overrunning it was Heppel. He's looking for a bit of help. Parrish just scooped that to Gresham. Comes back to McGrath. This is all under pressure. The hurried kick was taken. The mark by Darcy Cameron.
He gets in the right position, Cameron. He's a player unbelievably that Sydney let him go. He just gets in the right spot. He's a competitor.
From the defensive side of the wing to the attacking side of the wing. Mason Cox didn't take the mark, but Ben Mackay gave away the freeze. So Cox has now got it. The Americans brought a bit of flair to our game. Australian rules football. He's got the sunnies on and the white glove. Never seen before. He says, I'm just going to pop it up to the hot spot. Run and launch. That's what Myercheck does. At the back, Hobbs. Davey Jr. fumbles it over the point line. I think he actually meant it, but not about it or something.
No.
I think he didn't mean it, rather.
Yeah, because I reckon
it was a fumble.
I reckon he'd be thinking, have I given away a free kick here?
Bombers by 19, back to where we were at quarter time as McGrath comes wide to Kelly.
Slow motion now, the Bombers.
Kelly off a step, finds Heppel. Marks on the back flank, looks for Stringer, all alone against the boundary line, given a bit of a rope and takes the mark, just in front of Cameron, who draws Mason Cox on the mark. Umpire says, no, you can't do that. Sort of fake to kick and try and draw the 50, so kicks to centre-half forward. Langford up strong, marks over Darcy Moore. He's got it, 55 out, centre-half forward. Stringer just cruising by him.
Slow movement. Goldstein had a mismatch he loved long.
Back and across to McGrath. McGrath short kick to Laverty. Plays on immediately. Swings a hand pass out wide. Here's the skipper. Merritt with their forward 50 entry. Jones leaps up. No mark. Falls down to Moore. And he kicks off the back 50 out to Schultz at half back for Collingwood. That mark will be paid. It's Essendon by 19 points. 4 minutes into the second term. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary. And the coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, the three-time premiership cat, Cameron Ling.
Schultz, one of two Pies who haven't played in Anzac Day before, and it's a nice-looking kick, sets it up beautifully for Myercheck to take the mark in front of Laverty. Laverty's given away a 50.
Yeah, that's a good. That is a professional. Yesteryear, that would have been a professional hold it up. The umpire's smart enough to know. They've got some good umpires here today.
Yeah,
that's you just can't do that, and. Probably no. All you're doing with Myercheck, anywhere within 60 metres is fair range. So
yep,
he's probably giving away a goal here.
Yeah, he's dragged Laverty to 48 metres out, pretty much directly in front. Laverty, the man on the mark. Can Myercheck make him and the Bombers pay with his second goal of the afternoon off a couple of steps? He lets rip and he misses to the left-hand side, kicking to the City and the Pies in this second term. The margin is 18 points, Bombers lead.
Got no momentum in his kick there. Yeah. Really surprising how he took it. I think he knew it was well within his range, but...
Redmond straight down the pipe. Sammy Durham got his name written on it. Spills at last moment. Drops down towards Merritt. Hand pass back into congestion. Picked up by Nick Dacos. Hand pass trying to link up with Moore. Stolen by Parrish. He's tackled. Dispossessed. Dump says holding the ball. An advantage applied as Nick Dacos racing away with it. Gives it to the older brother Josh. Kicks inside the forward arc. Schultz the target. Spoil comes in the back from Laverty. Says play on. McGrath coughs it up. Mitchell. Centre half forward for Collingwood. Hang on. The ball's coming back and it's going to be an Essendon free.
Wow. Yeah, it was there. It was a push in the back. The tackle continued on after McGrath got rid of it and landed fair and square in his back.
Essendon by 18 points, 6 minutes into the second term as they come out of the back 50 through Martin.
And the kick has been picked off, a turnover straight away. The Martin kick, Noble's got it, puts the hands up, says let's slow it down. He's got the socks down, the fluorescent yellow boots right in front of the Collingwood bench. So he probably heard the message from the coach down there. Now goes long and strong, looking for Mason Cox. Got the white glove to it, couldn't pull it in. Jamie Elliott on all fours. McGrath, tackle by Mason Cox. It'll be a ball up.
Well, debating during the week, we did the game, the Collingwood-Port Adelaide game, about it looked like a golf club because it was all white, and he confirmed during the week he literally drove to Drummond Golf, picked one up, and that's the one that he's wearing. It is a actual golf glove.
He would have done it when he was cutting his nose.
Mick. The kick from Kelly was hurried out of the defensive 50. It was a floating ball that Josh Dacos is able to take the mark. So he's got the job of the all-important inside 50. Passes on. Top of the goal square. Going back, unable to take it was Morrison. Lipinski pounces. And Lipinski's snap misses everything.
It's some old-fashioned entries at the moment where it's just long to a big schoolyard pack of players. And
isn't it?
Everyone's trying to take hangers and then the Crummers are just getting there. And there was half a chance from Lipinski.
Essendon by 18 points.
Bombers kicked the first 4 goals of the game inside the opening 4 minutes. And what was... as hot a start as we've ever seen to this blockbuster fixture. Long ball down the wing. Crisp roads it, gets a sweeping hand pass forward for Collingwood, but Essendon first there. Martin squeezes out a kick to Merritt, goes darting away. Hand pass to Durham, he fumbles. It's a hot footy in front of a big audience. Hand pass to Parrish, they work their way through. Stringer clever. Hand pass in front of Gresham. High bomb inside the forward 50. Side bottom over the shoulder on Langford, and a free kick for the Bombers. Langford to get it at left half forward, 45 out.
Strange by Steele. He just swung the arm straight over the shoulder. He got there, did the work.
Yes. He actually tried. I reckon he anticipated us. Oh, no, I can't give him any.
That's just clumsy, isn't it?
I can't help him out.
Stringer darting around the back looking for the hand pass. Langford had the footy on the deck and adjusting his shoelaces. He's ready to go now. Cole Langford moves in, strikes his drop punt clean, but he misses. He's up 5 rows back in the cheer squad. The Bombers by 19 points. So after the hot start in the opening term, we've gone 9 minutes in the second without a goal. Essendon 6-3, Collingwood 2 goals 8. The Bombers by 19 points. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Howe goes straight down the centre. Straight down the centre to Moore, who marks uncontested at centre half back. A little give. Nick Dacos is involved. Off to Scotty Pendlebury, who goes long and strong. Floating in was Myercheck. He's almost taken a screamer. Has he been paid that mark?
No, it's front on contact.
Oh, right, okay.
It's Ben Mackay.
Yep, so it'll be a free to Myercheck.
Actually,
he launched up onto the side and Ben Mackay turned his back at the last minute.
Well, look, I'm just going to say we're taking out the courage of these contests.
Yep.
He didn't interfere. His sole goal was to spoil the ball. I know that if you take your eyes off the football, yes, I can understand that. But not in that case.
So Myercheck lining up for his second to the city end. 40 metres out directly in front. No angle, no problem. He's got 2. Collingwood's got its third. 38-26. They eat into the margin. It's back to 13 points. Essendon 6-3-39.
Should we ask a lot of players, don't we, Mick? Because Ben Mackay, you almost don't want him to go there because he is wide open and just could end up knocked out.
He's going to be the one that's going to get hurt.
Yeah, he could be out of the game with that one. But then the moment he doesn't go, we say, he's got to be harder than that. Got to commit his body more. So
what's he meant to do, Lingy?
Well,
he's supposed to do what he did,
but turn at the last second and somehow rediscover where the ball is. We ask so much of him, and I mean, in the end, probably looking at that one, it's a free kick, but gee, that's hard for him in that position. So courageous.
They're having a chat about it now, Myercheck and Mackay.
Yeah, well, I don't think it is a free kick. I just don't like those. I think we take away too much beautiful ruck work.
Cameron palms it straight down the throat of Nick Dacos, darting away, sweeping Polyfarmer hand pass to Lipinski inside 50, kicks wide and Hill takes the mark 2 steps in from the boundary at left half forward.
Well, Collingwood have just taken over this game. Outside that shot from Stringer, Essendon have slowly just eased back too much. Collingwood have put the foot on the accelerator, gone past them as far as intensity go. Contested football, Collingwood's.
So it's 2 goals 5 to 3 behind since Essendon kicked 6 of the first 7. So that tells a little bit of a story. As Hill, a right-footed drop punt, misses near side. Norm Smith medalist, kicked 4, of course, the last time there was this many people here at the MCG. Back on grand final day, the last Saturday of September last year. Essendon 6-3, Collingwood are 3 goals 9, 11 and a half gone second term. The Bombers by 12.
12 scoring shots to 9 in the Pies' favour. Big launches, that long kick in came from Howe. In the end, he was happy to fist it over than take the screamer. 6-3 Essendon, 3-9 Collingwood.
That first 4 minutes was insane footy, wasn't it, to start the game? And the Bombers 4 goals on the board before you could blink. And since then, Collingwood have worked their way right back in the game.
It's a pulsating start. Wow. Just feeling a little comfortable, both these two sides. Getting their structures set. Boundary throw in. And as soon as the ball hits the deck, Hobbs has paid the free against side bottom. Wants to go on straight away. Handballs to Caldwell. Handballs to Zach Merritt. Then over the top to Draper. Marks uncontested, going back with the flight.
Oh, well umpired.
Maynard took the ball out of his hands. They wanted 50. He said no. He gives it back to Merritt. Merritt drives it long. Forced to spoil was right. Gives it to Gresham and has a snap. Couldn't bury it over his shoulder. Jade Gresham, one of 4 Bombers playing his first Anzac game today. Essendon by 13 points.
Bombers' last 4 scoring shots all behind, so Howe plays on from the kick out, gives it to Noble, hand pass to Nick Dacos, who's been busy, kicks down the wing, and McCreary was taken high. He'll get the free.
The kick-ins are a worry to Essendon because Collingwood are getting the ball well and truly past. Well, in this case, it's a free kick without. This will go to the half-forward line. Essendon haven't touched the football, so they really dropped off in their intensity, the Bombers.
McCreary goes inboard to centre-half forward. Elliott flies for it, no mark. Mackay follows up, paddles it away to Merritt for the Bombers. Back the other way, hand pass to Hobbs, back to Merritt, hand pass turnover. To Goey, hand pass to Nick Dacos, kicks inside 50. In the end, landed McGrath on the full, he couldn't mark it. Spills out to Nick Dacos again. In fact, it's Crisp, he's tackled, got a hand pass away. The Bombers win it back. Nick Cox, hand pass to Hill. Hill was taken down without the footy, surely. Hump says no. We're going to have a pack and a ball up in behind that. And the umpire to throw it up at centre-half forward for Collingwood. The Pies with momentum, but Essendon lead the game by 13.
Yeah, a lot of Essendon's possessions now really under pressure.
Draper just tosses Darcy Cameron aside like a rag doll.
No.
They've lost it though. The volleyball slap by Essendon has come down. Nick Dacos zags into the pocket. The spoil from Redmond will go over the boundary line. Josh Dacos can't get there in time.
And that was Laverty who just wildly tried to hit that. You can't do that there against Collingwood.
No,
You're
right.
better off taking possession, getting tackled,
get hit.
and getting a ball up, reset it. As soon as you wildly hit it away, those Collingwood numbers through the corridor are going to swarm onto it.
Boundary throw in the right forward pocket. Draper tried to take it out of the air and then he fumbles. Schultz comes in. He's on the bottom of this pack.
See, they're fumbling now, the Bombers.
It'll be a ball up, 40 metres out.
Well, this is Collingwood's, as I said, their modus operandi is the contested football.
Darcy Cameron, Crisp, had it, lost it. Martin at the back just hacks it out of there. Davey Jr. goes without it. Good pick up, Langford gave it to Hobbs. He's caught. Not for the first time this afternoon. Quainer, a little pirouette was exquisite. Gives it over to Noble. Now off to Josh Dacos. Can they take a mark at the top of the goal square? Hoskin Elliott does. The turnover. Passage of brilliance from the Pies. And Hoskin Elliott will dab this through from the top of the goal square. And the margin is going to be back to 7 points.
Ben Mackay is having a shocker today.
Oh, is he ever?
He needed to be in the air stronger there and spoil that.
The 30-year-old former Giant straight through the middle. It lands in the Collingwood cheer squad. The flags are up. Pies fans finally up and about. And after a 27-point lead early stages with Essendon's hot start, they've been able to reel it in and get it back to 7 points. Collingwood 4-9-33. Essendon 6-4-40 after 15 minutes of this second term. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
And just to clarify what I mean by Ben Mackay, it feels like the occasion's got a hold of him. Yeah. He's really reactive to Brody Myercheck. He's letting Myercheck lead him up. At the ball, Myercheck's drawing the footy really well. But now some defenders get like this, they're just so consumed by their opponent, they become huggers.
Yeah.
They just wrap their arms around and think, I'm comfortable on my opponent. He's got no awareness of where the ball flight is or anything like that, and he can't help out.
He's got a few friends. Essendon have really gone to the water.
One of 4 Bombers in his first Anzac Day fixture. He's never played in an atmosphere quite like this. Collingwood going forward again. Knock on Sir John Staffers. Crisp just knocks it to centre half forward. On the hands and knees is Parrish. Hand pass to Caldwell. His hand pass picked off. Centre half forward for Collingwood. Myercheck gives it to Josh Dacos and hits up Schultz in the pocket. Takes the sprawling mark 35 metres out. 2 in from the boundary line.
Well, Moses couldn't have done it any better when he parted the sea. You know, it's right now. It's just opening right up for him. It just it's like a wave that Essendon cannot penetrate. They try to overuse the football under pressure, and that's exactly what Collingwood want, and that's how they've played to win a premiership last year.
In front of the Collingwood race, Lockie Schultz on the stage for the first time himself. His drop punt misses near side. But all of a sudden, Collingwood are one score away from tying the game. It's Essendon 6-4-40, Collingwood 4-10-34. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. 17 minutes into the second term, Essendon by 6.
They've kicked the last 3, the Pies. They're coming with a flurry, and the kick in from McGrath's gone straight to Maynard. He's marked 70 metres out. His eyes are darting.
Had a shorter target too.
He wheels around. On the left, he bombs it. It'll land in the hot spot. Mytek's there. Quick snap goal. Brody's got 3. Pies have kicked the last 4. And it's all tied up on Anzac Day at the 17-minute mark of the second term. 6-4-40 Essendon. 5-10-40 the Pies.
Just have a look at the Essendon players' heads. They're dropping. This is only... the lesson here is learnt. Collingwood last week, Collingwood again this week, have fought back from 4 or 5 goals down because they've kept their pressure on. Essendon have got to learn, if they're going to stay in this game, it's not a matter of how many times you touch the football, it's what you do with the football.
Correct, Mick.
And they're actually handing it to a side that gobbles up inside pressure. So the only way you beat Collingwood is don't give them the ball, get the ball forward and create something 50 metres down, not 5 metres down from where you are.
There's a lot of, I don't want the heat, you can have it.
Exactly.
Very similar trimmings to last week as Goldstein wins the hit out down to Parrish. Centre break for the Bombers, sets up, Hobbs taps it towards the boundary line, right against it, picks it up at half forward, hooks it back inboard, Noble collects, breaks out of the Davey tackle. Redmond locks him up, got a hand pass away though, the Pies still with it. Frampton, hand pass to Mitchell, high up in the air, the kick smothered and knocked out of play. And we'll have a boundary throwing, 35 out from the Bombers goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, a huge luxury for the Magpies. Their last 2 goals to tie this score came with Jordan De Goey and Nick Dacos on the pine. Both are back out there in the middle.
Right in the goal square, boundary throwing inside 50 here for Essendon at the city, by the punt road end rather. Cox just thumps it right up to the line where De Goey's able to gather it, give it to Mitchell. Handball, hospital handball for Still side bottom. He's got his eyes on it, but it's stolen by Martin. Gives it away to Merrick. Kicks on the outside of the boot, and Moore playing in front of Draper takes the mark. Darcy Moore with the headband and the ponytail. Flares the kick wide to Maynard, short to Mitchell. Controlling the tempo of this contest at the moment. Mitchell's got a defensive side of the outer wing. His kick is short to Nick Dacos, who goes to De Goey. Strong mark in front of Martin. It's marked on the southern wing. Handball puts Noble under the pump. He's able to regather and give it to Pendlebury, who marks in the bullseye. And now the switch is on. Kicks it over the head of Quaynor. Lets it bounce. Then he traps it. Drives it long. Waiting at the back. Bobby Hill didn't quite get the bounce. Still side bottom comes. He's involved. Socket off the turf by Elliott. And it's a live ball right on the last line of defence. Zach Merritt, the captain, is there. Hasn't cleared it though. Langford's taken it, the ball rather. He's dispossessed. Quaynor's down hurt. In the meantime, Nick Dacos says thank you very much. Closes to 40 and snaps the goal, driving it straight through the centre. Pies hit the front for the very first time. They lead it by 6 points in the 21st minute of the second term. 6-10-46, Essendon 6-4-40.
I know my job here for the ABC is to say what I think, but I'm not going to name these players because I can't name them. But Essendon have got 2 or 3 players that the occasion has got to them. They have demonstrated under pressure that they have run under the ball, they've fumbled the football, they look like scaredy cats. Yep. And I'm not going to name them, but whilst you've got these players on the ground, Collingwood will just gobble them up and smash them because they identify them. As soon as you, and I've talked to a coach here, if you identify players that just don't want to be out there, you just run your play right through them every time you can.
Back in the middle, all of a sudden Collingwood by 6 points, having trailed by 27, but it's an Essendon centre break. Stringer, hand pass away to Hobbs, feeds it forward to Caldwell, handball on to Harry Jones. As he's been tackled, he sprays his kick out on the full. And again, the Pies have taken their game to the next level and they've burnt off a would-be challenger. So last week, 31 points down Early in the game, Collingwood, they'd levelled the scores by the 26-minute mark of the second term. Today, 27 down. And by the 17-minute mark of the second quarter, they've got the scores back level. Now they're in front. The Pies up on half-back. Here's Mitchell, high up and under. Hill leaping for it, no mark. Falls down towards Cameron. Head pass out wide to side bottom. Kicks down the wing, and here's Meyer check for Collingwood.
Kelly holds him up before he's able to shake him free. Drive it long. Mason Cox in from the side. There's Pies numbers everywhere you look. Lipinski can't pick it out. It's flicked out of there by the Essendon defender. Still a loose ball. It's centre half back. Merritt had it. He lost it. The handball comes back inside 50. Hobbs is sitting on it. He's got to get rid of it. Dersma tackle. Goes to ground.
That is why they're the reigning champs.
3 Collingwood players jump on top of him.
This is relentless. This is great footy by Collingwood.
There is no room to breathe if you're wearing a red and black jumper out there at the moment. Ball up inside 50 for the Pies. Goldstein down to ground. Kelly's on it. And again, they pile in on top of him. They have just cranked up the pressure dial, the Pies, the reigning premiers, and the Bombers can't go with them. Goldstein straight to Dersma. He just hacks it out of the dangerous territory there. Quaynor thumps it back in. Now it's a loose ball, picked up by Parrish. Everything the Bombers do is under pressure. High ball, Draper slaps it down. Noble sets off after it, tries to tackle Stringer. Stringer had to let it go. Hobbs, he's dealt with it. Langford, back. Caldwell in front of the interchange gates. And a good mark by Harry Jones. One out with Frampton. He's got it 70 metres out. What's he got inside 50? He's poking it in the 2-on-1 direction. One was Nick Cox. Draper does the roving, and the ruckman snaps the goal. A moment of inspiration by Big Sam Draper. Didn't fly for the mark. He waited at the back. Threw his right boot at it and curled it around the corner. And scores a level again. 7-4-46 Essendon. Collingwood looked like they were right on top, 6-10-46.
Well, they are, Kel.
With 4 minutes to play before half-time, Mick thinks they're right on top, the Pies, but the score tells us it's all tied up, it's level.
You know, with 23 players, I'd be making a sub now.
Yep. And I know who you're going to take off.
Yeah, well, we'll just see what Essendon do. It's a waste of time having players out there that can't meet the requirements on a big occasion and can't contribute either by, if you can't win the football, then tackle or chase or put yourself in the vicinity. Fair enough, Lingy?
Yep. Who are you subbing out, Nick?
Who are you subbing out, Lingy?
Elwyn Davey Jr.
Youngest man on the ground. It's the lights burn bright from the restart in the middle. Cameron kicks out towards that outer wing, picked up by Durham for the Bombers. Hand pass out in front of McGrath. His kick ends up out on the full under pressure. There's no Tim Locker's on the boundary. Hodgie.
Get a free kick from the back.
Oh, no, I'll let you go. Free kick.
All right, it'll come back to the wing. So Collingwood, the number one pressure team in the league the last 3 weeks. No surprise the team started zipping 3, and since that number's turned around, they're undefeated. Square themselves off at 3-3. They're 27 down in this game. They come back and they led it by 6 points moments ago. Scores level now as Heppel swings the kick out towards Dersma. That left knee heavily strapped, goes short to Parrish. And marks on the broadcast wing. Scores level, 25.5 gone second term. After the Bombers kicked 4 goals in the opening 4 minutes, it's been Collingwood's game. Pack forms at half forward. Hand on it from Howe, slips down towards Harry Jones. He's tackled and a ball up 45 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Left half forward, Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
And they snare a goal here, the Bombers, and hit the front. Oh, Stringer's going to do it all by himself. He needs a kind bounce. He doesn't get it. It goes across the face. One bounce was the snap in the left forward pocket. Barged his way through about 3 Collingwood players.
These kick-outs. Oh, it's going to miss the target.
So it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, he'd run out of the goal square, thankfully. But again, it was on, though. If that kick hit there, Collingwood were probably at half forward.
Just go to sleep.
Yeah.
On the kickoffs, they just go to sleep. It's quite remarkable. They did it in the first quarter. It's not as if it's just happened.
There's the number 1 point in the shadows of half-time. Goldstein gets it down.
See, the one player, though, who's trying to will his team back into it is Jake Stringer right now.
Yeah, he is.
Credit, a couple of big contested efforts. He's gone deep forward now, and they've put Frampton to him.
So Goldstein got it down to Gresham, who was set upon. Here we go again. Goldstein palming it down. It bobbles around. Parrish can't take it. De Goey on the bottom of the pack. Fires out the handball. Parrish forced to kick on the spot. Oh, Stringer! Jake Stringer, a ball of muscle, too big and too strong for Frampton. He held him off and then right at the last minute was able to grab the Sherrin just a centimetre or two off the turf.
Oh, that is brilliant.
That's a great call, Lingy, though. That's a great call by you, because he has put himself about, and there was a mismatch there. He was always getting him, centre of gravity. He was always going to hold off Frampton, but that's a great call, Lingy.
Now, he's kicked a miracle set shot in the first quarter, and he's missed one directly in front in the second quarter. To give them a 7-point lead, what does Jake Stringer deliver here? A miss. A crucial miss to the near side. Yeah. Bombers by 2. 2 minutes to play before half-time.
But he pokes at the closer ones.
He does. But he also, I think he's trying to get him to slide. Instead of kicking through the ball, there's a sliding motion of his kicking, which you quite often see with players. But
Quaynor out of the defensive 50, marks the kick out, goes long down the line to Mason Cox, and off hands it's knocked out of play, southern wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, just Jaden Laverde. He came off the ground with a left hip issue. He's been to the rooms. He's been back from the rooms. He's been in the hands of the doctors and the physio. He's back on the ground now, but he's really struggling with that left hip. So Essendon's got 2 defenders, Laverde and Mason Redmond, who are just struggling to get going at the moment.
For the boundary throw in, first clean touch for De Goey. Hand pass misses Mitchell. Loose footy on the southern wing. Gresham scoops it up for the Bombers. Hand pass away to Parrish. Tumbles a kick down to half forward. Eludes right. Picked up clean by Moore off the back flank. Hand pass away to Lipinski. Defensive side of the wing. Tries to kick back inboard. Slides off his boot. Turns out okay. De Goey a little fumble. Regathers. Hand pass back to Lipinski. Handball over his shoulder to Cameron. He gives it to Tom Mitchell. Not a heap up ahead. Mitchell just kicks a high up and under down to half forward. Crisp forced to spoil from the back. Harry Jones for the Bombers. Hand pass away to Durham. He gives it to Merritt. And he kicks for Gresham, who marks in the centre square.
Only 2 Bombers players back inside 50. Gresham's going to go to one of them. He sets it up. Oh, playing in front this time. Frampton beats Stringer.
Goldstein
and a 50 given away here. Didn't give it back to Frampton quick enough.
Goldstein was probably 30 metres away from any other player. Just didn't look at...
this is a double 50.
Yeah, so Jake Kelly has just had an absolute brain fart. He's the one who picked the ball up, then put it back on the ground. So he's given the 50 away, and then he's got in the way of the movement of the first 50-metre penalty.
Is this the first game he's ever played?
Well, that's a great question you ask, Corbs. That's 2 problems I'll have to deal with on Saturday in an under-12s game. Not AFL football.
It was almost like he dragged him 20 metres, and then Kelly said, yep, I'll man the mark here. And it's like, well, hang on, this is a 50-metre penalty.
Actually, my under-12s would know better than that.
Now the man on the mark is directly in front, 40 metres out. Frampton, the defender, to rub some salt in their wounds. No. He misses. It's a let-off. And a very big let-off at that. So Essendon on the scoreboard, still in front by 1 point. Although you wouldn't know it listening to Lingy and Mick Malthouse. They know a thing or two about football. 6 premierships between them.
Redmond kicks out wide from the kick out. Finds Nick Cox, who marks against the boundary line. So Essendon by a point. 31 minutes travelled in this second term. The Bombers did lead by as many as 27 points. That lead long gone. And kicks down the wing for Essendon. Off the pack. There's a whistle here for a hold. It's going Collingwood's way. And Jeremy Howe's going to get it. Is there a chance late for Collingwood to put their nose back in front? Kicks in retreat, finds Noble. Noble comes out wide to Josh Dacos. Short kick to Moore. Slides in, takes the mark on the logo. We've got 7 ticks of the clock left. The Collingwood players are saying, quick, get it in. Maynard standing up on the boundary line, screaming for it to go forward. Pack forwards as the siren goes. It's punched away by Peter Wright. And that'll do us to half-time on Anzac Day. What an eventful half of footy. Essendon kicking the first 4 goals in the opening 4 minutes. They led by 27 points time on in that opening term, and then Collingwood put their foot down. They found their premiership selves as they kicked the next 5 in the game. Collingwood hitting the front for the first time before the Bombers wrestled back the lead late, courtesy of a Draper goal. It is Essendon by 1 point. At half-time, we had 2 lead changes, both of them coming in the latter stages of that second term. Essendon 7-6-48, Collingwood 6-11-47. The goal kickers to half-time. Peter Wright has a couple, and then singles for Draper, Parrish, Langford, Jones and Stringer. Meanwhile, for Collingwood, Brodie Myercheck has 3 for the second week running, and then 1 each for Hoskin Elliott and for Dacos. I'm also missing Jamie Elliott's goal. So Jamie Elliott, Hoskin Elliott and Nick Dacos, the goal kickers for Collingwood, alongside Myercheck's 3. Essendon by a point at half-time. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary as the Pies make their way down the tunnel closest to the goals at the city end, and Essendon using the narrow race next to the MCC members. Departing behind captain Zach Merritt. The thoughts of our analyst, the 3-time Premiership captain Cameron Ling, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse.
Well, 1 point difference, and yet outside of the first 8 to 10 minutes, you'd say Essendon were dominating, but we always knew that Collingwood would come back. They come back very hard, but I like the way that, I know Stringers missed 2 goals this quarter, but I like the way that Essendon at the end were able to actually gather themselves, kick the goal, and they ended up in front. So if Brad Scott goes in there at quarter time, he's going to be at half time, he's going to be able to say, hey boys, we might have been playing poor football in the last part, but we're actually in front. Yeah. And why did Collingwood get back in the game? Contested possessions, not much difference. No. Possession rate, identical that quarter. Inside 50s, 12 to 18. So we're spending too much time in our back half with the football, giving Collingwood a chance. So that would be Brad Scott's, I would say, theme is we've got to clear that football. Collingwood would be just the way they're playing. You know, they'll wear Essendon down. But I'm not. I know I've picked Collingwood, but I'm not sure now that Essendon can't do something about that. So they've had a good sighter of Collingwood's game structure. They can get back, but they've got to get back through that winning of that contested football through their midfield
and settle themselves a little bit with that. I would imagine Brad Scott's message is, okay, contested possessions that quarter it was actually 34-31 Essendon's way, but so many of those were having to re-pick up the ball because somebody had received it, taken possession, and just didn't want any of the heat and wanted to just give it to someone, anyone, and it was a missed handball, or it was on the ground, or it was just handball straight to where Corbin is half a metre away from me, and then he's going to get nailed and it spills to the ground and we pick it up again. So the contested possessions went nowhere for Essendon. So Brad Scott's message will be, hey guys, take a breath. Take a breath. They threw a lot at us in that quarter. Let's absorb some of that pressure. Let's trust ourselves, stand up strong in a tackle and still deliver a handball when we need to. But once you've got your shoulders squared towards your attacking goals, go at it. Go at it. Don't re-handball, just trying to get rid of the heat, because Collingwood was superb in bringing that pressure. They created turnovers, and then like they've done all through last year and the year before, but they won a premiership by doing it last year, they then capitalise on those turnovers and their ability to turn great pressure into great attack and end up kicking those goals and well and truly back in the game. They've had 17 shots at goal, the Pies. If they'd been a little bit more accurate, Essendon could be getting even more down on themselves.
Now, I know, Lingy, you spent most of your time in the midfield, but if you've got a clearance rate of, now I'm reading this right, 11 to Collingwood, 25 to Essendon, something from that stoppage is not happening that should be happening. In other words, what I'm saying here is that if you can clear the football, then you've got to go try to get forward, and if you know you're winning 2-1, then the structure that I would have had in front would have been a 30-metre player for the haphazard kick and a 50-metre player for the one where you get clear and you're able to bang it in. Right now that ball doesn't seem to be an effective ball for Essendon. Their clearance rate is high, but nothing is coming from it.
No, and there's types of clearances, I think, amongst that. So 25 to 11 Essendon's way, as you said, Mick. The two leading clearance players on the field for the Bombers are Darcy Parish with 5 and Jake String with 5. Well, give me Jake Stringer's 5 any day of the week right now. Darcy Parish's 5 are handballs just to the outer ring, so it counts as a clearance, but
not going anywhere.
That player who he's giving the ball to is still under the same amount of pressure that he was under. So it's not breaking a line. It's not getting in and over Darcy Moore or those Collingwood defenders. So you're ending up with clearances that aren't going anywhere, is what you're describing. So, great. That first handball's important within a clearance if you're under a bit of pressure. But then it's got to be to someone who can get upfield and kick the ball upfield.
It should be based on how many metres. In fact, we know that the game's close, so the metres are probably the same. But you would love to think that clearances can be judged on metres gained. I would love to see that become another stat. I know we're full of stats, but that's an important one, that one.
I love little battles within the game too, of course, in the middle of the ground. Sam Durham, I think, he's not totally playing on Nick Dacos, but was playing a bit of a role at times first quarter. Really good. Excellent. Dacos quiet. 5 touches, not much influence. Then seeing Nick Dacos work his way back into the game. 9 touches, a goal. I love that response from Dacos. He's not running around trying to get little cheapies. He's actually getting damaging ones coming through the middle of the ground and finishing with that goal. That's the beauty of a battle, that one.
Off the SMS, Mick, Cameron, etc. Pendlebury, I thought you two knew better. The VFL reigns. You ignore the Sandford, the Waffle, Tasmanian representative game. Once it became a so-called national game, you start from scratch or include other states. Plenty on that in the days to come, much as I admire both of your analysis from Pat in Adelaide. Now, we did have this conversation off air at the start, Mick, about Scott Pendlebury's record, first to 10,000 disposals. Yeah. Now, we did note that is known disposals because they didn't keep stats up until a certain point, but I think it's fair to say in the history of the Sandford, the Waffle, the old VFL, before we became a national competition, which, by the way, is when Pendlebury's played his entire career, nobody would have ever had 10,000 disposals, surely, in the way that the game was played then compared to the way that the game's played now.
All you need to do is just go back through, and I take into consideration, say, 1992 premiership side that the Eagles played and coached.
Yep.
I think we had 260.
Disposals in the grand final.
And Peter Matera, who was best on the ground, on the wing, probably, I think he had something like 20.
And kick 5.
And kick 5. but it wasn't, that's not an unusual figure. 20, 21, 22, 25 was outstanding. Greg Williams probably, but Greg Williams is already counted. They're all counted. So I'd be very surprised that any player, including the great Bob Skilton and these sort of players, had anywhere near 10,000 stats.
More of your thoughts coming up off the SMS 0437 774 774. And MRO news out of last night. One charge, Marlon Pickett for striking on Clayton Oliver. Intentional, low impact, and to the body. So as a result, $3,750 fine. So he's free to play next week against the Dockers, Marlon Pickett. Half-time, Anzac Day at the G. The Bombers by a point. This is ABC Sport. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. A dawn service has been held in the north of France at the Australian National Memorial at Villa Bretonneux. The service commemorates the Australian units who helped defend the region in April 1918, as well as the approximately 330,000 Australians who served overseas during the First World War. The Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel, Matt Keogh, travelled to France for the event. He says Anzac Day is a time of remembrance.
As the dawn breaks in Australia, around the world, and here in France, we gather to remember. We remember all who have served in Australia's name and all those who never returned home.
Meanwhile, official Anzac Day commemorations have wrapped up with crowds filling pubs and clubs across the country. Alenia Chiniri is out and about at the Rocks in inner Sydney.
Festivities for Anzac Day at the Australian Heritage Hotel in the Rocks are in full swing. Known as the Aussie to locals, the hotel has cordoned off a section of Cumberland Street in order to host the betting game of Two Up. The game is an Anzac Day tradition in New South Wales, only being legal today, along with Remembrance and Victory Day each year. Many patrons have been here since early this morning to enjoy a bacon and egg roll and remember those who served.
A volunteer who helped rescue more than a dozen pilot whales trapped in shallow waters off southwest WA says she's praying they don't re-strand. Up to 140 whales remain stranded at Toby Inlet near Dunsborough, with at least 26 more dead. The Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions has been coordinating rescue efforts. Volunteer Sasha Boundy says it's been emotionally and physically exhausting.
Our group managed to get 9 out together, and then we moved further down and got another 4 out together, one of which had a baby. It's like really euphoric, but it's really heartbreaking because you turn around and there's more dead ones. There was a lot of people praying over the whales, crying over the whales.
There are fears strengthening bail laws won't do enough to help protect women from domestic and family violence. An urgent review is underway in New South Wales after a childcare worker was allegedly murdered by her ex-partner. It's been revealed the man was on bail for violent crimes against the victim at the time of the alleged murder. Domestic and family violence prevention campaigner Rosie Batty says Australia needs to take this issue seriously.
I meet women across Australia who've had to change their names, change their identity, move interstate away from their family and communities, live anonymously in fear and always looking over the shoulder because they know he will never rest until he tracks them down.
A man has suffered critical injuries after falling 20 metres from a wind turbine in central Queensland. Emergency services were called to the scene at Lake Proserpine, north of Mackay today. Paramedics assessed the man in his 30s at the scene. Police have charged a man and are continuing to search for his alleged accomplice after a car was rammed and gunshots were fired in the southwest Victorian town of Cobden. Olivia Sanders with the details.
Police say 2 men rammed their car into another vehicle in Cobden around 4:20am on Wednesday. It's alleged the pair fired a gun several times before fleeing the scene. Their silver Ford sedan was found burnt out on the outskirts of town shortly after. The female driver of the second vehicle was not physically injured. An aerial search led to the arrest of a 40-year-old Cobden man who has been charged with several offences, including reckless conduct endangering life and assault. He'll front the Warrnambool Magistrates Court tomorrow. The search continues for the second alleged offender.
8 people are expected to be rescued by helicopter after being stranded in a flood-ravaged part of WA's Goldfields region. The group left Kalgoorlie Boulder on Monday for the remote Aboriginal community of Junjunjara, about 650 kilometres to the northeast. An aerial search spotted them yesterday. The CEO of the Aboriginal corporation that manages Junjunjara on behalf of the Spinifex people, John Lark, says the community remains cut off by floodwaters.
We've still got a metre of water out there in places. As we've said before, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and it's very hard for people to accept 5 weeks after the rain that there is still a situation in place like this. So the road is very poor and impassable.
The latest incident comes a month after 7 people became bogged on their way to Junjunjara and spent 4 nights in bushland before being rescued by helicopter.
ABC News.
Hi there, Lisa Miller here. Isn't it great to get outside for a breath of fresh air? It's one of life's simple pleasures, right? Well, I can help you to keep something else simple too. Finding news you can trust. You can stay in the know with ABC News. Download the app and receive alerts to your phone. Visit the ABC News website. And for stories straight to your inbox, subscribe to one of our newsletters. It's all the latest, all verified, all the time. Stay in the know with ABC News.
The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Scotty Pendlebury, who goes long and strong. Floating in was Myercheck. He's almost taken a screamer.
Front on contact.
Oh, right, okay.
It's Ben Mackay.
40 metres out directly in front. No angle, no problem.
Collingwood have just taken over this game. Essendon have slowly just eased back too much. Collingwood have put the foot on the accelerator, gone past them as far as intensity go.
Noble, now off to Josh Dacos. Can they take a mark at the top of the goal square? Oscar Elliott does.
Ben Mackay is having a shot at all, is he ever?
30-year-old former Giant, straight through the middle. And the kick in from McGrath's gone straight to Maynard. On the left, he bombs it. It'll land in the hot spot. Myercheck's there, quick snap, goal. Brody's got 3. Pies have kicked the last 4.
ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Anzac Day Round. Essendon versus Collingwood.
Sounds there from the second term in which Collingwood picked up where they left off. They grabbed control of the game late in the opening quarter and then were able to put through the first 4 goals of the second. At half-time, it is Essendon by 1 point. The Bombers 7-6-48 over Collingwood 6-11-47. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood calling the footy. Mick Malthouse, the coaching icon, and the 3-time Premiership captain, Cameron Ling, Tim Hodges is with us as well on the boundary. It's been an eventful first half. The Bombers kicked the first 4 goals of the game inside the opening 4 minutes of game time. It was 8 minutes of real time, and really at that stage everybody was thinking, what on earth is happening here? So Essendon led by 24 points out the gate. They kicked 6 of the first 7 to lead by as many as 27 points, and from that point on, Collingwood have been able to work their way back. They actually hit the front on the back of a Nick Dacos goal late in the quarter, as you heard there, before Essendon snatched it back. So 2 lead changes, both of them coming after time on in that second term. This is ABC Sport. Great to have you with us, wherever you're listening across the country. A little more off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Phil from Victoria. Hi, team. Enjoying the call. I can hear more Pies names this game instead of the last few weeks. Can you tell me, are there any other Pies players waiting in the wings to get games, especially if there's any injuries as the season progresses? They do have one of the best injury lists in the competition. There's 6 on it, including 5 guys who are outside of the best 23 and really probably the best 30 on the list. So Dan McStay is really the only first-choice player unavailable to Collingwood at this time.
Yeah, McRae's probably the one we're going to... Do we see more of him throughout the year? I mean,
so he's
glimpses.
He's not even an emergency anymore. Yeah, so Finn McRae, who had played well throughout the pre-season. There are emergencies today. Reef McInnes, who was the sub last week.
Yep.
Oleg Markov.
Oh, yeah.
So he was obviously a premiership player with them last year. Markov, Ginnivan and the recently retired Nathan Murphy are the only 3 guys that aren't there from their premiership team. And the 3 new faces of the sub, Harvey Harrison, Lockie Schultz, who of course has come in from Fremantle, and John Noble, who played almost all of last year, but not the final series.
Well, you can't play Noble and Markov together.
Yep.
Noble's been good today.
He's been very good. Very, very good. Schultz, you say... I look at Schultz and go, lots of impact. He's kicked 7 goals in the games he's played, so he's actually kicked, I think he's had 14 shots on goal. So he's thereabouts. He's not changed the dynamics of the side, though. That's fair to say.
And I think he's still feeling out exactly where he fits and where he needs to run. And it is a new thing to fit in. Okay, so Myercheck's doing this. Mason Cox is doing this. Jamie Elliott likes to lead there. I need to find my spot within that group.
Yeah. Where the Bombers thingy, can we?
Yeah, yep.
I was going to say they've got 2 players on their back line that are a bit sore, so that's probably going to save changing the side. But I reckon you either go for broke or you a death by 1,000 cuts. So I'm hoping that Brad Scott pulls the trigger and changes the dynamics of the side.
Nick Hind and Harvey Harrison are the 2 tactical subs, neither of them used so far. Laurel in Rushworth off the SMS, remembering, along with all the Anzacs today, our family Anzac, Wal McGilvray, who was a World War II vet who passed away 2 weeks before his 100th birthday in December. Wal was the uncle of Matt and Bill Goggin. Thanks, Laurel. Appreciate that. Corby and Cal and the rest of the team, right about now in 1915, my great-grandfather, J.J. Cook, was crawling over dead bodies making his way back to the beach at Gallipoli. They patched him up and he was sent to the Western Front where he was gassed. He survived, but the spirit of the boy from Bunbury, fireman by trade, was forever lost. He died in his early 50s, and right now I'm at the War Cemetery placing a poppy on his plaque of commemoration. From the Freo Cookster of the SMS, who's one of our most loyal listeners. Appreciate your contribution there, and so many today on a day which obviously is so important to so many Australians, and everybody has a connection to it. We spoke to Barbara Cullen in the pre-game along with Scott Pendlebury. Barbara Cullen, the author of Harder Than Football. I had the opportunity to catch up with Alec Matheson a couple of years ago, former Geelong footballer. Yep. He died 2 days after his 101st birthday a couple of years ago. He was a leading aircraftman in the RAAF, served in New Guinea. He spoke to me about the fact that they played footy there on coral. And that the thing that he regretted most about the whole experience was he contracted malaria, and as a result, when he got back to Australia, had a 2-year battle with that, and that ended his football career. But he went to the 1937 grand final as a youngster when polio was running wild in the city of Melbourne. His parents didn't want him to go. He caught the train, sat on the boundary line, watched the Cats come from behind to win that grand final. Ultimately went to New Guinea during the Second World War and lived a full life through to 101. A tremendous chap, and I was very lucky to have the privilege of chatting with him. Actually started out selling records at the old Corio Oval back in the day. A lifelong Cats fan and former Geelong footballer Alec Matheson. Like so many who we remember today on Anzac Day. Second half is upon us. The players are out there in position. It is Essendon by a point at half time, so we virtually start again into the third quarter on ABC Sport. Here's Kelly Underwood.
Darcy Cameron hunched over, ready to do battle with Draper. Draper gets that long arm to it. Durham bursts through. He's stripped of it, though. Good tackle by De Goey. Comes the way of Pendlebury. Gives it to Cameron. Cameron bombs it long, and McGrath marking in front of Bobby Hill. Top of the goal square. Flares it wide to a 2-on-1 on the wing. Waiting at the back is Davey Jr. He takes off. He's able to mop it up. Handball to Caldwell. Handball to Harry Jones. Oh, the fumble, and he's been absolutely dropped into the turf there by Maynard. That was a fierce tackle. Now Howe for the Pies. He's quick, looking for Bobby Hill. Again, McGrath out in front. Handballing backwards to Redmond. Comes to Martin, right in front of the Bombers bench. He curls the kick back inboard, and the skipper in Merritt's got it.
Merritt, his first Anzac Day as skipper, looks back to Harry Jones. It carries his head, and Peter Wright marks on his chest.
Go back, have a shot. He's a beautiful set shot goal kicker. Doesn't need to reinvent anything here. It was a good kick by Martin inboard. He had the composure. Other Essendon players just haven't had the composure since quarter time. He got it into Merritt, and then they had options on there. It could have been Jones, it could have been Wright, but in the end, probably with the correct person, given Peter Wright's great set shot goal kicking.
He's kicked 6 goals straight for the season, Peter Wright. His right-footed drop punt starts out to the right-hand goal post and misses to the near side.
Commentator's curse.
That was always going to happen.
What are you doing?
90 seconds into the third term, the Bombers by 2. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Oh, and Darcy Moore on the kick in into the pocket. It only went 15 metres, and Frampton just took the mark.
It was a test for Essendon to see whether they could stop this ball before it hits Collingwood's half-forward line.
Frampton kicks, looking for Myercheck, and he just gets there.
That should have been a free kick to Durham.
Day of week.
Marks at half-back. Handball sideways to Maynard on his preferred left. He's trying to go to McCreary. Instead, it's over his head. And again, Bobby Hill caught behind. McGrath sliding him with the mark at half-back.
McGrath's been good.
Yep. Back to Redmond he goes. And then sideways, the switch to the Shane Warne stand. Nick Cox has got it. He's got no one for company. He has a bounce, and then he handballs over the top to Kelly, and Kelly goes short to Davey Jr. Junior's got it right on the wing. Back inboard, it's a risky kick. Heppel had to wait. And coming and closing late was Lipinski. He takes the mark.
We've got the talls forward, Draper and Wright.
Inside the centre square. He goes looking for Jones. And there is Darcy Moore. The experience. Oh, he's handballed straight to Tom Mitchell, who wasn't looking and running the wrong way. Mitchell's able to get it, regather, give it to De Goey. De Goey gives it to Elliott, and Elliott in the centre.
He's lost it too. Nick Martin invited in for Essendon. Grabs it, kicks into space on the wing. Here's Maynard, collects on the bounce. Hand pass inside to Mitchell. Shoots a hand pass through to Pendlebury. Went past 10,000 disposals in the opening term. Gives it to Josh Dacos. He ducks. He's then tackled high by Merritt, but the ump says play on. Ball up on the wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, it's dropped a couple of degrees and the wind has really picked up. Lingy might be able to explain just how swirly it is at ground level when you're out there in the middle. And you've seen how much of a difference it's made in the first few minutes of this third term.
De Goey through the stoppage. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Kicks inside 50. McGrath spoils down to Myercheck, and under pressure he puts it out on the full. Bombers by 2 points. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. 3.5 minutes into the third term, the Bombers by 2.
The crazy thing is that the swirly wind affects the field kicking, but it shouldn't necessarily affect the goal kicking, because strangely here at each end it kind of sucks it into the goals a little bit.
So Kelly goes long and strong. Oh, what about the mop-up? Was sensational there by Durham, one of the most improved players in the AFL. Getting a kind bounce with Stringer. He breaks stride to 50 after he lost his man, and then squares the kick beautifully to Nick Cox. Cox should have gone back and had a set shot. Instead, he goes into the goal square. Unable to take the mark was right. Davey Jr.'s there to finish the job. It's hard enough stuff for Essendon fans, but they got there eventually. And Essendon with the first goal of the second half, and they're out by an 8-point lead.
Okay, everything's good. Essendon got the goal, but Mick, that has to be a free kick to Peter Wright. That's unacceptable that it's not.
Well, you know what gets me, Lingy, is that they have all the umpires are connected. Surely the third umpire being up the ground would have seen exactly what we saw, which was just being absolutely ripped off the ball. Now, Essendon, I always believe that you can get Collingwood out the back. there's no doubt here, aggressive back line has set it up for Essendon, and because they moved the ball quickly, they were able to score the goal. But that's because the ball was got on the wing, and they moved the ball quickly. So that's the lesson that Essendon can learn from this game.
A crooked bounce back in the middle. Cameron palms it down, but straight to Stringer. Head pass over his shoulder to Caldwell. Pack forms around him. He's taken high. Free kick. The Bombers will go quickly out of the centre to the city end. Low trajectory, drop punt, perfect for Jones. Stuck his hand up, had the other one chopped. Free kick for Jones. And Essendon will get it at centre-half forward, 45 out.
That's that danger, that really low pass, because the backline player really has no option but to see if he can disrupt the player in front of him.
And Harry Jones, identifying there, just run hard at it and get your arms up. You make the defender worry, and in the end got the arm chop.
Yep, it was there.
Yep.
The replay,
it was there. It was certainly there. That's because of the kick.
Howe just holding the right arm down of Harry Jones. Put the left one in the air and couldn't get the right one up, and that was a fair trigger for the umpire. So Harry Jones skips in. His right-footed drop punt sails goalward. It's out to the right. And behind. Bombers by 9 points. 6.5 gone early in the third. And the early momentum with Essendon. 8-8-56. Collingwood 6-11-47. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Essendon seem to be giving up this short forward pocket.
Maynard's kick out of that defensive.
It's the second kick that's killing Essendon.
Yep.
And this is the one.
Yep, and that's it, because Darcy Cameron takes the mark, gives it off to Nick Dacos. Possession number 21. He's given it straight to the opposition. Parrish takes the mark. In front of De Goey on the edge of the centre square. Couple of kicks out from goal. Just wants to go long and strong. This should be easy pickings for Moore. In the end, he just slaps it down to Nick Dacos, getting involved. Kicks sideways in that defensive 50 to side bottom, who kicks, flares it wide to Lipinski. Marks uncontested. Goes down the line. Schultz has got a little bit of separation on his opponent, Mackay.
Mason Cox with a big mismatch. If they'd gone there,
cuts it back in board instead.
He's on
Mitchell
merit.
couldn't take the mark. Now it's Essendon with quick hands. Redmond at half-back. Brings it back in board. Goldstein marks uncontested. Through the centre they go. Hobbs, handball, straight to McGrath. Sold him into all sorts of trouble. Hobbs comes in, tries to make amends. He can't. Caldwell's in there. He gets it. Redmond handballs to Heppel. Heppel then gives it off to McGrath. McGrath lifting in this third term. They've still got possession, and now Parrish has got it. Marks goes from one side of the centre square to the other, where Zach Merritt had to wait for it to bounce. It's a 2-on-1. Martin and Merritt team up. Nick Cox, his handball was too hot for Merritt. They're over-possessing it here, the Bombers, but still they go. Martin able to scoop that up, gives it to Gresham. It's a push in the back. It's coming back to the captain. And Zach Merritt is going to have a set shot just about 10 metres in from the boundary line, 40 metres out. Gee, they made hard work of it. Well, they over-possessed it, but they maintained the possession, Lingy.
They over-possessed it, right. It's only a matter of time before that comes undone. That was a silly free kick by Quaino, though. He just pushed him straight in the back when really they had Essendon pushed right up against the fence. Everything that Collingwood do there defensively was right. Just keep forcing, but they've now opened the gate for Merritt. Wrong side of the ground for Merritt to kick this. But
he's sucking in the oxygen, is the captain. He's run from one end to the other. Can he finish it off on the left?
No.
Misses.
You're going to beat the champs. You've got to take every opportunity.
Well, they missed the last three. The last three shots on goal have really... And here it is, opened up again.
Essendon by 10 points.
1 goal, 3 Essendon to start the quarter. Collingwood yet to score. We've been travelling 9 minutes in the third quarter. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Pendlebury with the current skipper in Moore. Long kick out of the wing. Here's Josh Dacos. Best and fairest in a premiership year. Pokes the pass to De Goey. Marks in front of the benches. Comes back inboard. Kicks inside the forward 50. Jamie Elliott with the air raid. Leaps up on the shoulders and takes a hanger on Anzac Day. Oh, you saw that coming a long way back. Used Benny Mackay as his step ladder. And Jamie Elliott with one for the ages.
You'd have to have someone in the family in the Air Force, wouldn't you?
Oh, what a beauty.
If his nose bleeds, you know why, because he was up that high.
Gee, Ben Mackay, that is not where you want to be. Now finds himself on a new glossy poster Jamie Elliott with the finishing touches. Slams it right through the middle. And Jamie Elliott's highlight reel grows as Essendon's lead is cut to 4. The Pies 7-11-53, Essendon 8-9-57. The Bombers by just 4 points. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, what a great mark. Great mark, great finish. We expected that. He's just that sort of player you cannot give a run to because he'll just sit on your head, as he did. They're the ones that bring people to the game. They're the ones you just love.
Collingwood players, Bobby Hill in particular, they're watching the replays on the big screen right now and just smiling and laughing, and that's the joy you got to have in footy. What a mark.
So you're watching the teammates' reaction. I'm looking in the crowd at the Collingwood fans, and the jaws are just wide open, and the eyes are popped out of the heads of Collingwood fans as they watch 3-4 replays on the giant screen.
And the goal, by the way, similar spot from when he kicked that winner against the Bombers late 2022.
Right. Oh, is he coming back to haunt Essendon? Margin now, Essendon by 4 points. As they go into the attacking zone, half forward here. It's punched down by a couple of Collingwood defenders. Josh Dacos gave it to Mitchell. His handball was a little bit too hot for Noble. Had to go back and get it. Then he was set upon by a couple of Bombers.
And in amongst the joy of that mark, Mick, Jamie Elliott nails his chance. Essendon have had 3 chances. They missed all of those. Yep. And Pies go down and bang, straight to the middle.
The ruckman take it out of the air. Durham is able to scoop it and give it straight to Crisp, who gives it to Nick Dacos. Squares the kick from one side of the defensive edge of the centre square to side bottom, who gives it to Lipinski. Could go inboard to Elliott. He doesn't. Instead, he goes inside 50. Coming out and crunching Schultz was Redmond. Ball spills away of the Bombers defenders. Kelly, Heppel, they combined well. Harry Jones loops the handball over the top to Hobbs. He's got time to take it on the bounce, give it back to Heppel. He gets it back and then skies the ball. Well, this is an awkward one as Jones goes back with the flight bravely. Knocked down to Pendlebury. Faked one way. Handballs to Mitchell. Mitchell set upon. He's forced to handball backwards. The Collingwood players had it. Now they've lost it. Here's a chance for Durham with the Bombers. Gets his kick away just in time. Into the centre of the ground. Goldstein, quick hands, beautiful aggression. Has a bounce. He's tackled, breaks the tackle, handballs over to right. He's going to loop the handball over the top to Langford and Snape. 6-pointer. His second of the afternoon, Kyle Langford. And they creep out to a 10-point lead. They are clinging on, these Bombers. 9-9-63. Collingwood 7-11-53. Just when you think the reigning Premier is going to get a roll on, the Bombers are able to stand tall.
I tell you what, talking about overuse, that was always going to be one hand pass too many, or a very big floating hand pass at the end.
It's hard in the mouth stuff.
Well, I reckon it was the fact that it landed in Langford's hands meant that at least he thinks through it.
What about
the numbers? So there's a place of 3 in the back 50. We've got now Essendon had 4-2, and that's what I mean about this aggressive back line of Collingwood. If you make it past that middle line, you've got a real chance. But if you muck around with it down the other end, good luck.
Bombers by 10. Great ruck work, Goldstein. The problem was it went straight to Pendlebury of Collingwood. Kicks inside the forward pocket. Elliott hitting up, tackled by Kelly. Lost it. Ball comes out. Heppel's hand pass back over his shoulder to Nick Martin. It's a hot footy. Gives it to Heppel. Hand pass to Durham, who covers good ground. Handball to Parrish. He's in real strife. Trying to bounce off Pendlebury. Schultz has got him. And he's caught. Free kick for Collingwood, left half forward. It was Nick Dacos the first time, and in the end, Schultz made sure he was going nowhere.
Yeah, overuse. Yeah, when you face away from home like that, you just kick the ball, get 45 metres, 50 metres.
Parrish coughs it up. Schultz with the footy. Bombers by 10. 14 gone in the third. Kicks into the forward pocket. Heppel back, saves the day. Knocks it out of play. So Essendon by 10 points. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. We're halfway through the third quarter. Courtney Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
It's been a pulsating game so far. Heppel with a fumble in the D50, but that's okay. Got it over to his teammate in Caldwell. The kick ricochets the way of Kelly, who settles and kicks sideways. Laverty says, let's just slow it down. He's got it in the back pocket. Kicks it sideways to Heppel. This is all short, barely the required distance into the other back pocket to Mackay.
So that's the 9 metre, or the top of the goal square rule.
So it's a 50 and it'll come back to Ben Mackay. So
it's a long way round from the goals for Myercheck to immediately realise he had to be that distance away.
Mackay moves it quickly to Parrish, who's got it in the bullseye, just drives it strong and long, looking for the ruckman in Draper, couldn't take it in the air. Hobbs has got it at ground level, and guess who's got him? DeGoey. Hobbs is going nowhere.
Hobbs unfortunately hasn't adjusted to how little time you've got in this game.
Yeah, no, he hasn't.
So is that just through experience in it?
Yeah, it will be experience, because you'll get smashed a couple of times and you'll work it out.
The game right now for him is going at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It'll slow down as he gets more experience.
Ben Hobbs, 20-year-old, playing in his 3rd Anzac Day game. It's just his 41st match, so lucky enough in his first 41 to play in 3 of these.
Well, mind you, he's a slow learner for his 41st game.
I probably didn't do him any favours there. Apologies, Mr. and Mrs. Hobbs. There's a long kick from Maynard. It goes down the wing. Off hands, falls down Essendon's way. It's Dersma rather, but he's locked up straight away. So ball up on the wing. Bombers have 4 guys playing their first Anzac Day match. Collingwood have 2. One of them, Harvey Harrison, who's yet to come in the game as the sub, and Nick Hind unused for the Bombers. Well, there's a free kick for a ruck infringement. What happened there, Mick? Free kick.
Too high on Mason Cox.
Yeah,
That's impossible.
Well, I just say 2 ruckmen were just fighting for the front position.
How can you get up over the top of those huge shoulders? So Mason Cox sends it to centre half forward. Myercheck hits it hard, got his hands to it. Comes down to Pendlebury, a little up and under. Strong mark by Kelly. Outmarking McCreary. Wants to give it to Heppel. Oh, pops up there. It allows Bobby Hill to come in, and then he goes the dribbler. Oh, that would have been absolutely brilliant by Bobby Hill.
Can I just come in on Kelly?
He missed it to the near side.
He just did not look anywhere but where he wanted to kick it. He did not look at any lateral, any way at all.
Verdi coming out of defence, just got it to Sammy Durham. Fan club growing by the week, by the way, for Sam Durham. A boy from Seymour, playing regional footy up to the VFL and midway through 2021 on an AFL list. Long kick to Goldstein, reaches over the pack, lays it off immediately to Stringer. Dumped in the tackle from Frampton, and he'd already got rid of the footy, said the umpire. Free kick to the package, loads up, kicks it inside 50. Nick Cox the target, lands out the back though. Collingwood's advantage. Moore jams it on the boot, and here's Bobby Hill with plenty of room to work into. Off the back flank, kicks down the wing for Collingwood, trying to transition the footy quickly. Jake Kelly chops it off, numbers with the Bombers, and they mop it up. Hand pass to McGrath. He can give it to Heppel, standing still against the boundary line. Hand pass back to Kelly, back to McGrath. The Bombers with it on the wing. They lead by 9 points. 18 gone in the 3rd. Long kick down the line, and it's a turnover. And the champ Pendlebury intercepts, kicks to DeGoey on the wing for Collingwood.
DeGoey loops the handball. Oh, that was casual. And it's sold Nick Dacos, the champ, into all sorts of trouble. He was collected either side. The umpire says, no, give it to me, it'll be a ball up. I'm not sure what DeGoey was thinking then.
Is he a little fortunate?
Ball up on the southern wing. Oh, both ruck go to ground. The umpire says that we are holding, and it goes against Goldstein.
Oh, my. Oh, well, I'm just seeing that, well,
Mason Cox has got it again.
To answer your one, just because it was a bad handball by DeGoey, it didn't mean Nick Dacos had prior opportunity.
So. I think he tried to fight the tackle, which I think is where the Essendon fans were unable.
Cox has kicked to about 5 red and black players out there. The mark was taken, but the kick was terrible, and it's gone straight to Nick Dacos. Of all players that you could kick it to, he won the Anzac medal last year, and he's just might have recorded a goal assist here, because all by himself inside 50 is Lipinski. He's taken a mark directly in front. Yeah. Right at true centre-half forward, Lingy.
Just a few Essendon players there. The moment's closing in on them a little bit in that there was a mistake. Yeah, sure, bad kick. But then a lot of turning and blaming each other. And
hands on hips.
Couple just walking.
Yeah.
Got to straight away lock into the defence. Don't let that mark be taken.
Pat Lipinski to the punt road end, directly in front to get them back within 3 points. He is all class, Lipinski. Essendon 9-9-63. They are clinging on by their fingernails here. Collingwood 8-12-60. Haven't stopped coming hard all day. And it's Essendon by 3 points after 20 minutes in the 3rd term.
Kel, just on what you were just saying, it's close, yes. Essendon have had 82 to 58 possessions, and I'm going to say that of the 42 hand passes, I would say half of them, and I'm going to say 20, have been panic, unnecessary hand passes. The way Essendon have got back in the game is through direct play to get over this 50-metre or this centre line that we've got into the forward line. When they overpossess, Collingwood take it off them, don't need as many possessions to get back, and then there's the consequences. They are very efficient, Collingwood. Essendon, they're just not inefficient at the moment.
Bombers kicked 6 of the first 7 goals. Collingwood have kicked 7 of the last 10. Back in the middle, it's Collingwood again. De Goey weighted hand pass, too much on it. Out in front of Lipinski. Kelly had it, lost it in the tackle, spills to Crisp. He too lost it as he's being tackled. Kelly a second go. Hand pass to Martin, he's tackled. Ball comes out. Now it's centre half back for the Bombers. Draper, hand pass to Merritt. Gives it to Heppel. Short kick out towards Dersma.
A good option. Just take the heat off for a second because those handballs were under enormous pressure again. Heppel, just get a mark, back in control. Just get the ground set up the way they want it.
5 minutes to play before three-quarter time.
Short kick to Merritt. Merritt goes short back to Heppel. The Bombers by just 3 points. Now they're in a live ball situation. Hand pass to Dersma. He gives it to Parrish. Turns and kicks down to half forward. Goldstein trying to move more out of the way. Spoils the mark. More hand pass. Stays alive. Gresham inside the boundary line. Hand pass back to Dersma. He keeps on moving. He got it to Durham. Trying to get it back to Dersma. They've lost it now. Collingwood through pure pressure and number. Picked up by De Goey. Just bangs it into space down at half forward. Hill lurking on it. Mackay there first. Hand pass to McGrath. He goes short. Finds Heppel, the former skipper, at half back for Essendon.
He's happy to steady it with a short, sharp kick to Parrish, who's got it at half back.
Don't want to just keep going down the lines here. Darcy Moore's got it pretty well covered. Got to continue to be brave enough to take it off the line. Keep that Collingwood defence shifting.
Even if they just go lateral and keep it wide, one way to the other, Lingy. At the moment, they're so predictable.
To Heppel, to Dersma, who's got it on the southern wing. He kicks looking for Jones, front position. Couldn't quite take the mark. Now Jones has got it. Oh, what a tackle by Nick Dacos. Made sure Jones was going nowhere.
Yeah, tackling has been outstanding. Both sides,
Crisp,
actually.
rather. It's the same colour boots, but it was Crisp with that brilliant tackle. Flicked up in the air. Cameron down to Chris. Tries to break a couple. Then he lost it. Holding the ball. Durham. Looking inside 50.
You've got players around him telling him to settle down. Forwards want it in there.
And that's exactly where he goes. Oh, leaping up over the top was Jamie Elliott, making sure that Hobbs couldn't take the mark. And now it's called Collingwood as they drive out the defensive 50. Howe is hitting up Hoskin Elliott at half back with 3 minutes to play before three-quarter time. Essendon by 3.
There's the contrast in Collingwood getting out, back 50 with minimum number of possessions.
Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport as Hoskin Elliott goes inboard and Laverty's up and marking. Strong mark edge of the centre square, just in the back half for the Bombers. Hoskin Elliott too got top votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year for his game against Port last week. 21 and kicked 2 goals. Luke Ball handed nose out as Laverty heads down to half forward. Frampton spoils it away. Down to Maynard. Looks inboard over the outstretched fingertips of De Goey. Mopped up by McCreery. Collingwood owning the corridor. Hand pass to Elliott. Handball back to McCreery. Shakes the would-be tackler. Kicks to Schultz, who's all alone. And they burn Essendon on the overlap. And Schultz marks 40 out right half forward.
But Mick, again, it's coming from the predictability of Essendon's ball movement. It's long to about 60 or 70 out from the Essendon goals. Collingwood are getting the spoil in, they're getting numbers there, and then bang, they're gone. So that good attacking play from Collingwood is simply stemming from Essendon's inability to take the ball off the line and be a little bit less predictable.
Schultz from right half forward. The Bombers' 27-point lead is long gone. Collingwood retake the lead. The Pies by 3 points. 24 gone in the third term. Collingwood 9-12. Essendon 9-9. And welcome to the big stage for Lockie Schultz, the former Docker, with a goal on Anzac Day. 24 travelled in the third. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. The Pies by 3.
Well, clearance is one thing you spoke about at half-time, Mick, and just perhaps evening it up a little bit for Collingwood. They were well down. 7-4 Collingwood's way in this quarter. So they've fixed that balance up. Essendon now are trying to move the ball not from a stoppage because they're not dominating the clearances.
Yeah.
They're trying to move it from general play, but it's predictable, it's long, and Collingwood are counter-attacking well.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kelly, just keeping an eye on Scott Pendlebury. He's been on the bench. He busted his rib a couple of weeks ago against Hawthorn in Adelaide in gather round. I reckon it's bothering him. He just put an extra, almost a pillow thing around underneath his jumper. So you see he looks a bit fatter just to guard it.
Collingwood by 3 points, but it's Stringer out of the centre. Gave it off to Dersma, who kicks it into the pocket. Backing back was Langford looking to take the mark, but Moore made sure that there was none of that. And his spoil is over the goal line.
First time Scotty Pendlebury's been described as that.
I was about to say I wouldn't mind using that excuse. I'm to say, look, my ribs aren't going that well, so I'm just carrying around this extra padding.
Here's this kick in again. So the first one goes to the pocket, which is predictable. This is where, if Essendon's done their homework, they should be able to stop this one or at least spoil the ball in the air.
Noble goes long down the line. Pies by 2 points late in the third term. Punched away at the back. Mitchell, quick hands away to Quaynor. High up and under down the wing. They come from all directions. G. Elliott threw himself at it from the back of the back. Heavy landing. Couldn't come down with it this time. Redmond to Martin. He kicks out on the full. And Collingwood will get it back right on halfway. Gee, how did he attack that pack? Jamie Elliott.
That was reckless. He basically landed on his head. He's already taken mark of the year. Settle down, Jamie.
Took an absolute hanger earlier in the quarter. Jamie Elliott went back, kicked a goal on the back of it, sends it down to high half forward. Cameron the target, scored away from him. Kelly pulled down without the footy. Ump says play on. Nick Cox picks it up, drilled in the tackle from Josh Dacos. And a ball up in front of the interchange gates. Collingwood by 2 points. 26 and a half gone in the third term. 9-12 to 9-10. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
There are some exhausted players out here. The siren for three-quarter time can't come soon enough. So Tom Mitchell scoops it up, gave it to Dacos. Josh Dacos' kick was smothered, and now Essendon can bounce. Martin keeps it short and sharp and delivers to Langford. Straight down his throat in front of Darcy Moore, who really made him earn it. Attacking side of the broadcast wing, the northern wing. He goes long and strong, and he's looking for right. Got hands to it. Davey Jr. fires it out to Laverde. He's got it centre half forward. He's going to go back to McGrath. What does Andy McGrath spot inside 50? He spots Harry Jones in the left forward pocket. Jones takes the mark in front of Quaynor, and it's going to be a really tough, challenging set shot this.
Yeah, someone's going to have to get to him. Yeah, it's good that he didn't try the quick kick around the body as the siren was about to go. Communicated that well to him.
So Collingwood by 2 points. And the 23-year-old Harry Jones with a chance to put Essendon in front at the last change. He's already kicked 1 goal this afternoon. Takes a very deep breath. He crosses the 50. He's a step or two in from the boundary line. Left forward pocket to the city end. He misses. Misses to the near side. So it means there is 1 point the difference at three-quarter time. Collingwood with the most slender of leads. Essendon, it's like they're walking a tightrope. They can't afford one slip-up. And Collingwood, the reigning premier, just ready to rip this game apart in the final term. Pies by 1, 9-12-66. Essendon 9-11-65.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, I'm just watching. Both teams have told their subs to do full warm-up. So Nick Hind is flat out outside, inside the punt road forward 50. Harvey Harrison down the City Road end. I'm just a question to Lingy and Mick upstairs. I mean, you've got fresh legs. Who are you putting out of this game to get them into it?
Well, I'd take...
I know who I'm taking off for Essendon. I've already said that one.
Yeah, well, I'm with
so that's
Davey Jr.
Davey Jr.
Yes.
Sorry.
Look, to me, it's... Look, I hate saying this, but I reckon Steele's side.
No, I'm about to say the exact same thing, Nick. I just don't think he's got his legs today. Hasn't found the footy. I'm with you.
The goal kickers, Brody Mychek's kicked 3 for the Pies, who lead the game by a point, 2 for Jamie Elliott, and then 1 each for Lipinski, Schultz, Hoskin Elliott and Nick Dacos. While for Essendon, Langford's got 2, Wright's got 2, and then 1 each for Draper, Parrish, Jones, Stringer and Davey Jr. 3 lead changes, all of them coming after time on in the second term. It is Collingwood by 1 as we turn for home. Marlon Pickett was fined $3,750 for his strike to Clayton Oliver last night. It was judged intentional conduct, low impact. and body contact. So as a result, just a fine for Marlon Pickett. He's free to play next week against the Dockers. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. It is set up beautifully heading into the final term. Collingwood by just one. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling next.
Time to steady and pull the trigger.
Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and expert panellists every day to get the latest news, game analysis and insights straight from the field.
The way the rules are now, you're not allowed to brace yourself and hit someone in the head in a marking contest.
Tune in to stay ahead of the game and get your daily dose of footy fever. Find the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Anzac Day Round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Kicks inside the forward 50. Jamie Elliott with the air raid. Leaps up on the shoulders and takes a hanger on Anzac Day. Oh, you saw that coming a long way back. Used Benny Mackay as his step ladder. And Jamie Elliott with one for the ages. Jamie Elliott with the finishing touches. Slams it right through the middle.
Pat Lipinski to the punt road end directly in front to get them back within 3 points. He is all class, Lipinski.
Collingwood owning the corridor. Hand pass to Elliott. Handball back to McCreary. Shakes the would-be tackler. Kicks to Schultz, who's all alone. And they burn Essendon on the overlap. Schultz from right half forward. The Bombers' 27-point lead is long gone. Collingwood retake the lead.
ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Anzac Day Round. Essendon versus Collingwood.
Pies by a point as we turn for home. Three-quarter time at the MCG. We're just getting started. It's the first of two games. There's another game of footy to come tonight from the nation's capital. It is GWS up against the Brisbane Lions. Brett Spriggy's there. Spriggy.
Corbin, footy is not a matter of life and death, but strictly in the realms of football significance and what today's contest represents. It doesn't get any more important than that for the Brisbane Lions. Two recent wins offset by a loss to Geelong last week at home, and now they'll face another contender in the Giants themselves, coming off a loss last week. Their first of the season, no doubt keen to bounce back at their second home here in Canberra. They'll be doing so without their skipper Toby Green, as we know, out suspended. Darcy Jones will make his debut. A young West Aussie joins an already impressive brigade of small forwards, but still no Steve Cornelio or Sam Taylor, so they are under strength. These sides also met on the Anzac Day weekend last year. Charlie Cameron kicked 7 that day, and they've won 5 in a row. The Lions against the Giants, and both of their previous outings at Manuka Oval. We're still a couple of hours away, but they'll pack them in here later on. A sellout crowd, also going to footy in prospect with Ty Connelly, Joel Patfell and Daniel Garb to join me for our ABC Sport coverage, the Giants and the Lions here in Canberra.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Spriggy. And that eye-catching helmet Darcy Jones is going to wear. He's got an orange and charcoal helmet, so we'll see the West Australian make his debut later tonight. There's a fair bit to happen here before we get to that. It is a 1-point lead for Collingwood as we turn for home. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
Well, I'm just seeing on my screen here, and we might go down to Hodgie if we can, if Hodgie's listening right now. On our screen, it's showing Tom Mitchell as the sub. Hodgie, is that what you're seeing down there?
Yeah, Lingy. So Tom Mitchell was the first to the bench. He gave high fives to every player that came to the bench. He was then handed Harvey Harrison's T-shirt, and he's gone to the back seat of the bench. So Tom Mitchell has been the man fired out of this game for fresh legs. Harrison comes in.
Great, thank you for that, Hodgie.
That's fair.
Had the 19 disposals, Tom Mitchell, a heap of handballs, which is probably his game a little bit. But
only 2 clearances.
Yeah, the leg speed and the run is obviously going to be really important. So basically establishing Steele Sidebottom's going to play that winger structural role, even though he's not having a huge influence on the game. And then hopefully Harrison can get moving and run up and down and really use those fresh legs. We'll keep an eye on when Nick Hines going to come into this game as well for the Bombers. But, wow, this is going to be a close one, Mick, right to the end. I keep feeling Collingwood. I have more trust in Collingwood, but Essendon, to their credit, they have surprised the hell out of me today with the way that they've had the resolve to keep going in this game.
The Bombers kicked 4 goals in 4 minutes to start. We had Scott Pendlebury getting to 10,000 disposals. Jamie Elliott took mark of the year. It's already been a memorable Anzac Day, Mick, and it's a point the difference at three-quarter time.
And it's a beauty because we really, if Essendon play with that grunt.
Essendon don't know who's supposed to be on the ground here.
No, it's confusion before Nick Cox eventually says, yeah, I'll run out there and start on the wing. So
sorry about that, Mick.
No. I was watching him say, hang on, I just thought there was a spare man in the background, but you're going to let her do it anymore. So Oh, I think the Pies, they've been in here, they've been in this position before, and they know how to win. I don't know whether Essendon know how to win this. And that's the only difference, really. Pound for pound, Collingwood are probably a better side, but Essendon's bottom half have got to be better than what Collingwood's bottom half are. And Collingwood's bottom half, players like Maynard.
There's still more happening with this bench.
There's a bit more going. Bombers haven't made their sub either, by the way, so Nick Hines to come into the game.
They're sending Nick Cox off the ground, so the interchange steward is saying that Nick Cox is not the one listed who should be on the ground. Darcy Parish, who originally came off, now needs to go back onto the ground.
The other thing is Brad Scott took an long amount of time with his team, and in the end, the siren was going and it was time to restart, and he was still out there with the board and the rest of his coaching staff.
That's $1,000. I can tell you through experience. That's probably more these days. Add on a little bit of GST these days.
Here we go, Corbin.
Perfectly builds a bit of suspense as the final quarter is now underway. Collingwood by 1 point with a quarter to decide it in front of a full house on Anzac Day. Draper wins the first hit out. Down to Sammy Durham off the left peg. Gets the centre break for Essendon. Moore at the drop. Got his hands to it. No mark. Davey Jr. trying to trap it. Now 70 out at half forward for Essendon. Collects. Breaks the Moore tackle. Does a 360. Kicks down to half forward. Bouncing footy. Cameron will be the first one there. Can't take it clean. Now he's under pressure. Lost it. Davey took too long. Caught by Noble holding the ball.
That's...
Thought that was high contact, Nick.
Wow, I haven't been his favourite supporter, but that is quite. I'm not 100% sure.
The Pies have been outscored only once in the final quarter all year through 6 starts. They lead by a point here as we start the final term. 45 seconds old. Collingwood by 1. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
And John Noble's going to kick it from the punt road end, long and strong down the line, straight to Draper. He says, yep, I'll gobble that one up. It's too easy, and he gobbles it right in front of the Pies bench where Mason Cox is watching on. Draper looking for right the target, reaching up over the top was Maynard. Lovely defensive mark.
Just poor set up by Essendon. Really, really poor set up. Mind you, it was Ruckman kicking the ball in.
So Maynard goes down the line again. Draper's there. De Goey wins a free in the contest. Wants to go quickly, and he does. He's going to give it to Hoskin Elliott. Marks. Spots something he likes about 20 metres further down the ground. It's Bobby Hill with that shock of peroxide blonde hair. Hard to miss. Hill is a long way from home. He ignores a lead from Chris.
Pick it up for Elliott again.
He thought about getting rid of it, and in the end he drew a couple of defenders and gave it off to Josh Dacos, who lines it up from just inside the boundary line and says, Joke Stringer, you thought you had magic in your boots from that spot in the first quarter, but look what I can do.
Yeah, great kick.
A step in from the boundary line, a step ahead of the 50, and from the toughest of angles, it was a miraculous kick from Josh Dacos. And Collingwood now out to a 7-point lead with the first goal in the last term. 10-12-72. Essendon 9-11-65.
Yeah, I'm looking at my stats here and it says Essendon inside 51. So I was going to say, I thought it was flipped around. There's the difference. The way Collingwood took that ball in, the way Essendon took it in, and the difference is 6 points. And that becomes a 7-point lead. So all of a sudden it's now 2 kicks for Essendon to get back. Early days, yes, but there's got to be a method of going forward, and you've got to have a setup that's going to be highly competitive, or someone's free. Dacos is free.
Collingwood have kicked the last 3 in the game. They lead it by 7. The all-important first goal of the final term. Down to De Goey off the hit out from Cameron. He tried to fight through a few tackles, and the ump says holding the ball. It was a team effort to get him down. And in the end, Zach Merritt with the biggest piece of him, and as a result will get the free kick. The Essendon skipper just kicks it straight to the hot spot. 30 out from goal. They come from all directions. Floats out the back. No one there. In the end, Crisp goes to ground. Stringer kept his feet but ran over it. Now Langford. Hand pass to Dersma. Kicks a high bomb to the top of the goal square, and Noble puts his fist through it. Punches it through for a rush behind. Collingwood's lead back to 6 points.
Harry Jones really saw out of that contest, and they're just going to stop the game. Calling a blood rule, so maybe he got his head split open here.
He got sandwiched there between Cameron backing back and Moore coming from behind, and in the end he was sandwiched in between them. So, there's blood streaming out of the nose of Harry Jones. So, as you said, play will stop. 4 minutes into the final term, Collingwood by 6. This is ABC Sports coverage of Anzac Day footy. Corbin, Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse and Tim Hodges, your call team.
Now, that was Ronaldo. The first thing he said to the trainer when he hurt his nose like that, get a mirror, am I damaged? So I don't know that'll happen now.
Well, Harry Jones might think too.
Well, I'm just saying.
He's a nice-looking boy.
Yes,
he probably thinks the
that's
same
the reason why I said it, Kel. Is he going for the mirror?
I can guarantee you that's broken, that nose.
Well, that's it. If his modelling days, his modelling days are gone.
That's a lot
Hey,
of
Mick, I had a broken nose. I've still got them in front of me.
Oh, well, your modelling days. Okay, kick in here. Howe goes straight down the ground in a one-on-one. Draper goes to ground. Maynard takes off, grits the teeth, sockers it off the turf, straight to Mackay. Mackay gives it to Draper, who bounced back up and takes the mark.
Mackay's first thing was he was going to hand pass.
Peeling round behind him as Redmond accepts the handball and then delivers inside 50 to Langford.
Better, much better.
Well, quick legging.
Yeah,
quick movement.
You said it already to start this quarter. Long, predictable, not a good structure, and Collingwood have handled it comfortably. That one, Redmond was prepared to get on his bike, run a few metres, and then low and hard to a player that was free. Much better entry.
Tough set shot from 50 out. Tidy Shangle, he's already booted to Langford to the punt road end. That had promise the minute it left the boot. He took a while to celebrate. The entire stadium held its breath. And then Langford let out an almighty roar. And it's all tied up again, 10-12, 72 apiece. After 5 minutes of play in this final term, what a rollicking contest is unfolding before us. More than 90,000 in the house. This is turning into an Anzac Day classic.
Mick, because of the quality of Essendon's clearances this game, except maybe the third quarter, but they're going to get their hands on the ball. They're going to get entries. It all comes down to the quality of those entries.
It does, yeah. And not decide to hand pass it back, but I say this about any back line. If you get the ball in quickly at 6v6, the ball hits the deck, you are automatically vulnerable. You are highly vulnerable. If you muck around with it, the mids are back, the wings are back supporting.
Scores level early in this final term. No clean takeaway. Spills out towards Stringer. Back at the stoppage. 6 minutes gone. Final term. Scores level. Stringer to half forward. Noble spoils. But into the lap of Langford. 60 out. Hand pass inside 50. Gresham. Darting run. Hand pass to Caldwell. Clean pickup. Got it away by hand. To Martin. Trying to wrestle free. The go-ahead goal. Off the boot of Nick Martin. He kicked what proved to be the winner last week. We got a whole lot of footy still to be played yet. 7 gone in the final term. Essendon back on top. 11-12, 78. Collingwood 10-12, 72. Lead change number 4. The Bombers on top. ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Essendon are about to make their substitute, and I think it's been forced on them. Harrison Jones was taken to the room. Clearly he's got a broken nose, but he was really emotional and in a hell of a lot of pain. So Nick Hind has now taken the top off. I think that substitution has been made while he's down in the rooms, and Hind is now into this game. So that's a big one for the Bombers.
That changes them structurally too, because it's certainly not a like for like. But wow, great play, Nick Martin. The Essendon players in that forward line handled the pressure. Collingwood kept coming at them, nailed the goal. I tell you what, this could be a huge leap in the Bombers' evolution if they can find a way to win this one.
Oh, there is energy crackling through the MCG at the moment. Back underway in the centre. Duursma giving it off to Heppel, who's run off half-back and delivers short. Caldwell's got it.
That was 50 a year ago.
On the edge of the centre circle. He's looking for Parrish. It went over his head. Here's Nick Martin. He's going to scoop on it just inside the boundary line. Pokes the pass to the top of the goal square, and the mark's taken by Langford.
Yeah, he's a very hard player to match up with, Langford. Really hard. He's marked against a powerful marking player too. I think it was
Jeremy Howe.
Yeah. But Jeremy Howe isn't a great spoiler. He's a great mark.
So Kyle Langford. Hardly any angle to speak of. To the punt road end. Over the head of Darcy Moore, and he's got 4. They were on the brink of defeat, the Bombers. but they've held their nerve all afternoon. And as we close to night time at the MCG with the lights on, they take a 12-point lead. 12-12-84, Collingwood 10-12-72.
Mick, clearances 4-0 this quarter, Essendon's way, and they're the clearances you've been asking for all game. Not stuffing around with an extra handball. They are getting it in there deep now. Those Collingwood defenders are starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, and 7-1 inside 50s. And 4 of those would have come directly from those clearances. So there's no secret to it, Lingy, but it's easy sitting up there. You've got to do it.
They kicked 6 of the first 7, the Bombers, and then 3 goals across 2 quarters. They've kicked 3 goals in 3 minutes here to go from 7 behind to now 12 on top. Back in the middle, another clean break for the Bombers. Merritt first touch, hand pass to Stringer. Kicks out of the centre square. Peter Wright crashes the pack. Spoiled by Frampton, but straight down to Caldwell. Hand pass broken up. There's Harrison, the sub. First touch, hand pass away to Noble. He gives it to Maynard. Hand pass to Noble. He steps right around Merritt. Kicks straight down the pipe for Collingwood. Half volley pick up from Myercheck. He left it behind. Harrison cleans it up to De Goey. Shoots goalward, but he misses out to the left. Harrison involved twice. An 11-point lead for Essendon. 10 gone final term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, it's not good news for Harry Jones. Unfortunately, the paramedics have been taken down to the rooms, which means at the very least he needs the green whistle with that badly broken nose. But I think he's going to be taken to hospital to check on his face to see if there's any facial fractures.
Redman on the kick-in. Had a little bit of a dash and then delivered lovely to Nick Cox. He's got it at half-back. He sends it along the northern wing. No one's there. Mason Cox with the sunnies on and the white glove takes an easy mark and then gives the handball off to Maynard, who goes inside 50. Hill was there. He was the meat in the sandwich. Myercheck gives it off to the sub. Oh, it's the super sub! Harvey Harrison, remember the name. First Anzac Day. He's come in for his first game of the season and he snapped his 4th AFL goal. Harvey Harrison. And they're back to within 5. 11-13-79, Essendon 12-12-84. This has been a dramatic tug of war all afternoon, Lingy.
Oh, brilliant goal. Fantastic finish for a player who's come on cold and just keen to get into this game. Only had half a step, but Essendon had that covered.
Yeah.
Ben Mackay has to be better than that. He's up against Bobby Hill. It's a high ball. Your job there is not to punch it and completely miss it and let it get over the back. You just got to mark that. That's a simple mark for a good defender.
Oh, it is. It is. And it kills the ball.
Yep.
4 lead changes. One of them already in this final term. The Bombers by 5 points. Collingwood the last goal. Caldwell out of the middle. Hand pass away towards Dersma. He gives it by hand to Redmond. Short kick to Heppel, not 15. Says keep rolling. And Dersma receives a hand pass. Kicks the Bombers out wide. Davey and Noble the one-on-one. Davey shifts Noble under the footy, but one bounce out of play. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Bombers. ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges on the boundary. The coaching icon Mick Malthouse. The 3-time premiership cat Cameron Ling. Game on the line. 12 and a half gone. Final quarter on Anzac Day. Essendon by 5. From the stoppage. Jump the tug on Nick Dacos and he's getting a free kick. Durham just pulled him without the footy. And Dacos goes short to his mentor in Pendlebury. Past 10,000 disposals earlier tonight. Short kick to Maynard. Again, Collingwood coming from behind in the final term. Something they've done just about more than any other team in history under Craig McRae's short tenure, which includes that flag last year. Kicks to a pack at half forward. Spoiled by the Bombers. Hines slips over. Invites McCreery in to take the lead. He's got it. Collingwood in front. You must play the minutes. You sign up for 80 every time you front up against the black and white. Collingwood by 1. 13 and a half gone final term. Lead change number 5. Collingwood 12-13. Essendon 12-12. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, ABC Sport.
Well, it's the case of one of the things you get taught, and you'll be teaching your kids when you coach, Lingy, stay on your feet.
Yep.
You must stay on your feet. And you hit the ball flush on. One of the things about a moving football like that is, one, hit it with your body straight on. Don't try to turn too quickly. and as a consequence, once you give up the ground, you've only got 17 players in the ground, and you've virtually lost that contest. There's no side these days can win 2v1, 3v2.
Collingwood by 1 point. The perfect bounce. Draper reaching up over the top of Cameron, and then Draper just hacks it out of there towards half forward. Taking off after it is Martin. Gets there first to Gresham. Handballs back in ball to Caldwell. Bearing down is Cameron. Caldwell gets a kick away. It's a real up and under. Langford's at the drop. So too was Quaynor, fisting it towards the safety of the boundary line. And it'll be a boundary throw-in, 25 around from Essendon's goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kelly, I'm really happy to report the paramedics have brought Harry Jones back from the Essendon rooms. I think they've got that pain under control. I reckon it might be his first time he's ever broken the nose, but he is back on the bench to watch the last 15 minutes or so.
Subbed out for Nick Hind. Thanks, Hodgie. Collingwood by 1. Boundary throw-in, spills to Davey. Gang tackle, ball up.
I just don't... Essendon's want to get the extra hand passes cost them probably 3 or 4 shots on goal.
Yep.
Forward 50 stoppage. Goldstein first hands on it. Down to Quaynor though with the Magpies. Hand pass out wide. Lipinski knocks it away to Nick Dacos, and he sees it out along with Nick Cox. Boundary throw-in. Left half forward for the Bombers. 55 out from their attacking goal. Coming home to the punt road end. Collingwood by 1.
There's always a balance, isn't there, Mick? You want to be selfless, get it to somebody in space, but eventually, if it's you've got to take the responsibility and kick the goal.
Absolutely, Lee.
Spinning ball back into play. Goldstein right on the 50. Caldwell steals it out of his opponent's hands. Davey Jr. just an awkward little bounce. Tough for Wright to get down low. Frampton having to pick it up. And over the boundary line for another boundary throw-in. Frampton with the match-up on Wright. And they trot back to the goal square. Deep in attacking 50 here for the Bombers.
Inside 50s, 1 to 8. Would that be right? 1 to 8?
Essendon cheer squad. Not too far away.
9 to 4.
Looking to go up.
9 to 4.
As Cameron just thumps it back over that boundary line, and we'll reset and go again.
That 8-1 number though is clearances.
Yeah. I was going to say Heady kicked 2 goals from 1. Yeah. So I was trying to work it out. Maybe it was outside 50, but then again it wasn't.
Collingwood by 1 point.
Matt's has always been pretty good.
Goldstein. Stolen by side bottom. Streaming out of the defensive 50. He puts it on the southern side, and the foot race is on. McCreary takes on Redmond. Redmond goes to ground. McCreary's got it. He has a bounce. He stops. He props. He assesses, and then he delivers to the sub in Harrison.
Harvey Harrison played his 2nd game on a King's birthday match, and now his 5th game here on Anzac Day. His first for the young season. Already got a goal in the last. Looks for Elliott in the forward pocket. No mark. Slips off his fingertips. McGrath for Essendon. Hand pass to Redmond. Handball to Dersma. Spin move. In trouble. Hand pass into open space. Elliott clean. Hand pass to the smooth mover. The savvy vet in Pendlebury. Kicks inboard. Carries over the head of Lipinski. Quaynor copped an on-kind bounce. Gives it by hand to Schultz. Kicks a high bomb into the pocket. Myercheck arriving late. Takes the mark right forward pocket.
This has come about because Essendon's want to hand pass and not kick. It's placed...
Just fundamentals, isn't it?
The Essendon player was out by 30 metres.
Yeah.
But they hand passed it back, lose it. You just don't do that against good sides.
This will be his 7th score in all likelihood. He's kicked 3 goals, 3. Myercheck. In fact, it won't be a score at all. He's hit the fat part of the footy and put it from one forward pocket to the other out on the full. Score doesn't change. 18 gone final term. Halfway through the final term, it is Collingwood by just 1 point. Crowd posted at 93,644. Game on the line on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 1.
Breathtaking, compelling football. From the very first bounce, when the Bombers kicked the first 4, they led by as much as 27 in the first quarter. Essendon by 1 at half-time, Collingwood by 1 at three-quarter time, and it's Collingwood by 1 with 10 minutes to play. Essendon in possession. They work their way up towards the interchange gates. Martin's got it, stabs the ball, back inboard. It was a low grubber, tough one for Heppel to control. Here's Hind the sub. Handballs backwards to Mackay, back to Martin, who started this messy passage of play. He loses Maynard, who was bearing down. Martin's given it straight, though, to the opposition just about. Backing back was Durham bravely. Stringer, he might keep it in play here. Hind beats Moore for the ball, then Moore stripped him. Hind gets it again. Clever tap long from Merritt to Davey Jr. He's had his moments this afternoon. Draper then scrapes it, gets it to Durham, back to Davey Jr., who lost it. And Nick Dacos picks it up, has given it to Maynard, who's all by himself. It's 3-on-1 inside 50 here, favouring Collingwood and needing to taking the mark, and taking the mark strongly there. In front of Andy McGrath was strong Myercheck.
Sometimes it just comes down to tiny little moments. Essendon surging, just couldn't get the clean disposal. Coughed it up, and then Collingwood were out everywhere. Andy McGrath's effort then to try and get that spoil was incredible.
But what about the muck up here?
Yeah.
4 or 5 hand passes instead of one kick into a forward line where they had 2v2.
3-3 this afternoon for Myercheck. He's a metre or two in. Oh, he shanked it. He has sent that at the back of the cheer squad. I reckon that's 8 rows back, and it wasn't marked by a Collingwood fan either.
That's 2.
So a let-off or 2 here for the Bombers, and McGrath's got it, and they're away.
His last 2 shots, both gone out of bounds on the full. Brody Myercheck, long kick up with a wing. Maynard tackled, ball spills to side bottom. He's out of room, and a throw in between wing and half forward for Collingwood.
Well, that's 2 good calls from Corby and Kell. They both predicted a goal. We've had...
So he's 3 goals, 3 and 2 out of bounds on the full. Brody Myercheck, probably in all likelihood grew up an Essendon fan. His dad played for the Bombers in the late 70s. Collingwood by 1. Time on final turn. Boundary throw in. 1 down to Merritt. Hand pass to Martin. Hand pass back to the boundary line for Durham. Hand pass away to Parrish. Just inside the boundary. Maynard wanted it out of bounds. They'll get it back anyway. The kick from Parrish. A turnover. And Howe takes the intercept mark. His kick isn't pretty. Skids away to Pendlebury. Taps it to Moore. They got the numbers advantage and they beat Hind. Moore gives it back to Pendlebury. Short kick to Harrison.
How's the composure of Moore and Pendlebury then?
Well, that's the difference.
Oh, yeah.
That is really the difference. Because there's only 2 possessions.
21 gone. Final term. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 1 point. Their last 2 set shots off the boot of Brody Myercheck have both gone out on the full. Harrison to Pendlebury to Noble. There's still just under 8 minutes on the game clock, so a long way to go. Collingwood by a single point. Back to Howe. Kicks out to his premiership teammate Frampton. Spills the mark. Short kick to side bottom. He's going to mark in front of the benches. Kelly Underwood on ABC Sport. Collingwood by 1. 21 minutes gone, final turn.
How good is Australian rules football? Not one person moving. It's gripping stuff. 93,644 as side bottom sends it right to the arc. Elliott goes without it. It's picked up by Durham. Breaks the tackle. Handball to Martin, who flares it wider still by hands to Caldwell. He's dashing along the wing, the northern wing. Langford, 2 bites, mark. Gee, he's been brilliant this afternoon, Langford.
But look at Collingwood's defence there. First back, very, very well played by the Pies behind the ball.
He's booted 4 goals, Langford, but this time from the wing he centres it to Martin, who goes wider still to the Shane Warne stand where McGrath's got it. Can he find someone right on 50? Sliding out is 2-metre Peter. Had to get down low. That is a wonderful mark for such a tall player. Now, he is a long way out. The man on the mark is Scott Pendlebury, and he's about 53, 54 metres out. Right, won't go for home. Instead, he demands a mark. It's not going to be taken airily. Here's Nick Dacos streaming out of the defensive 50. Kicks to a 2-on-1. It was 2 Essendon players. They've got the numbers. McGrath. Great hustle by Elliott. Elliott's been able to win it through Schultz. Schultz is then taken down. And it's Essendon that's got it, and the quick spearing pass finds Wright in exactly the same position.
Enormous tackle from Dersma. Short kick from Wright finds Hobbs, who marks right on the 50-metre arc.
That's smart by Wright. But Collingwood had 4 players right back on the goal line. They were going to recover that easily.
Collingwood by a point. 23 minutes travelled, final turn. And Ben Hobbs, the man on the mark right on the 50. He kicked a long-range goal last week. He's just going to lay this up to the top of the goal square. Draper down there. He spoils from the back. Howe tries to pick it up, but his bootlaces got it out. Sock it out of the defensive 50. Here's Schultz. Collects. Rides the contact. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos. Swings a hand pass out to his brother Josh. Just inside the boundary line. Keeps it alive. He's tackled now. Did the ball go out? The ump says no. Play on. Live footy inside the southern boundary line. Kelly picks it up. He too tackled. Ball comes out to Dersma. Dersma's hand pass away to Merritt. Hand pass to Hind. Essendon can kick inside 50 again, but straight to Mason Cox. Courageous. Back in front of the pack. He takes the intercept mark. Half back for Collingwood. Magpies by a point. Final 5 minutes coming up on ABC Sport.
just hanging on the Pies at the moment. Bombers getting a lot of possessions, but wasting them. They're getting the ball at 50, 55. To score, you need it in around about 30 to 35.
Cox kicks short to Quaynor, who kicks long down the wing. Oh, dropping the mark was Myercheck. He tried to have a couple of grabs at it. Now, as soon as it hits the deck, there is tired bodies piling on top of that ball. On the southern wing, a tangle of arms and legs. 84 Essendon plays, 85 Collingwood. Punishing, intense-like pressure. Here's a chance for McGrath, waiting at the back, gives the handball off. A high ball from Kelly to centre half forward. Darcy Moore paddles it straight down to Nick Cox, who had just got a kick away but was tackled wonderfully. Moore's able to pick it up, give it to side bottom, and now Bobby Hill, who's out on the northern wing. He can run and look and assess and just poke that beautifully up in time. And running onto it was Crisp. He's taken the mark at half forward. He says... puts the left hand up, says, I'm going long, as Lipinski sneaks onto the ground and wants it. Instead, Crisp goes short to Pendlebury.
Smart play. Not only the umpires lost track of time, but just to settle with the ball.
Pendlebury now sees the lead, goes in that direction to Mason Cox. Redmond got there first. Well done. It was courageous. Merritt handballs it back to Draper. To Dersma. They're going back. They're still under the pump. Kelly's involved. Here's Laverty. They've got the numbers to get it out of the defensive 50. Parrish is able to hit up Martin, who's had a wonderful final turn.
3.5 minutes to go. Collingwood by a single point. 1 point game. Essendon in possession, but at half back. Martin kicks down the wing, almost turned it over. Pendlebury breaks it up. Fumble from Langford, lays a tackle on Nick Dacos. Was it high? Said no. Comes out to Lipinski. Hand pass to Pendlebury's run down. The savvy veteran caught by Parrish. How rare is that? As Parrish kicks out towards Stringer. Can't take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Low footy, high half forward for the Bombers. Stringer hand pass to Draper. Handball to Hobbs. Tackled by his fellow Blondie Noble and a ball up. Between wing and half forward for the Bombers. He's so rarely caught in 390 games, Scott Pendlebury. Parrish got him cold. 3 minutes to go. Collingwood by a point. Game on the line. Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport.
Who soaks it up best? Goldstein down to Caldwell. He's dispossessed, and then it comes to Merritt. His kick off the side of the boot. Yeah. It was touch, so it'll be a boundary throwing. Crisp is down a little sore. He's tough. He'll get back up.
That's the touch.
Off his head.
Oh, it was too.
Just smack right in the... on the ear.
They don't.
Less than 3 minutes to play. Collingwood by 1 point. Boundary throw in right in front of the Bombers bench. Merritt went without it. It's picked up by Pendlebury. Awkward looking kick. It goes over the head of Myercheck. Waiting for it is McGrath. He kicks into the centre of the ground where he's got Redmond. Draws the defender. Handballs over to Heppel. Wasn't great. A handball. Allows Bobby Hill to get involved. Gives it off to Harrison, the sub. Crisp is involved. They've got it by hand. Elliott now streaming forward. He's in two minds. He bounces. He twists. He turns. This is when he's usually at his best. And then he delivers straight down the throat of the opposition in Laverty. Laverty with the turnover. Can go. Here's a chance for Essendon. Along the southern wing they build.
Martin, hand pass away to Gresham against the boundary line. Kicks inside 50. 2 metre Peters down there. Great spoil from Maynard. Saves the day. Knocks it to Frampton. Long kick up to the wing. Durham floats across. Spills the mark. Down to Dersma, though. Still in Essendon hands. Over halfway. Hand pass to Gresham. Back to Durham. Kicks inside the forward 50. Langford! Langford marks 30 out. Just right of centre. What a day it's turning into for Cole Langford. His great-grandfather, a World War II veteran. Ernie Farrer, who served in Papua New Guinea in the Second World War, part of the 2nd 8th Battalion, was a Lance Corporal. And Cole has told that story during the week. What a day for his family. He's got 4. There's no bigger kick to give him 5. He misses. Scores a level with 70 seconds left on the game clock.
Mick, it's 1995 all over again.
28 gone, final turn, scores level at the G.
Moore to Howe. Goldstein's got it. Umpire, you can barely hear anything. anything here at the MCG. The whistle blows. It was a holding on. It'll go to Darcy Cameron. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Dacos high, up and under. It'll land at half forward. It's off hands. Heppel. Haven't seen him jump that high before. De Goey, eyes on the Sherrin. Breaks the tackle. Handball straight to Hine of the opposition. Here's Davey Jr. He tries to flick it. It'll be the boundary line and a boundary throw in. 37 seconds left on the clock and it is all tied up. 12-13 apiece.
Collingwood's half forward line, Kel. That's the big difference. 37 seconds. You go end to end, but it is Collingwood's forward line.
Will it be an Anzac Day classic like 1995 as it spirals back into play? Neither ruckman can take it. Crisp. He goes to ground. It's flicked out by Pendlebury. Pendlebury to Nick Dacos. Dacos. Oh, this is going to be Elliott. Jamie Elliott drops it. He drops it cold and it opens the door for Essendon as Kelly goes. Kelly kicks up to the wing. Side bottom turns around and Hine should mark it. Hine marks it with 14 seconds left on the clock and he's got it at half back.
The Bombers are going to go end to end. He kicks and finds the skipper. Merritt, defensive side of the wing. High bomb to centre half forward. More the saving mark. And after 3 decades, we're back where we started. It's a draw on Anzac Day. For the second time ever, they can't be split. A stalemate on April 25th. 85 points apiece. Essendon 12-13. Collingwood 12-13. The first draw of the young season. They share the points on Australia's most solemn day. 85-85 in the 29th Anzac Day clash, as it was back in the first one in 1995, a draw. Cole Langford had the last shot of the game. He missed. Jamie Elliott had a chance to take a sprawling mark at right half forward. He put it down. And a number of what might have been moments. Brodie Majacek had 2 set shots, one from either pocket, put them both out on the full in that final quarter. And in the end, after 80 pulsating minutes of footy, they cannot be separated. 2 points each. The Bombers, 4 wins, 1 draw and 2 losses, while Collingwood straight down the middle, 3-3 and 1. 85 points apiece, full-time, a draw.
And the 93,644 in the house will never forget this moment. And they will never forget the contest that they've just witnessed. It might be a draw, the points might be shared, but Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling, that is arguably one of the greatest games of football we've seen.
Outstanding game of footy. And Collingwood are the champs, and you knew they could play to that level, and you knew they could sustain it. Essendon are question marks galore on their ability to sustain it, and they did. And they did, Mick. They went blow for blow with the champs, and we get a draw.
But I reckon, Lingy, I'm not going to pump us up, but I reckon that we thought at 3/4 time, we know that Collingwood could do it. We wonder whether Essendon could get back, because it's all in Collingwood's favour, honestly, at 3/4 time, because they've been there, they know how to do it, and on this big stage. I'm not saying Essendon played the big stage, but we also said that if Essendon can control the ball long enough, then it could fall their fate. Now, they did, and it was only in the end when they actually started to crumble a little bit by going over possession. We saw that one where in front of us there was 6 or 7 possessions. Could have been any one of those could have been kicked forward. It was 2v2. Collingwood up the other end and got in front. But you've got to take your head off to Essendon. To be able to come back, I know Langford's missed a goal, but to come back and go against the side, I think Corby called it that they're probably one of the greatest in history of actually winning from 3/4 time being behind. They were in front at 3/4 time,
but just
by a point. But to come back, Essendon got in front. So that's a remarkable effort by Essendon. I think it's a great game, but I think Essendon could come out with a lot more pluses and less doubt about them. And Corby, stop putting your hands above your head as if you've won the premiership. You're 2.5 now out of 3, so it's pretty good.
Just an amazing game of footy. So
Great game.
The Bombers jumped out by 27 points. They kicked 6 of the first 7. And then there were huge periods of the game where you thought Collingwood are just going to run away with it.
Yeah,
They're just absolutely going to finish all over the top. Pendlebury got the 10,000 disposals, the first man in history. The Bombers kicked 4 goals in 4 minutes to start the game. Jamie Elliott took mark of the year, and then the moments down the stretch, Langford had a chance to be the hero, missed it, having already kicked 4. Elliott couldn't quite get one to stick, and you probably would have backed him in from out there as well, given his history.
Would have scored anyway. Yeah.
And then Myercheck's had 2 set shots in the final term. He's had so many looks throughout the day. 3 goals, 3, and his last 2 shots at goal both went out on the full. One way to the left, one way to the right. And in the end, if he had registered a single point, it would have been enough. Full-time, a draw. 85 points apiece in the 30th anniversary of the Anzac Day clash. Here we go, downstairs for the presentation, and Beck Madden.
Would you please welcome the CEO of the Returned Services League, Sue Catamol, to award the Anzac Day medal to the player whose conduct and play during the game best exemplifies the Anzac spirit, skill, courage in adversity, self-sacrifice, teamwork and fair play. The winner of the Anzac Day medal is Zach Merrish from the Essendon Football Club.
So Zach Merritt, 31 disposals, 9 tackles, 10 of them contested, 6 clearances, and 10 score involvements for the Essendon captain.
Did you pick him, Lingy?
No, didn't give him a vote.
Ooh, okay.
What a game. Darcy, Craig, you guys are amazing. You showed the last 36 months to the best team in the competition. We love and respect you guys so much. Another amazing game, and look forward to playing again later on in the year. But thank you, boys. To all the fans, both Collingwood, Essendon, neutral, what an amazing day. We're so grateful to be a part of this special day in Australia's history. Amazing day again, and thank you so much for turning out live and also watching on TV. So thank you. To our boys, great fight. We took it up to the best team in the comp. We'll learn a lot of lessons from that. We'll come back better and stronger next week. Thank you.
Congratulations, Zach. What a marvellous game. Now, due to today's results, we are now going to hear from both captains. Darcy Moore to the microphone first, please.
I have the full read here ready to go to talk to you about what the trophy's all about and where it originates, and yet it won't be required here. We got a draw, so no trophy presentation.
Firstly, want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we played on here today, the Wurundjeri people, and also extend that respect to First Nations servicemen and women who have served our country over this nation's history. First up, want to give it to the fans. Absolutely incredible. Give it up. Give yourself a round of applause. Your passion and your spirit is what makes today so special, and what a bizarre result, but it was an incredible game of footy, and your excitement levels helped make it a great experience for us, so thank you. To the Essendon Footy Club, sharing this day with you, running through the banner with you is a real privilege for our club, so thank you again for your part in this game. I just want to say that today is a great opportunity to raise money for the Anzac Appeal, which, for those that don't know, provide really important services for returned servicemen and women when they transition back into civilian life. Issues with homelessness, acute mental health, family supports and social connections are all issues that returned servicemen and women have, and the RSL provide amazing wraparound supports around these veterans when they return home. So by buying a pin or donating to a tin rattle today, again, as you walk out, there'll be an opportunity. You help to say thank you to veterans and provide those wraparound services. So today's a great opportunity to do that. So thank you very much.
So we've heard from Zach Merritt already. There is Darcy Moore.
Thank you, everybody. What a magnificent day it has been. Thank you for being a wonderful crowd. Drive home safe.
And that's how it ends. Both teams sharing the points. 85 apiece at full time, 12-13 to 12-13. The Bombers and the Pies on Anzac Day in front of 93,644. It was just a little bit south of the crowd back in 1995, which was a record up until last year at a tick over 94,000. And last year's crowd is still the high water mark at 95,179. There is a whole lot to pull apart. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood in the box. Downstairs, Tim Hodges in the Collingwood rooms, Ben Cameron in the Essendon room. So we've split beautifully into both change rooms, and we'll bring you a reaction shortly. Back to you, Lingy. So you voted on the Anzac medal.
I did.
I don't want to give away your ABC Footballer of the Year votes, but you didn't have Zach Merritt in your 3.
No, I thought Zach Merritt was very good. Excellent game by the Essendon skipper, but no, I had him just outside of it. I thought, well, do you want me to give away what I did? I may as well. I thought Andy McGrath was the best player on the ground. I thought he won enormous contests right throughout the entire game. Ended up with 31 disposals.
They both finished with 31, didn't they?
Yeah, and I just thought McGrath was so dynamic with his ball use, turning really good defence into great attack. I just thought McGrath was superb. I thought Nick Dacos' performance, especially after quarter time, was brilliant. I gave him the 2 votes. He ended up with 27 disposals and a goal. And I thought Kyle Langford, he's kicked 4 goals in a game but ended in a draw. I thought he was terrific and a really dangerous forward. And you know what? If you kick the 5th, you try and make a case that he doesn't end up with the 3 votes for kicking the 5th and the winner. In a game that goes down to the wire and is a draw, every moment matters throughout the entire game. So 4 goals is huge in that forward line. And my next couple after that was certainly Zach Merritt. Was Darcy Moore as well. I thought was superb throughout the game. And I thought Jack Stringer had a big impact on the game as well. But that's not... I'm sure I'll cop it during the week for not having him in the votes. But
what did you have to give? 3?
3, 2, 1.
So you went
3 to McGrath, 2 to Nick Dacos, 1 to Kyle Langford.
But this is the thing. It's a subjective award. That's the whole idea. It's why you have multiple judges. There's no wrong answer. I also different people see the game.
Could you, just to confirm, did you have to wait to the final siren?
In a game like this, if it was 8 goals the difference, I'd probably put him in 5 minutes before the game because the last 5 minutes doesn't matter. This game, I waited till after the final siren because every moment mattered. Even in the last quarter, and I'm probably defending myself here, and I know I shouldn't have to.
You don't.
But McGrath was huge.
Oh, he was
in the
amazing.
last quarter.
He was,
I love down there was outstanding. Was it like 2-on-1s?
I love the way he turned one-on-one contests to probably Collingwood's favour into a win to him, and he won it. But I also don't want to take anything away from Zach Merritt, who I thought was brilliant throughout the game.
What did you think, Mick?
It was that kind of game.
No, I'm with Lingy. It's interesting. It's how. Now, I look at it through coach's eyes. Lingy looks at it through a midfield tagger premiership player's eyes. Next door will see it through different eyes again. It depends what you look for. Like we both looked at each other and thought, well, if Langford knocks this over, it's hard to go past a player who's kicked 5 goals in a game that had 7 goals in the first quarter, 8 goals, 6 versus 2.
Yep.
But he misses it. Probably costs the game.
And 2 of them in the last quarter. Potentially 3 if he had to kick the last.
Yeah, but the other thing about Langford's, most of his kicks come under pressure. Like, you're going to get a lot of contested football in the middle because it's just a contested ball. But when you get forward line contested ball and you win your one-on-ones, like a couple of times he just won his one-on-ones contested. They're major wins because backline players punch the ball clear, you've won the contest. So I'm very much in Lingy's court there.
Full time, it's a draw. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse, all in the ABC box. 85 points apiece in the finish. Cole Langford had the last set shot. He missed from about 30 metres out directly in front, having kicked 4 earlier. So the team split the points. It's the second time that we've had a draw on Anzac Day after the inaugural match way back in 1995. Just before we hear from both rooms, and we'll get a scene setter from Tim Hodges and Ben Cameron, there's always a winner and a loser in the draw, even though they split the points. Who won the draw? Who lost it?
For their belief and their growth and their developmental path, Essendon probably get 51%, Collingwood 49%. But in a game that is that good, it is almost a true 50-50 in a draw. But just given Essendon, they haven't, Corb, sorry to bring it up, but they haven't won finals for a long, long time and everything like that. Collingwood have been there and been the champs. I thought the resilience of that last quarter by the Bombers was a really good sign for where they're trying to head as a group.
See it the same way, Mick?
Yes, but I think knowing Brad, if he, and I'm going to say if he does it, he will go through that side and find out there's 4 or 5 players there that you ask the question and you if there's another great big game coming up, judge that game again on this game, because if they produce the same sort of output, then you've got to start looking. If your ambition is to make the finals, don't take them with you. Get someone else who can.
We can get a scene setter from both rooms. First of all, the Collingwood rooms on the back of the draw. Tim Hodges is down there. Hodgie.
They are subdued. They've asked the crowd in here to be quiet. All the players came into the rooms and went straight into their locker room. They don't really want anything to do with anyone at the moment. I've put in the request for Jamie Elliott purely because I think he'll be the front page of tomorrow's paper, regardless of whether it was a win, loss or a draw. And the fact it's a draw, I think he'll definitely be the front page of tomorrow's paper after that third quarter mark. So we'll see how we go. We'll try our best, and hopefully we've got a magpie for you. Ideally, it's Jamie Elliott in the next few minutes, guys.
Hey, Hodgie, just before you go, is there any word from our wonderful photographers who are down at ground level? Did anyone capture the mark?
I believe Michael Klein from the Herald Sun has got it, and he had a little strut on him at three-quarter time. He was telling the boundary riders that he was going to go and get it printed out and get it signed straight after the game. He was so happy with it. So I think there are some great captures of that mark, which will be something to buy the paper for tomorrow morning.
I'm not surprised. One of the very best in the business is Kleiny. Glad he got it.
He's a friend of the media, it must be said too, Kleiny. He sort of always gets around the media centre and has a chat to everyone. So he's an ABC listener as well, listens to us while the game's going on. So well done to Kleiny, no surprise there. A draw between Essendon and Collingwood. More from Tim Hodges in the Pies rooms coming up shortly in front of 93,644. Just on the mark from Jamie Elliott. It's something special whenever a player takes a hanger. It's a great part of our game, and it felt like you could see it coming when the ball was on its way in and Jamie Elliott was just hovering a step and a half behind, and Ben Mackay found himself almost in the marker's bag position for him to leap up and take a trademark specky.
Yeah, well, Ben had one of those days. He might as well be part of the best part of the game. He was the step ladder. And I don't want to be unfair, because I reckon probably by the end of the game he actually got a little bit better, but he lost. I think he lost his nerve. And this would be a great test. These are the things I'm saying about with Brad. If they're not going to drop him because they've got him in as a free agent. But what you've got to do is learn to play in the big games, in the big pressure moments, and produce a recognised result. By that I'm saying you're not going to win every contest, but not poking your hand in the air and hoping you spoil it, or a missed kick. Essendon to me had clearly the bottom of the bottom 10 players. Essendon probably had the bottom 6.
Yep.
Like if Collingwood had a couple of blokes that really didn't play that well, but so Essendon were really carried over the line, I reckon, in this case by probably their top 8 to 10 players. Collingwood distributed Maynard didn't have a great day, but when the chips were down, Maynard stood up.
Yeah.
Lipinski didn't have a great day, but he stood up and kicked that goal. Even Schultz, I take that on board what you said, thinking that Schultz is still adjusting, and I totally agree. But he kicked a clutch goal when it was needed. There's a couple of players. I mean, the simple fact is, it just shows you what pressure can do to you. Mychek is a wonderful, wonderful kick. I've never seen him miss 2 goals in a row, but not miss goals. He missed the points. Yeah. There are 6.6 metres between the posts, so that makes it, my reckoning, about 19-something metres. He's missed that from 35 to 40 metres out. Quite remarkable. Langford misses his, which is quite remarkable as well, because Stringer misses his from the 10-yard square. So,
Stringer could have had a huge day if he'd nailed those ones. The really cool thing, if you're an Essendon supporter listening now and you're leaving the ground, is I reckon you found out about a few of your players that were really good. Really, really good. Sam Durham, I reckon, stood up again. Jai Caldwell had some terrific moments as well. Nick Martin, who can get a lot of the ball down back, but he had influential touches today and even went forward in that last quarter, kicked a goal and was just really good. So Xavier Dersma fitting into the team. You sit there and you go, okay, under that was a final. That was a finals type atmosphere and pressure and quality. Oh, yeah, these guys are ready. When we get that next chance, if we fight hard enough and we do get that chance, I can trust that these guys are going to stand up for us.
Do they carry the 2 ruckmen in again? I just felt that both ruckmen want to ruck, and if you're starting to share 50-50. You clutter up your bench, and neither of them are great forward pocket players. I know.
I think Draper provided some contests up forward that provided good ground balls.
That can happen. But I'm not sure you carry a player for that reason, particularly when you've got Wright in the side.
Yep.
That's the only reason I'll say that, because it gives them another runner. The game's about speed and running.
85 points apiece at full time in front of 93,644. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, and the three-time premiership cat Cameron Ling. This came through from Claire in the final quarter. There was a bit going on in the game, so we didn't get to it at the time, but I thought it's worth mentioning now. The text message reads, OMG, am listening to the match while sitting on a chair pedaling on my machine. When the Pies get near the goals, I pedal very quickly. I've pedalled over 8,000 steps and used 300 plus calories. I'm puffing like crazy. The Pies better had a win. All this exercise has to mean something from Claire off the SMS. So thank you very much for that.
Well, it was exhausting just watching, let alone pedalling, Corbin.
G'day, Corbin. Grant here in Hobart, enjoying the call. Regarding Anzac Day, a quick shout-out to the many vets who, for whatever reason, never marched. My grandparents, Bill and Joan, were in intelligence in World War II, and Bill heading to PNG when the war ended. Both never marched. Both never told me why. Two of many. Appreciate that shout-out from Grant. And from the Unlee Cat, a quick shout-out to all the service women. My grandmother is the most decorated Australian servicewoman, getting medals for bravery in World War I. The deeds of these nurses saved many lives. Loving the game. Appreciate that from the Unlee Cat. Let's go into the Collingwood rooms. Full-time, a draw between Essendon and Collingwood. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, just an update. Jamie Elliott is in with the doctor. He was going to join us, but we've got a brilliant replacement, is Nick Dacos. Nick, thank you for your time. Can I get a penny for your thoughts? A couple of guys have mentioned extra time. Would you have liked extra time to get a winner out of that?
Yeah, I would have loved it just to get a result. My body's pretty sore at the moment, but just to get that result would have been nice to see which team won. But credit to Essendon, they were so strong all day, and I think it was a fair result in the end. Both teams played a great game.
You play so many big games, so many great contests. Were you aware in the final minutes of what an unbelievable spectacle, I mean, really the whole day was, from the Anzac ceremony right through to the final siren?
Yeah, it's sort of tough in the moment to stop and smell the roses in a way, but when you step back now after the game, you realise sort of what a spectacle it was, and we could hear the crowd roaring the whole time, and it's the greatest game on the earth, and that's why we all feel so privileged to play it out there, and I think the people that come to watch feel just as privileged too, so I think it's such a great game, yeah.
The greatest game on earth. We just about saw the greatest mark on earth. I'm trying to remember where you were compared to Jamie's mark in the third quarter. Where were you?
I was on the other side of the ground, but he's just such an athlete, isn't he? And he does so many roles for us, so many things that go unnoticed. So when he gets his time to kick a goal or take a mark like that and we can celebrate him, we love it.
It's awesome to have Nick Dacos. I'll send you upstairs. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Nick, congratulations. What a game of footy. I know you want to win the game, but for us just watching, it was brilliant. Can I take you all the way back to the start, the first quarter? What were you thinking out there when Essendon came out and did what they did? 4 goals on the board like lightning. What was happening out there?
Yeah, as I said, we knew they were gonna bring their A game today. They've been a strong team all year, and they always seem to play really well on this day too. So we definitely came into the game prepared, but they piled on the goals early, and they started really well. Credit to our boys to wrestle the momentum back, because the Essendon fans were going absolutely crazy, and they were winning it out of centre bounce too. So we wrestled it back nicely, but that's probably something that we want to resurrect. The last 2 weeks we've started a bit slow, so that's something we'll look at and no doubt get better at.
Nick, was Sam Durham playing a bit of a role on you, or was that just a normal type of midfield matchup?
I'm not too sure. I think he's quite a defensive player as it is. I don't think it was a hard tag by any means. Probably just a really good two-way mid, and I think he's proved that this year. So I think their mids go both ways, and it's a credit to them. It's tough to play against.
Because I love the fact it's quarter time, looking at the game, Collingwood behind, you sort of hadn't had your major impact on the game yet. I mean that with all due respect. And then I loved the way you worked out how you were going to really impact the game, and from quarter time onwards I thought your game was absolutely huge. When opposition are paying you that close attention and starting to come to you a little bit more, what are you learning as ways and tricks to be able to break that?
Thank you, Lingy. I guess Probably just trying to get around the ball a little bit more. I love when I can get in the midfield, and I think my game, very similar to a lot of the boys, starts off the back of really good pressure. So I think when I'm hunting and pressuring, then naturally I find the ball and can use it. So yeah, I guess after quarter time, probably got a little bit more exposure into the midfield, which was nice. Especially when you've got a tough matchup like that. And I think, as I said, it's the easiest way to work into the game with that defensive intent.
Nick, congratulations. It's Mick Moles. Just on, we interviewed Scotty Pendlebury before the game, coming up to his 10,000th possession, and he mentioned your name as one of the ones that he tries to teach, if you like, on the ground. So tell us, what have you learned from him, and what sort of part has he played? I know your dad's played a big part, and perhaps Josh has as well, but what have you learned from Scotty Pendlebury?
Oh, so much, but as you said before, we've played in so many big games together, and I think one of the things I take from his game all the time is his composure under pressure. You know, it'll be the first 5 minutes into a grand final, or like you saw last year, the last 5 minutes, and he's just as composed, and it's sort of like there's chaos around him, but he keeps his cool, and I think that's clearly for the outside world been such a great strength of his, and we've all noticed it. But actually being on the ground with him and watching him orchestrate other players, he's an unbelievable leader, and I cherish every week running out with him, knowing that I'm running out with one of my idols and one of the greats to ever play the game. So no doubt he's got another 5-6 years in him, and I can't wait for it.
Just on, you won a premiership last year. We always thought that you'd be hunted. You're 2 and 2.5. So you're 2.5. So, or thereabouts, 3.5. 3. So how do you find the difference between last year, where you're a little bit, well, I suppose in many respects everyone worked it out because you're the closest one to getting to Geelong, only missed out on playing in the grand final by a point or so. So how are you, not only how are you approaching it, how are the opposition hunting you differently this year than last year?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we've been as you said, we've been a strong side for 2 years now. So we expect coming into games that teams are going to want to take things away from us and come out really hot, knowing that we're going to come out the same way. But I guess for us, it's just finding different ways to get better, whether it's ball movement, defensive stuff. But I think the last 3 weeks, since we've picked up our game a bit more, it's been off the back of pressure. So we know that, as you said, we'll be hunted. But I think if we bring our pressure from the start of games, there's not much teams can do to get back at that. So I guess it's on us to sort of throw the first punch and then see what the other team does.
Just on this, we're just watching Elliot take that big sensational mark. I don't know where you were at the moment, but I think everyone in the stand just jumped. There's So getting back to that, when you were in front at three-quarter time, I guess we all thought, look, this is Collingwood of old. They've got back in the game, trailed early in the first quarter, jumped back in. What took place? You've got, you've got your key forward missing 2 relatively easy shots. Jamie Elliott missed that mark in the end. Is this the pressure that you guys are under constantly, or is it something that it's just one of those things? Because I guess we just thought you were going to knock them over.
No, I think we were coming into the game like, we've got full respect for Essendon. I think they're 4-2 coming into the game, and we watched them play last week and what they did for the Doggies previously, and we knew it was going to be a very tough battle. Unfortunately, we didn't start the game in the way we would have liked, but as you said, we were able to wrestle back that momentum with pressure, and I think when we've got so many blokes willing to pressure and come forward and hunt, we're a tough team to play against. So for us, it's about doing that for 4 quarters consistently, and that will start next Friday against Carlton.
Nick Dacos with us on ABC Sport. Have you played in many draws, Nick, in your career?
First one.
First one. It was Craig McRae's first one as the coach as well.
There you go. None at underage level or anything like that?
No, I don't think so, no.
And I know Hodgie asked you at the start about extra time. If someone asked you for your opinion?
Yeah, I'd be an advocate for extra time. I think all the fans leave today a bit sort of frustrated. Everyone wants a result, but what a game, and who knows, that 2 points could come in handy for both sides at the end of the year.
And can I just ask you about a bit of a random one? The rising star favourite at the moment in Harley Reid. So you're 54 games into an AFL career, which is as good a set of 54 games that we've seen in the modern era. And this kid's starting over in Perth. He's sort of 6 games into his career, and everyone's saying, is it the best start since whoever? Are you sort of looking over there and thinking, okay, mate, like if that's what you want to do, I've been able to put together these 50-odd games. Let's see what you're able to build over the next couple of years.
No, not at all. I actually tuned in and got to watch the West Coast Freo game on Saturday night, and I love I love watching him play. I thought what he brought was so exciting, and he doesn't need many possessions to have a major impact. And you saw him coming out of centre bounce, taking speckies, don't arguing players. So I think no doubt he'll be so exciting for years to come, and another really exciting player to watch, which is great.
Well, I look forward to seeing the pair of you dance in a fortnight. Nick, congratulations on the start to the year, and I don't know what to say after a draw. I'm sure you don't know what to think, but appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Nick Dacos in the Collingwood room. So a draw at full time finishes at 85 points apiece.
And then they get Carlton Friday night, the MCG. So it doesn't get any easier, does it?
Imagine how big that crowd's going to be.
Oh.
Anyway, but if Carlton knock off the Cats on Saturday, they've knocked off the Giants who are on top. If they knock off the Cats who are currently on top, and they get to go and play the Pies,
can they win
coming off a draw?
You're a Geelong man without Stewart. I reckon Geelong are better than Stewart.
Yeah, no, I think Geelong's good enough to cover Stewart, but
that's right,
Carlton's midfield is elite with Walsh being back in there now, and those two forwards do loom very, very large. I think that's going to be another beauty where I think we're going to get to enjoy a few good games.
Yeah, some really great games coming up.
We got a stinker last night, but we'll leave that one aside. I think with the game that's on later on tonight is going to be a ripper as well, and that Cats Blues clash is huge.
We'll be taking you to that game next at Manuka Oval in Canberra. So it is GWS up against the Brisbane Lions. We'll get more from that ground in just a moment. There were 5 lead changes here at the MCG, and in the end it finished all even, 85 points apiece. A little off the SMS, Shane in Shoalwater. There are no winners in Ward nor a draw. Very apt. From Rulai in Adelaide, not only was it a draw on the scoreboard, at the final siren the ball was in the air, dead centre of the oval, no team in position, in possession. So in the end, split straight down the middle. And from Sean in Sydney, couldn't happen to two nicer teams. So I'm not sure about that.
I take it that's a neutral call.
I'm going to put my bid in on the draw. You've got to, if a draw's a draw, it's a draw.
Yep.
I've coached.
So this is the predictable conversation, I'm sure, which we'll discuss all weekend about, should we have extra time or not for a regular season game?
No, I just think that they're so infrequent. They're good. Well, if you look at the soccer, and I'm an EPL, I love it, but you get your draws and they just walk away, except if there's a shootout for a final. But I just think that the two sides have gone hammer and tong. They've gone the full distance, and it's a draw. Big deal. 2 points. It's
very unique.
To me, it adds to the occasion.
Yeah,
it adds not only this occasion, it adds to the ladder, and it differentiates the ladder. All of a sudden, is it a bonus or is it a detriment to your structure? You go, well, it's 2 points. I don't think there's enough of them to worry. If it happened every second week, well, you might do something. But I can understand why they don't with the grand final, because it was really harsh and hard to batter up. I've coached finals draws, and I've coached
over in Perth. That one?
And I've coached draws where we've had to play extra time. Now, it's only because of circumstances with dates and things that we played extra time.
Having lived through 2010, were you supportive of them going to extra time?
Yeah, no.
You thought keep the replay?
Yep, absolutely.
Again, for how rare it happens 3 times in 100 years.
130 years or something. So, no, I was quite happy to... I look at it like this, that what if I had one of my key players... We'd gone right to the death, and one of my key players had to leave the field with severe cramp and he couldn't come back on again. I'm compromised in that last bit. My supporters are compromised because I can't get my best team on the ground. That's why in basketball I look at that and think, can you really go extra time when your bench might be down 2 of your top 5 players? Is that fair? So I'm understanding that in the finals because of dates and so forth, but not home and away games. I just think it adds. I look at the ladder now and go,
yep.
Look at this. Collingwood have got 14, Essendon have got 18, 2 points off Melbourne. Now, that could flip again, and
it's another interesting wrinkle in the season, isn't it?
It is.
What do you think, Lingy?
I'm the same. I love the draws. I know it's a quirk. I know we'd love one team going crazy, happy right now after that sort of game. I get that, but it's just it's a difference of our game a little bit. And I was always extra time in finals, extra time in grand finals. I think I'm not so much. Would like to keep the replay in. I want extra time in grand finals, get a decision in those where you've got to get a decision. But during the year, As you said, it's a ladder quirk now. So how many do you have to win to get in the 8? How many do you have to win to get in the 4? Someone's got a half a game on you, or half a game less, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, so percentage all of a sudden doesn't become a factor. It's more. Look, I was interested what Tim said, that Collingwood went into the room, so there was no. So that to me says they've been hit harder by the draw. I would have loved our to see what happened in the Essendon rooms, because are they happy that they didn't get beaten? And I think Essendon should be celebrating, because they've run the premiers to a draw with a full side.
However, they kicked the first 6 goals.
It doesn't matter. That happens in football.
Okay.
Because if your game is only going to go 20 minutes, Essendon win the game.
Yeah.
But we all know the game goes 4 quarters by 30 minutes. So you have your ups, you have your downs. The only, I would say, I look at Fremantle, who lost 2 in the last seconds of the game. They've got to address that. Today, I just think that Essendon will come away thinking, you know what, we're not far off it.
Yeah.
Collingwood will go, I think it got away from us because we are a side that when we get in front, we don't give it up. But Essendon kept at them.
I thought Collingwood would win it at 3/4 time. Yeah. I just thought they can't, and they probably win it by 16 points.
And you and Mick, to your credit, called it after they kicked the first 6. It was just all Collingwood, and you were waiting for that burst, and it felt like Essendon were clinging on for dear life.
I think today's game, it was a very big step in the journey of this Essendon group. Yes, a win and the Kyle Langford goal going through would have made it a giant step in that direction, but I still think today was a really good step for the Bombers.
Just to recap, a draw at full time, so 85 points apiece. This is Anzac Day footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. Tim Hodges in the Collingwood rooms a short time ago. We just heard from Nick Dacos, and we'll get inside the Bombers rooms with Ben Cameron in a moment. The story of the day, Essendon led by as many as 27 points time on in the opening term. They kicked 6 of the first 7 goals. Collingwood then responded. They kicked the next 5 of the game to hit the front themselves. At half-time, Essendon led by a point. At 3/4 time, Collingwood led by a point. And then in the finish, there were a number of what might have been moments. Brody Myercheck had 2 set shots in the right forward pocket. He missed one wild out to the left and one wild out to the right. Put them both out on the full. In the end, Jamie Elliott went to take a sprawling mark in the last minute. It couldn't quite stick for him, and as a result, the ball rolled away, and away went another scoring opportunity for Collingwood. While for Essendon, the last scoring shot of the game was a pretty straightforward set shot for Kyle Langford from about 30 metres out straight in front. He missed to the right, having kicked 4 goals earlier. And so as a result, that was the score which tied the game. 85 points apiece at full time. The Anzac medalist is Zach Merritt. So he walked away with that award in the draw. The first ever Anzac Day blockbuster back in 1995 also finished in a draw. 93,644 in to see it. Off the SMS, Phil in Werribee says footy and AFL is the winner. Most satisfied that I've ever been with a result from Phil. Let us know what you think on the SMS 0437 774 774. One game still to come. We'll get teams shortly from GWS and Brisbane. But first, let's get into the Bombers rooms. Ben Cameron. Ben.
I'm with Darcy Parish. A draw on Anzac Day. How do you put it into words?
Oh, it's a weird feeling. Like I was saying to some of the boys, have you ever experienced a draw? And I don't think many of us have. So it's a unique feeling. Like, I suppose you're happy, but you're not. Both teams probably had their opportunities in the game, but to come away with a draw on a special occasion, it'll probably go down one of the better ones. So a lot of reflecting to do, and we'll get back to work.
It's going to reignite the debate. Extra time. Would you like to see that in a home and away game?
Oh, I suppose you'll get a result that way, won't you? But I'm pretty gassed at the minute, so probably not today, but probably moving forward, I suppose everyone wants a result at the end of the day. Both teams work super hard throughout the week and on the day to get a result, so I think we probably deserve one.
Kyle Langford was lining up for a set shot with 90 seconds left on the clock. What were you thinking at that point in time?
Oh, it's just, obviously in someone's good hands, I suppose, with Langers. Works tirelessly on his goal kicking at training, and he's a very reliable kick for us. But it was swirling around out there, so very hard to judge. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of moments throughout the game that could have made the result of the game, and it just happened to be Langers at that time.
We're looking at Essendon and we're looking for growth. You won a close one against Adelaide last week. You had a chance to take down the reigning premiers. Where do you see your development being at after a draw and not quite getting there against Collingwood today?
Oh, it's definitely there. Like you've seen, our first 10 minutes of the game played exactly the way we wanted to, and then we've just got to maintain that stuff and I guess get back to the way we want to play and build pressure against them. So it's obviously huge growth for the group. We're seeing some great development of some young guys this year in different positions, and we're just going to go week by week and hopefully keep continuing to grow.
You're someone who's been here for a while. You obviously had options to leave. You elected to stay. Brad Scott's come in. Are you seeing that? You're seeing that day to day, that they're very much heading in the right direction. We've heard so much about the edge and all the rest of it, but you're seeing it.
Yeah, edge has been spoken about a fair bit. I'm loving what Scotty's, I guess, offering to the group, and I guess everyone's really buying in and listening to him, and it's just a great place to be at the minute. We're growing each and every week, and we're seeing the rewards at the end of it. So we just got to keep sticking together, working through it together, and I guess just keep pushing together where we want to go.
We're a little worried about Harrison Jones. He had a broken nose and was a little bit distressed for a while. You've just been in the rooms with him. Is he okay? Have you seen him?
Yeah, he's okay. His nose isn't going to look too good for him for the next couple of weeks, but he's all good. So just a broken nose, I think, and he'll be right to go.
Just on the day, I mean, it's a very special day. Essendon and Collingwood have made it such a great day. We know 1995, the first ever annual Anzac Day match was a draw. So we get back there. So we get back there here today. What did it mean to you today to run around? And we know we've seen you star on this day before, but what does it mean to you?
Oh, it's always just a great day. I guess the build up to it, hearing about past experiences, the vets that have served our country, and the guys before us that have sacrificed for us to play this great game of footy on a special day. It's just super humbling and a massive privilege, and it never gets old. The minute silence, the trumpets, everything about it, I just love being part of, and I'm so lucky that the Bombers and the Pies get to go about it every year. So it's a hallmark game for sure, and one you look forward to every year.
Last one, did you have anyone special come in during the week or to speak to the group, I guess?
Yeah, we have had a couple war veterans that come in and just spoke about their experiences at war and what it means to them, and I guess you just get a brighter appreciation for what it does mean to some people. We just go out there and kick a footy, but there's a lot more to it than that. So, I guess today we try to bring our mateship, our courage out there as well. So we're just trying to do our part.
Das, really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on ABC Sport.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Thanks to Darcy Parish downstairs with our own Ben Cameron. So that's just a short time ago. Some reaction from the Essendon rooms after a draw at full time. What did you take out of that, Mick? The sentiment from the Bombers?
Yeah, I'm pleased that they're. Forget about the fact that they argue about whether it's extra time, whatever. I'm pleased the way he's been able to one, praise up the coach. I think the coach, I'm a Brad Scott fan.
Yep,
but to where he wants them to head, and the methodology. I've got to say, if I can just add this on right now, 397 possessions to kick 12 goals. Collingwood 317 to kick 12 goals. So that's a difference of 80 possessions. Probably Darcy Parish and Zach Merritt are semi-responsible for the added, probably the sharing of the football can be just a little bit too much. Just watching some footage there before of Merritt, give, get. There's going to be a time when you've got Peter Wright, Langford, who can take a mark, and if you've got Draper down there, then the best course is that's got to be altered. And sometimes a player like Parish locks in on that sort of play that it's good to get possessions and march down the ground, but there's going to be sometimes when you have to say, I know I'm good at that, but maybe the side's going to be better with me kicking that football in there. And it might be a haphazard football, but a haphazard football sometimes puts 1-on-1, 2-on-2, as opposed to overuse and side bottom as a winger gets in there, and Lipinski as a winger gets in there, and all of a sudden you've lost possession of that football. So I was interested in his talk about where they're at. and what they want to do, and I think it's admirable. I think this is where they want to be. They're round 7. They're probably going to be close to being in the 8. That's a third of the season. They've eaten into the season, and outside of the 8 on this end of this weekend will be the 2 grand finalists. St Kilda, who played there last year. So that's 3 sides outside. The ones that will be in there will probably be Essendon, maybe the Dogs. So I'm just trying to work out who else has fallen out of that.
From last year?
Geelong were out last year.
Yep.
Geelong on top of the ladder. So, a third into it, there's almost going to be a question that says, well, hang on. We've played the reigning premiers. OK, we didn't get over the line, but we certainly didn't get beaten. We are now good enough. We can make the 8. So there becomes, I think from now on in, it becomes almost an excuse not to make the 8. In honesty.
Can I just add to this about where they go from here?
Right.
So I'm with you, by the way, Mick. I love what you're saying. And again, I want to reiterate, I thought today was a big step forward for the Bombers. The way from 3/4 time to the final siren was really impressive, and by certain players standing up when the heat was on and the game was there. Yep, a win would have been nicer. All of that. You know what I want to see next though? I want to see them go to Perth next week as the better team.
Yep,
and go and just take care of business. Don't have a slip up.
Don't finals for football, Lingy.
Yeah, don't have a little Anzac Day was such a big up, and then we had a bit of a longer break, and it was a trip to Perth, and we have a letdown, and you just accidentally slip up and you drop a game. Go to Perth and just beat West Coast and go bang. There's another win in our bag. On to the next week. That's that kind of professional, ruthless edge that good finals teams have.
And it is a traditional banana peel game for the Bombers, the sort of game that they would go there
it is.
Put down. So Essendon now 4 wins and a draw. Meanwhile, Collingwood are 3 wins and a draw. So that's how it sits at the moment after it finished all even at 85 points apiece. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on ABC Sport. Just a little sample off the SMS. Eric from 2J. Hey, Corby and gang. There was a winner today. It was called football. Could listen to games like that every week. Don't know how my heart would take it, though, from Eric. Appreciate that. From Danny, Langford hadn't looked like missing all day and then misses. Them's the breaks. Certainly is. Kevin from Shenton Park. I detest Collingwood, but congratulations to Darcy Moore for his end-of-game speech. That was class. From Simon and Sean in the York Peninsula in South Australia. Hi, team. Enjoyed the call and expert commentary. They have 4 quarters to win. If a draw... It says they weren't able to be divided. Extra time has no place in Aussie rules. Go the Blues, which is the sentiment from our experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Now, it's Thursday night. There is another game still to come, which we will take you to next. It's in Canberra between GWS and the Brisbane Lions. There is no late change, so both sides coming in as selected. Darcy Jones, the diminutive forward from Western Australia, is going to make his debut. Of course, Toby Green is suspended, so he's out. Tom Green is going to skip at the side in his absence, and Brent Daniels is going to start as the sub. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, McKenna and Fort are the 2 ins. McInerney is out injured and Lyons has been omitted, and James Tunstall is going to start as the sub there. Now, that's not where it ends, given the fact that it's Thursday night, and what happens on Thursday is we get the teams for the whole round. So I'll just take you through a couple of the highlights. Dixon, Boak and Williams are all back for Port Adelaide, so they're big news there for Port Adelaide. Ryan Burton has been omitted from that team. Meanwhile, for St Kilda, Zach Jones omitted again. Dan Butler's injured. Howard and Angus Hasty come back into that team for tomorrow night, which is also Zach Butler's 100th game. The match is on Saturday. Riley Hardman's going to make his debut for North Melbourne and George Wardlaw returns. Meanwhile, Matt Crouch is back from suspension for the Crows, one of 3 ins in that match. Brodie Smith, by the way, is injured, so he's not going to play for the Crows. Carlton come in with no change from the team that won last week against GWS, so they've got the same 23 in their top-of-the-table clash with Geelong. Zach Toohey, Reece Stanley, Cam Guthrie all come back in. Tom Stewart obviously injured, while Jai Clark and Toby Conway have both been omitted.
That's a big in, Cam Guthrie. That's a bit of a surprise. I thought given the amount of time he missed, that he might have a game or 2 in the VFL in the lead-up, but great to see him back.
Saturday night, Riley Sanders has been omitted, so he's out of the Western Bulldogs team. So the top recruit, picked 6 in last year's national draft, no room for him. Tom Liberatore comes back in for the Bulldogs. There are 4 changes at Fremantle, which includes Amos injured, he got concussed last week, Erasmus, Sturt and Hughes all omitted. Chapman, Frederick, Patrick Voss, the former Essendon listed player, is going to make his debut, along with Cooper Simpson. So Justin Longmuir handing out a few debuts. As was well forecast during the week, Harley Reid has been managed, so he won't play that game on Sunday up against Gold Coast, while Will Day is amongst the ins for Hawthorn, so that'll help their cause up against the Sydney Swans. So that's a little breakdown of the game still to come. We're in this stretch of footy on 9 days out of 11, so we've got another game to come tonight, Friday night footy tomorrow, and then we roll into the weekend. So it's too much footy's never enough, Cal.
No, that's exactly right. Especially if you're an Essendon fan. What about, they'd be reaching for the heart tablets so far this season. They beat West Coast by 4. They beat Adelaide last week by 3. And then the draw here this afternoon. So just having a look at what they've still got to come. As Lingy said, they've got West Coast Eagles over there on Saturday night. And then after that it was the Giants back at Docklands, and then they've got North at Docklands as well. So mix right. They've the third of the way through the season. They've set themselves up nicely. Probably will finish inside the 8 at the end of this round.
Just some news out of the MRO from last night. Marlon Pickett has been fined $3,750 for an early guilty plea for striking Clayton Oliver. I think it's fair to say he'll get out of there and run. So adjudged intentional conduct, low impact and body contact after his
whacking the guts.
Yeah, whacking the guts to Clayton Oliver last night.
Well, I think the precedent was set when they did the same for Scott Pendlebury, wasn't it, on Lockie
Neal right at the start.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear the other votes, or you don't really care?
No, I'm interested, for sure.
3 of the 5 judges had Zach Merritt on top.
Yep.
So Dale Thomas from Channel 7 went Merritt, Martin and Dacos. So he had Nick Martin second.
Who was very good as well.
Eddie Betts went Merritt, Dacos and McGrath. So Andy McGrath in the mix there. Sarah Black from AFL Media went Merritt, Parrish, Langford. Andrew Wu from The Age had McGrath on top, as we did. Zach Merritt second and Nick Dacos 1. And then Cameron Ling, as we touched on, which will double up as the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. McGrath on top, Nick Dacos and Cole Langford. Always good fun, isn't it, voting on medals?
Especially in a game as close as that, where there's not...
Yeah.
There's lots of good players.
Yeah.
And you're right. You look for certain things.
Good and important players.
Yeah.
See, Langford was very, very important.
Important, yep.
And that kills the thing about, if you're going to have your votes on stats, then you go McGrath, Merritt...
Dacos.
No, McGrath, Merritt, Martin, because they had 400 possessions. But that doesn't cut any ice. I've just watched multiple hand passes and got nowhere, whereas you say a player who breaks and goes bang, and that's marked by Langford under pressure, then it changes the dynamics.
I voted on a Glendinning medal once and did the same thing. I voted for Josh Kennedy, who kicked like 4 goals out of 8 or 9 or something.
Yeah.
It was a close game, and they ended up, I think it must have been a Ross Lyon coach team in a 70-something to 50-something game, or even less than that. And in the end, the guy that won, I think it was might have been won by Dean Cox, and I didn't have him in my votes at all. And yet Kennedy was the one that all 3 of us had, but collectively they must have had him at ones, and then the other 2 had Cox on top. So somehow he got 6, and Kennedy only got 5 votes. But yeah, I didn't have Cox in my 3. So
it's hard to put Ruckman in.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Well, I didn't have him in there, but he won it. Well done to him. He's got the medal at home.
I think a game where it is a draw and it's 12 goals apiece, you kick 4, and as I said, if Langford had kicked the 5th and the winner...
Yeah, he was definitely best on
I was
ground,
giving him
wasn't
3 votes.
Yeah.
So why should one kick deny him being best? Because if he has a kick, you're right, it could be a drop of 2 positions on the best. You know, the interesting thing will be, if they've still kept stats away from the umpires, who would get the votes today? I'll be really intrigued of who they get the votes to, because mids are always under the nose of umpires. But
do you think umpires should be allowed in this day and age access to the stats?
A few years ago I said no. I don't think they did last year.
I thought
first time last year. I was against it because I just felt it was just they just looked at the top and went, okay, that's the goals, and unless someone kicks a lot of goals. But given their performances last year, I'm thinking, maybe they should have maybe there should be an advisor in there just to go, you sure get those votes? Or one of the umpires go, boys, really, we're just giving so-and-so 3 votes and he's had 9 possessions and they all happen to be in the last quarter.
Yeah.
You know, and that's happened last year, let's face it. We all know what's going on. So somehow or another, but they've also got to learn that it is an umpire's award. Don't take the umpires away from the Brownlow. It's been like that forever, so it's got to stay that way. But you said about Cox. Now, if Cox is just drilling the ball straight to Judd and he's kicking the ball straight to Kennedy and Kennedy's kicking the goals, who gets the votes? Well, Cox is getting the ball straight to them. So does he get looked at? Oh, he didn't have a possession. So there's a tendency not to give him possession, and yet as a coach we go, got to intercept Cox's taps because he's slaughtering us.
I with the ABC Footballer of the Year votes, which I more often than not do on a Friday night, I do challenge myself. I want to give my own independent votes based on what I've really rated highly in the game. The one thing I'll check during the week, just to make sure I'm on top of things and still seeing the game the right way, I will check the coaches' votes.
Yeah.
So, and if I'm thereabouts with what the coaches are really appreciating from their players and influence on the game, then I think, okay, I think I'm still looking at the right stuff. If I'm way off, and so if at the end of this, the coaches give Zach Merritt 10 votes, I will start to be slightly annoyed at myself and think, okay, well, maybe I didn't see this and I thought McGrath did more than that. But if they all land at about 7 or 8 votes and it's McGrath, Merritt, Dacos...
That's your eyes.
That was my appreciation of McGrath's game.
Lingy's also humble enough to do that in private. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy, they actually send through in the group chat support of what the coaches have voted to match their votes. Just
I'll tell you what,
try and
next Friday, we want to see the coaches' votes.
Just to take you through a few of the big moments, Essendon kicked 4 goals in the opening 4 minutes, and as the crowd was roaring after the emotional observance ceremony, everyone was thinking, what on earth are we witnessing here as our jaws hit the floor? And yet Collingwood, as they so often do, having conceded 6 of the first 7 goals, worked their way back in the match. They kicked the next 5. They edged in front late in the second term before the Bombers snatched back the lead at the half. So there were 2 lead changes to half-time. Collingwood went back in front just before the 3-quarter time siren. They led by a point. And then coming home in the final term, we had 2 more lead changes to give us 5 for the match. The Bombers got on top by as many as 12 points in the last, and then Collingwood kicking the last 2 goals of the game. They were the team in front at the finish, and Cole Langford gave us the last score of the match, missing a set shot from about 30 metres out. We're going to relive the last 3 minutes before we take you to Manuka Oval for that game coming up between the Lions and the Giants. Just repeating, no late change there. And Brent Daniels is the sub for GWS and James Tunstall is the sub for Brisbane. The Jamie Elliott mark, is it mark of the year, Mick?
So far.
Yep. No, and it'll hold up.
What a beauty. What a beauty. And the more you look at it, and we've seen it a few times when it's coming in front of us, it's the classic mark that we all so knees on shoulders and then sprung a bit further up, and the poor fullback, he gets he's going to be in that photograph for the rest of his life.
The best thing is, a 202-centimetre player as the base player. That's even better from Elliott. Not on some little bloke.
And
it was
kicks
on
a goal.
the big fella. Yeah, and nailed it.
Down the closing stages, Myercheck had 2 that he put out on the full, and he'd had 6 scoring shots before that. He'd kicked 3-3, same pocket. One he missed near side, put it multiple rows back, missed the behind post by a mile. The other one, he got the fat part of the foot. He went straight across the goal face and missed to the far pocket, so wasn't able to take either of those opportunities. And then Jamie Elliott for Collingwood, a sprawling mark late in the piece. We see him take those so often, just couldn't catch it or snatch it, and in the end, or squeeze it, and in the end it bobbled out and wasn't to be for the Pies.
You kick yourself for the next 48 hours as a player when you just let that slip. You get so angry at yourself.
The same.
Yeah.
Well, even Jake Stringer from 15 metres out. But the interesting thing was 6-1 to 2-5, I think it was. We're thinking, Collingwood missed a lot. 12-13 each.
Yeah.
So
exactly
from quarter time onwards, it was 6 goals 12 to 6 goals 12 to 10 goals 7. So It really was quite extraordinary.
Draws are those kind of games, aren't they, where there's so many what might have been moments. And Langford, who'd kicked 4, he had the last shot, which actually, if he kicked it, would have put the Bombers on top by 5. He misses to the near side, having already kicked 4. And this was a team that led the game by as many as 27 points late in the opening term. Instead, Essendon had to settle for a draw. They share the points. Scott Pendlebury became the first player in history into the land of 10,000 disposals. He is the first to arrive to 10,000. Brought it up with a little handball off the back flank, which wasn't very dramatic or spectacular. We're looking for a little bit more theatre than that, Lingy.
Yeah, we were, but, I mean, how good? 10,000 disposals. That is so much of the footy.
With that, can't you?
So what game number is he up to? I don't know.
390.
90. So he's going to play 400.
What's that average?
That's a great question.
Come on, Benny, you're up behind us, surely.
He's going to play his 400th against your Cats, Lingy, in round 18.
Oh, good. That's a Friday night game too, isn't it?
Yes.
Surely. I know it hasn't been scheduled yet,
but we'll
that
put it down
be
for a Friday night game.
Oh, that'd be a beauty to watch.
It is the 5th draw between the two teams in 247 meetings, and the second one on Anzac Day, obviously, after these two teams played a draw in the inaugural match way back in 1995, some 3 decades ago. 93,644 was the attendance. It is the 4th most attended home and away match in VFL AFL history.
4th.
It's amazing. It's slightly shy of last year's record crowd.
Last year's was 95,179, which was the second highest home and away attendance
What does that tell you about the day? It is the most important day on the Australian calendar.
Yeah.
And we have an opportunity to show great respect. And I just think when you're part of this for Anzac Day, and I went to the march today, and I was absolutely... I worry about the school system, but I saw so many schools with their the marching or their music being played. It was just superb.
It's a great note to finish on. 25.6 disposals, Ben tells us, which seems high for a career average for Scott Pendlebury. Lingy, loved it. Great spending it with you as always.
Incredible day. So honoured to be here.
Thanks to Cameron Ling, to Mick Malthouse, to Kelly Underwood. On behalf of myself, Corbin Middlemass, Tim Hodges, Ben Cameron, who was here, along with Tim Verrill, Cool Jules McKenzie, and Aaron Bryant's back in the studio. Signing off from the G, a draw. Inside 50, 2-metre Peters down there. Great spoil from Maynard, saves the day. Knocks it to Frampton. Long kick up to the wing. Durham floats across, fills the mark. Down to Dersma, though, still in Essendon hands. Over halfway, hand past aggression. Back to Durham. Kicks inside the forward 50. Langford! Langford marks 30 out, just right of centre. What a day it's turning into for Kyle Langford. His great-grandfather, a World War II veteran, Ernie Farrer, who served in Papua New Guinea in the Second World War, part of the 2nd 8th Battalion, was a Lance Corporal. And Kyle has told that story during the week. What a day for his family. He's got 4. There's no bigger kick to give him 5. He misses. Scores a level. With 70 seconds left on the game clock.
Mick, it's 1995 all over again.
28 gone, final term, scores level at the G.
More to Howe. Goldstein's got it. Umpire, you can barely hear anything here at the MCG. The whistle blows. It was a holding on. It'll go to Darcy Cameron. Gives it to Nick Dacos. Dacos high, up and under. It'll land at half forward. It's off hands. Heppel. Haven't seen him jump that high before. De Goey, eyes on the Sherrin. Breaks the tackle. Handball straight to Hine of the opposition. Here's Davey Jr. He tries to flick it. It'll be the boundary line and a boundary throw in. 37 seconds left on the clock, and it is all tied up. 12-13 apiece.
Collingwood's half-forward line, Kel, that's the big difference, 37 seconds. You go end-to-end, but it is Collingwood's forward line.
Will it be an Anzac Day classic like 1995 as it spirals back into play? Neither ruckman can take a crisp. He goes to ground. It's flicked out by Pendlebury. Pendlebury to Nick Dacos. Dacos, this is going to be Elliott. Jamie Elliott drops it. He drops it cold and it opens the door for Essendon as Kelly goes. Kelly kicks up to the wing. Side bottom turns around and Hine should mark it. Hine marks it with 14 seconds left on the clock and he's got it at half back.
The Bombers have got to go end-to-end. He kicks and finds the skipper. Merritt, defensive side of the wing. High bomb to centre half forward. More the saving mark. And after 3 decades, we're back where we started. It's a draw on Anzac Day. For the second time ever, they can't be split. A stalemate on April 25th. 85 points apiece. Essendon 12-13. Collingwood 12-13. The first draw of the young season